Welcome in, welcome in. We are so back. Unfortunately, we're starting off the stream with some pretty bad news. We were just working on the draft guide, which we'll definitely be talking about a lot. But it's not ready yet, but we're working very hard on it. Hoping for tomorrow, Dan. I mean, at least for the early version, where we got most important stuff there. But Ashton Jeanty, we got news that he goes down. Very unfortunate. Now we don't know really the details right now as this stream has started. I'm strangely optimistic that there's a chance he could come back this season, but obviously all the reports are kind of suggesting otherwise right now. What's your take with the limited information? What's the vibes here, Dan?
Yeah, definitely a rough bit of news, and I'm really not totally sure what to think. I hate to assume anything like good or bad here, but I mean, I'm definitely like prepared for the worst, like potentially. Um, yeah, I mean, it's been such a brutal, just like the last several weeks. I feel like the amount of injuries, the amount of like questionable tags and various injury tags on my players on all my different teams on Sleeper has just been absolutely ridiculous. So we add yet another tally here, which is pretty rough. But yeah, I mean, basically the report I read said that Genty was basically like unable to put like pressure on like one of his legs, I believe. So that's definitely not what you want to hear. Um, it's not just a situation where, because sometimes in some of these injury situations, you hear like, oh, the guy was carted off, and you assume it's something really bad. Carted off doesn't mean nowadays what it used to. But the fact that he couldn't put pressure on a leg like that's what's really concerning here.
Yeah, no, that's definitely concerning. I guess we can't really speculate too much more with the information, but obviously Mike Washington, I made a short and sleeper channel basically saying I think he should probably, if Genty's out, I think he should go round 7 to round 8. And the reason I choose that, I think some people might be like, that's kind of early. I don't think so at all. There's no one, at least with the information we'd have right now. Like, obviously, if they sign someone that could completely impact that, or traded for someone, I wouldn't really expect them to do that. They're the Raiders in 2026. I definitely don't expect them to go make some blockbuster deal. But I suppose if they got James Conner or someone like that, then that would definitely throw a wrench in the plans of drafting Mike Washington. But I do think he would be a very, very good target, way better than like Tony Pollard, J.K. Dobbins, Chuba Hubbard. Yeah, even Chuba Hubbard.
Yeah.
Like I know people are still in on him. So
Yeah, and I liked Mike Washington as a prospect, even though he definitely had his warts. I feel like especially like the film guys like weren't too crazy about him and his vision and that kind of thing. But if you just watch his highlights, I mean, the dude looks like a beast. So I'm sure that's deceiving, but I do think he's a fun player. And yeah, what was always so appealing about him, like in rookie drafts and dynasty, is that he was just so clearly the handcuff to Genty. I mean, there was just like no one else in that backfield that you can even like name, let alone would actually be a threat to take over the RB1 role if something happened to Genty. And here we are now. I mean, I guess for the Mike Washington owners, I mean, this was the kind of the dream scenario, I guess. Um, and yeah, I mean, you and I each have good amount of shares of Mike Washington and Dynasty. So I guess, there could be like some silver lining here fantasy wise. Um, but yeah, I mean, I did hear the Raiders worked out Kenny McIntosh like a week or two ago. So I mean, like, yeah, I don't think there are too many running backs that they could, as much as I love Kenny McIntosh, I don't think there are too many running backs that they could really bring in at this point that would really threaten Mike Washington. I mean, I don't know, like who else is out there? I guess maybe if like James Conner got cut, but he's dealing with injuries. I mean, I don't think there's too much out there. Is there, Blake?
I mean, like honestly, like all the Saints running backs are cooked. I was gonna say like Condre Miller or something could get cut, but I don't even think he's
Yeah.
gonna get cut at this point because everyone's
Mm-hmm.
dealing with injuries there. So
Yeah.
yeah, not too much for competition there, obviously. So yeah, I mean, I would have Mike Washington very very high, and basically the reason behind it is you just take a look at what you take a look at what Tony Pollard has done the past few years. Yeah, I know he's ran for 1,000 yards. Like I would almost say that's like a potential like negative. It's like okay, well, what has he done in fantasy with those 1,000 yard seasons? If he were to repeat that, scored like 11 points per game, 12. Now that it's not. I mean, here's the thing. I would say that's not going to lose you a league, but I mean, it's definitely not going to get you anywhere, though. Like 11, 12 points per game. I know that his cost, yeah, is still round 7, but give me something that could, explode. Give me a guy that could be awesome. I know there's a ton of risk behind Mike Washington. I mean, who knows if he's even good? He's looked good, though, in preseason, and been some pretty good reports, at least, on him in training camp. So I would have much more confidence just drafting him. I was kind of thinking about this, especially when we're just talking about the Henderson versus kind of like the Stevenson and all these. There needs to be like a name for it, but I think there's this kind of like this deep fear or some kind of like fallacy of being very scared to make a pick on a player that has very obvious like risk involved with them. And that might be that we haven't seen it before, or that there's just variables in their situation that could make them a bad pick. But there is a lot of upside on those players where it's like, maybe there's one thing that needs to happen, or something. Maybe sometimes in some of these cases there's not even like exactly anything needs to happen, but we can speculate. Again, like Baishal Tutin comes to mind, where it's like he's the starting running back, or at least again we think he's the starting running back. We hope on a very good Jags offense. Here's the thing: if he's a bad pick, similar to anyone that could be in there, people will be like, that was so obvious the whole time. But like, no one's talking about how Calvin Ridley and Cortland Sutton and Chuba Hubbard and even that Kenneth Walker, who I thought would have been a good pick last year, how there were so many busts. Alvin Kamara, the list goes on and on and on. And we focus on these like guys that we feel uncertain of. Like those are the ones that I don't know. Like the fantasy community seems to be the most I don't know, like detrimental and like judgmental on. Where it's like, you're an idiot for like drafting that guy. It's like, okay, like you were telling me to draft that whole list of players I just mentioned. You know what I'm saying here? Yeah. Where it's like, it's kind of like a double standard, or I don't even know. It's like, it's just kind of flawed thinking. Like anyone can be a bad pick, like truly. Right. So I don't know. Like I do think that if, for example, if someone was saying Mike Washington would be a terrible pick at round 7, I'd say how? Like,
yeah. I definitely think there's like in the fantasy community, there's always going to be that crowd of people that's skeptical over the players who haven't done it before, or maybe they produce their fantasy points in a little more of like an unconventional way, or they don't fit some like standard profile for that position that we're used to. And I think those are the kind of players that you really get the community polarized over. Luther Burden is another player that comes to mind, just because like we haven't fully seen it yet. I'm sure the skeptics say, oh, we've seen like one good game from him, right? Well, I mean, he did suffer an injury at a very inopportune time last year, where he was just starting to break out, right? And then he gets banged up. So it's possible without that injury, we would have seen Burden just smash for the rest of the season, but we were sort of robbed of that opportunity. So yeah, people are inherently now, or at least certain people are going to be more skeptical of a player like that. And yeah, those are the players that we seem to argue over the most. But I agree with you. I mean, I'm all about like looking ahead, and yeah, just because a player hasn't done it yet or we haven't seen it yet, it doesn't mean that it's not coming.
It definitely doesn't mean that it's like, that's what I'm thinking. I was like, yeah, if Burden fails this year, I don't think that means he's like a bad pick. You know what I mean? Right. Especially like where his ADP is settling right now. By the way, side note, just put the link to this draft for anyone watching in the the comment section here. So click that if you want to mock with us. We will be getting to that very shortly. Might have to start it with under 12 people for the first one here, as obviously we're just getting the stream rolling here. But if it's anything like the last a few nights ago, we might have a queue of people waiting to get in here. So get here while you can. But yeah, I think that's a perfect example. Burden, I think you'll get a lot of flack if you draft Burden and he were to fail. Whereas if Rome Odunze, you draft him and he has another Rome Odunze season for the 3rd time in a row, I think people will be like, well, like that's he was a good bet. He was 8th overall draft capital, and DJ Moore left. Where it's like I don't know. It seems to be, it's like double standard between the picks. Like they're not even ranked too far off each other right now, anyways. So something I've noticed in the fantasy community in this day and age here. Okay, so we got a comment from Camex. Hey, welcome, Camex. Obviously, you got Jeanty. Sorry to hear that in the league that we did. I see you're being smart, making some deals. They're trying to right now. Yeah, like I said earlier, though, I'm not sure that he's 100% cooked. We will wait and see, though. I feel like the fact that maybe it's the fact that they haven't even confirmed it yet. Like sometimes they can like instantly confirm, like, oh yeah, he's dead. Like, uh, yeah, Washington's a good athlete. Camex agree. Obviously, I said a polarizing prospect in the short. Ruben, welcome. Believe you're new here. Says, how worried should you be about Jeanty in a 10-team league? And your quarterback is Hurts. Wide receiver is Olave. You have Swift at running back. JMO, Hunter, Pittman, Watson, Tyson, Coker. Okay, maybe I'm assuming you typoed Swift at the wide receiver position, but he says running backs you have Cook, Jeanty, Corum, Harvey, and maybe Swift. I guess let us know there. Ruben. So how cooked are you? How cooked is he with Cook, Jeanty? Still got Olave, JMO. I mean, yeah, you're gonna have to answer. Do you have Swift or not? Because if you don't have Swift, you're cooked.
I mean, yeah, I'm assuming he wouldn't have typed Swift if he didn't
Yeah.
own him, even if he put him in the wrong section there.
If you do have Swift, like you're definitely alive, like no doubt about it. How do you get Mike Washington? That should be your biggest concern right now. You better pray you can get him.
Sounds
Smith.
like some fab might be coming in handy right about now, huh, Blake?
That's right. Yeah, you got to check out our short on Fab with Dan got with Mason from Flock Fantasy. Make sure you guys check that out. Yeah, Ruben. He says Smith. So okay, tell us, can you get Mike Washington off the waiver wire or not? Because if you can't, you are gonna have to make a trade. Who would you trade, Dan? I would almost say he might be best off trying to trade Devontae Smith for like Javonte Williams or something like that if he could pull it off, a running back in that range. He'll still have JMO, Pittman, Watson, Tyson, like Coker. That's still and Olave, of course. That's good receiver room. It is a 10 team, but
and I'm sorry, does he have Swift or no?
it's Devontae Smith.
Oh God. Oh, I see. Right. Okay.
Yeah. Dude, you'd have to drop someone. Yeah. Oh my God. Okay, go get. Yeah. Is that Travis Hunter? I'm all for Travis Hunter, but in a 10-team league, at least drop like your defense or something. Go get Mike Washington right now if it's possible. If you can add him off waiver wire, do not.
Oh yeah, I mean if you don't even have to go through waivers, if it's just like add him instantly as a free agent, like go there right this second and then you come back to the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Blake, I mean, if we do find out that Jeanty is out for the season, I mean, is this like a dump all your fab situation in just about any redraft league to get Mike Washington?
I don't know if it's a dump all your fab, but it's a dump like most of it or all of it. Because there's going to be other like backs and stuff like that. And here's the thing. The reason that's not a dump all your fab is because, and here's the thing, maybe it is if you're the Jeanty team. That's probably the only answer. Because if you're not the Jeanty team, you just drafted a lineup. You don't have any injuries. You don't have any bye weeks unless someone gets hurt by the time you drafted. So that's why I would say it's not like, what if Jeanty comes back or Mike Washington, I don't know, something happens and he fades away. Ruben drop Travis Hunter in this league for sure, 100% in a 10-team league to go get Mike Washington.
Also, I think to answer that question properly, you really have to figure out like how much is on the waiver wire. Like if this is a super shallow redraft league, especially like 10 teams, like let's say very small benches, there's going to be a lot of good names that pop up on the waiver wire throughout the year. So yeah, I don't think you just want to like blow it all now on Mike Washington in that situation. If this is more of like a 12 or 14 team league with like very deep benches and like the waiver wire is a wasteland, then that's a situation where you would consider potentially dropping a large majority of your fab on Mike Washington. So it really is kind of dependent on that.
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm just going to write in the chats here, starting the mock in a minute, okay? So, yeah, for anyone in here, it's your time to join the mock. I put it in here, the link in the description. If not, we'll fire it up. We got a half filled for the first one. And, again, maybe more people will be joining, and we'll fill the future ones. Nice, Ruben. Yeah, that's a must. I'm glad you asked us there and were able to at least pick up Mike Washington. The last thing you want to be left with is uh, Blake Corum as your RB2 for week one, where you're just like, you don't know if you're getting 3 points. He might score a touchdown and score 13. Yeah, at least you're going to get a running back for sure that will be getting carries. So glad you did that, and yeah, I didn't have to wait. Okay. While we're just about to start this here, should we and are starting it here? I'll probably start this while we're talking. Dan, should we talk a little bit about the draft guide that we're working on right now?
Yeah, absolutely. This is something we've just been working on right before we went on stream, and I think it's going to turn out really well, and I think it's going to help a lot of people. I mean, pretty much like, I mean, if any of you guys saw our recent video, basically about how to win your redraft league this season, I mean, basically, I mean, this is basically like the, PDF version of that, where we're really organizing everything. A lot of the strategies that we talked about in the video, what players we're targeting, what players we're fading, like pretty much all that stuff. And honestly, even a lot more that we weren't even able to fit into the video. Like we're packing everything into this, and it's just a very nicely organized, streamlined way to basically just get all of our best advice that's going to help you crush your drafts this year.
Yeah, I mean, basically putting everything that we would do in our own drafts in there. By the way, I actually I auto assigned you, Dan. By the way, Jonathan Taylor as punishment for being
Hey,
Mr.
I mean,
Other Draft again.
you asked me, you asked me a question like that right before I'm on the clock, and then I
It's
mean,
a
you
test.
set me up for failure on that one, Blake.
It's a
I mean, come
test.
on.
It's a test.
Good
I got
lord.
to make sure.
Good lord. I mean, come on. I need like great circumstances to even, have a chance not to go on auto when we're streaming here, and I get so easily distracted. So, yeah, you didn't do me any favors on that one,
No,
Blake.
I did. I realized once
Good
because I was
lord.
like, well, I'm not gonna make these guys wait any longer here.
Yeah, I'll take JT. I mean,
Yeah,
that's a fine pick there.
yeah. He's running back. I actually started with a wide receiver, which again, in the draft guide, we advise trying not to do in round one, but it's something that you can do, certainly. Uh, but we, again, in the draft guide, we are going to be having a lot of cool stuff in there. Again, everything you would expect probably in a draft guide, and maybe a little bit more. We're going to have basically like major targets, major fades, stuff that Dan and I both fully agree on, or at least to a very large degree, as much as you can in
Right.
fantasy. And then we're gonna have individualized targets and even fades. Also, I know for sure I'm gonna be doing the rankings. Dan, I'm sure like if you get time, you're gonna be
Yeah.
adding that your own rankings. It's kind of like color coded with. I mean, it's basically color coded positional rankings. You can see how we would draft each player, their their consensus ranking beside them, and if we want to take them or not in that, with their current ADP. So a lot of useful stuff there. I mean, that's kind of also just a little bit of scratching the surface because we're gonna have some more stuff. Obviously, pointing out sleepers. The big thing is just like those targets. We have round by round. We have at least one target, if not multiple targets for each round. So,
Yeah, and I think that's my favorite part of the guide is because I mean, rankings are nice and all, but I kind of like I don't know, like it just seems easier to use like from a practical standpoint, like when you're in your real draft, to just have like a name or two for each round of like this would be a good player to target in this round or to avoid. I don't know. To me, that just seems a lot easier to use and like very helpful in a real world kind of way.
no, yeah, for sure. Like people round by round can see. Again, we're gonna be listening to other stuff like, there's different platforms to play on, different ADPs, so you guys can see. Like, ideally in the final version, we kind of have a section where we can point out like the best value picks for each platform on there too. So long story short, with this coming out very soon, hopefully ASAP. At least, yeah, our first, like, the most important version where we have all the targets and fades and stuff like that, and then we'll probably update it as we go with some additional really awesome stuff. We are going to give you that to you guys for free in the Discord. That's it. Yeah, like no catch. Just join the Discord and click the link. That's literally it. So pretty good deal for you guys. I'd say.
Yeah. Also, another section that I thought was pretty cool is we sort of broke up the draft into like different sections, like rounds 1 to 3, rounds 4 to 7, etc., and kind of just sort of broke down like the overall strategy in those different sections of the draft. I mean, just reading like those, because we have a little blurb with each of those, basically explaining, what our approach is in like each of those parts of the draft. And even if you just like read those few paragraphs, like that breaks down very well and clearly and concisely a winning strategy for how to do awesome in your draft.
Yeah. Sorry, 1 second here. My thing unplugged. All right, there we go. No, exactly. Like the beginning of it, the round by round stuff, I think is going to be really helpful for people, especially like here's the thing for anyone, but especially if you are watching and you're just getting into fantasy, like you haven't been playing Dynasty, you're not been doing it like a million mock drafts or whatever it is, like you're just not a complete sicko. Like,
Right,
if you
basically.
have a life, it's going to be really, really, really helpful to read that guide. We basically make it as informative and like as easy to consume as possible. I think it's going to be pretty hard to like not understand exactly the optimal draft strategy in our opinion. So, yeah, and by the way, yeah, I think you're here on the clock here. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, you're definitely knew you're on the clock there. With that
Oh, I
Jeanty.
had him
Nope.
queued, but again, I was like, sleeper was lagging, and I guess I didn't hit refresh in time to. Yeah, it's sort of hard to manage that, but at least I had someone queued.
My first toot and share in a mock draft. It just has not worked out. Normally because I'm loading up on running backs, but finally get him at the 5'8" there. Definitely love that. I'm actually
Yeah, I mean,
loving my build.
I'm trying to think if I actually would have taken a running back there, already having like 3 of them. Like, in theory, probably not. But I mean, I really do love Juckins this year, and I do think he's a very nice value in the middle of the 5th round here. So probably would have had a little bit of a tough time passing on him.
It's gonna be
I
tough
mean,
to pass on a guy that might be a target on your draft guide.
exactly. There you
Got
go. Hey,
someone.
nice little plug there. Nice little plug. I
Yeah.
appreciate what you did there. But yeah, I mean, other guys I probably would have been considering were, I guess, like, yeah, Tootin. I think I had Jamison Williams also in my queue. I don't think I had Price in my queue, but I should have. Christian Watson's another good pick there. So yeah. Oh, Laporta. Oh, of course, Parker Washington. God, you know what? I always kind of forget. Like, in my head, I'm always expecting like Parker Washington to um go a little later, or I don't know. I guess I at least think I'm gonna have a chance to draft him in round 6, but I guess with how much we love him, on this channel, in this community
Yeah,
here,
not.
I guess if you don't take him in round 5, like, you might not get him.
Yeah, I mean, if me or Jacob,
Yeah,
or I mean, really just like someone that's following our stuff.
yeah, or
You're
me.
probably not
Yeah,
getting round 6, but again, like obviously in the draft guide we say that like you might be able to get them around 8 in some platforms or some leagues or even later.
ESPN. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, we have Sir in here. Sir Dinesh, welcome. It
All right,
says,
welcome.
"Am I I am trading a chain." That's a statement, not am I.
Okay.
Achan and Pickens for JSN and Tet. And depth running back. I already have JT and K9. What do we think? Okay, so Achan Pickens for JSN Tet. Oh, hold on 1 second. I gotta make my selection.
Yeah. I just got auto pick. I realized it was turned on. I went to turn it off, and like I just missed it by like seconds. But I got a fan in, so that's not a bad pick there. But my God, I got to be better here. I am so bad at multitasking. It's insane.
Okay, so Achan he bumps up to JSN, but then he bumps Pickens down to Tet. And he has JT and K9 already in his 10-team league. So
Okay.
basically, is JSN. What's
Enough
a bigger
of an
gap?
upgrade.
What's
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, you're asking like, yeah, is the upgrade from A Chain to JSN worth the downgrade from Pickens to Tet McMillan?
Honestly, in a 10-team league, I would probably say yes. And the reason why is
Yeah,
because he's already got two like stud running backs. He
right.
probably has other running backs on the roster. And if he doesn't, I mean, like again, I mean, can you go pick up Mike Washington stud running back? But
Yeah.
there could be some stuff that he can get off the waiver wire or whatever to help him. I sorry, I'm just making this pick here.
Yeah, you're good.
I honestly I think you would go JSN again. We like getting a lot of these running backs, but the fact that you get a stud wide receiver, I guess it depends on where you're at in Pickens. I think some people might think that Pickens is closer to JSN than like Tet. Like that's really how some people feel about him. I disagree. I think Pickens is much closer to Tet than he is like a JSN or something like that. Now I know that's a pretty big statement. Maybe they don't exactly think that on JSN, but a lot of people think like Pickens could just outscore Lamb. I'm not gonna be in that camp for this year personally, but obviously it's a possibility. What do you think, Dan? After you
Yeah,
pick.
here, let me just make my pick real quick. Sleeper was bugging again. Okay, I actually made a pick this time, so I got Michael Pittman here in the 8th round. But yeah, I think in a 10-team league, I mean, generally, like kind of like the short and easy answer that will apply to most situations is if you're getting the best player in the trade, like you're probably winning it in a 10-team league, in redraft. So,
It's
yeah,
shallow
getting
too.
JS, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, yeah, even more so, yeah, if in a shallow league where you're not starting that many players each week. So yeah, just give me the best player in JSN. Yeah, I'm a little down on A Chain this year. I mean, still an awesome player and should be productive. Maybe not quite as productive as he is most years though. Whereas like, yeah, I don't think there's too much reason to think that, JSN could have a down year, I guess, other than just like natural regression. But I mean, he's coming from such a high that, and I think that's why I kind of hate like the regression argument in general. Like production is never a bad thing. You know what I mean? And like, cause the higher the production is, the more room it has to come down and still be awesome. You know what I mean? So like producing is never a bad thing. It should never be used as like a strike against a player. I guess unless the market is just expecting them to do the exact same
Well,
thing as last year.
yeah.
But yeah, I'll take JSN as the, short answer
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, you're back on the clock here. Yeah. Well, I know I get what you mean on the regression thing. I do also think that similar to what that we were talking about earlier, that I don't know, maybe the regression thing. I know that you're not a big fan of it, but like for example, it's just like Saquon Barkley last year. Like that is regression right there. That is like, I mean that's now here's the thing. Now I think he's gonna
In a
regress.
good way.
Now I think he's gonna positively regress.
Yeah, exactly.
So, it's just like understanding that Saquon Barkley's probably not going to run for like 1,050-yard touchdowns again. Now, he did way worse than anyone expected, even the people saying regression. So, yeah. Camex, you are on the clock, sir. Hope that helps you, sir, and make sure you sub if, you got some questions. Again, we do start sits in the season. Join the Discord. Again, free draft guide coming out very, very soon. We'll have in the Discord for you, as we've been talking about. We will keep talking about, letting you guys know that we got that coming out because we're obviously working hard on it. Max, welcome in here. He says, I don't know if that'd be a reach or just take a receiver in the second round. Okay, sorry, I got to go back to your first comment. Oh, hold on, now I'm on the clock again. Drafted and streaming. One moment.
Hey, I'm glad I'm not the only one that at least struggles with it occasionally.
10. Oh God, yeah, because we had like some compies in here. They're eating up the quarterbacks. That's it. I'm going for Bo Nix. Going for Bo Nix early here.
All right, round 10. I mean, yeah, usually get them, a couple rounds or so later, but
yeah,
I guess they're getting gobbled up here.
Teams are drafting 2 quarterbacks, the CPU ones, so gonna have to take one now. Okay, sorry, Max. Says, what pick are you guys comfortable taking Jeremiah Love at? You're at the 104 in a 12-team league, planning on going Puka with the Ashton Jeanty injury. You're thinking there's no way a running back falls you in the second. Yeah, I think you're going to be right at the 104. Even without the Ashton Jeanty injury, I don't think it was going to be a running back that falls you. Now, you never know. Of course, maybe if you're playing with your grandma and grandpa, you might have a running back fall to you. at the 104. But if not, I would definitely not count on it. So we, I mean, here's the thing. You can tell me where you're at in Jeremiah Love, Dan. I like Jeremiah Love still as a pick. I know he's got the ankle injury. I think that his ADP, I don't think it's going to be like the greatest thing. Where did he go here? Like, I'm just trying to see. Okay, 307 here in a league with some computers and stuff like that. So, we'll see in the rest of these mocks where people are going. But I do think Love's ADP right now is kind of going to sort out by mid-third. I mean, maybe even later. Like, we'll just see what the news is. I think there's a chance he probably drops more than anything because we just know he's like hurt, and then maybe it's gonna be like, well, we don't even know if he's gonna be ready for week 1 or something, or he's not gonna split carries heavily. It's gonna be LG or whatever. So by the time you're drafting, I could see Jeremiah Love being a pretty good value, and there's definitely risk behind it that you have a running back that is not gonna be the most productive out the gate. However, if you take a look at how they actually utilized him in the preseason, was pretty bullish. Like, with the first team, it was basically just him being the lead back. Now, of course, maybe they just wanted to see something out of him, and they know what Tyler Algier is. But long story short, 307 area. Sorry, you're at the 104, though. So at the 304, I would be comfortable drafting Jeremiah Love at this very second. Now, there might be a better target for you there, though, is I think maybe the better question right now in our, sneak peek. We might have Breece Hall as a target at that 304 for you, if he's even there. Obviously, his ADP is fluctuating right now with the injury. Dan, what are your thoughts here on Jeremiah Love?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly love him as a player. There's no question about that. That's definitely like not the issue here. I mean, what I've observed in the past is, here, let me make my pick real quick. Here, I'll take Jalen Coker. What I have observed a lot in the past is a lot of times with players that have an injury in August, like right as we're going into the season. And, it's not a season ending injury, but, something that where it's a little questionable and we're not exactly sure, like maybe their week 1 status is in doubt. They might miss some time. They might not, these kind of situations. I feel like a lot of times in the past, what I've observed is that the injury is not factored in enough. People end up drafting these players still pretty high. Maybe there's a somewhat positive report that they're still expected to play week 1, or, the injury's not as bad as we initially thought. And then people end up kind of coming around and still drafting them high because they're chasing that upside. And, for good reason. I mean, upside is, means a lot in fantasy football if you actually want to win your league. So I totally get that. But a lot of times I feel like people that have bet on those players
maybe multiple
have ended up getting burned. And we look back and say, you know what? You probably just would have been better off just, avoiding that player, at least where they were getting drafted, because the injury was actually not even priced in enough.
Yeah, no, that's definitely. Oh shit, I might be getting my. Oh no, I did miss it. Sorry, I was just getting our next mock set up there.
Yeah,
Max, it's in the link there. No, I definitely hear you. Here's the thing, though. Like, there's a very good chance Love could have been underpriced already at the 2-3 turn. So, I mean, yeah, like him specifically, I still need some more time to marinate on him and get some information. I am very open to drafting him, though, is what I'll say right now. I'm very, very open to it. Here's the biggest question for Mr. Max, though. The biggest question is, if you take him, you should not just be planning on like having him as your RB2 locked and loaded. Like, you need to draft accordingly. So if you do take him there, and again, like there's a lot of time till the season, more information. So again, if you're in the Discord or just come back in the stream, we can definitely give you a far better answer on, basically where we're at and if you should make that pick or not. And obviously, you're going to enjoy the mock. Maybe you should just come on we'll let you have the 104 here and mock it up, see how you feel. But yeah, definitely something to consider if you do end up taking him is just you have to build roster construct around it. I guess I'm just not drafting a tight end here. I completely forgot to, but
yeah, I almost forgot to take a quarterback, so I'll grab my boy Malik Willis here at the end.
Yeah, I guess I would have taken Juwan Johnson, fill him in there for me. All right, good draft here. Okay, I got the link rolling. I'm gonna put that in real quick to the Discord as well. And then
So Blake, maybe I missed a word or two that you said, but what is the earliest that you would take Jeremiah Love, and what's the main way that you would roster construct around him if you did take him?
yeah, I'm truly unsure right now. The earliest I would take
Okay.
him, I would not take him ahead of Malik Neighbors, Nico Collins right now,
Mm-hmm.
but I would definitely consider still personally taking him over Pickens, even over Rice, but not 100% sure on that.
Yeah.
The biggest question to me is, do you go Brees Hall or Jeremiah Love? And they're
Okay.
both hurt.
Right.
So right now, yeah, that's easily the biggest question for me.
I mean, I'm less nervous about Brees Hall, but that's not to say that
Yeah.
I'm not a little nervous. But
I'd feel a little more certain that Brees Hall's going to help you early season, but
right.
at the same time, even though Brees Hall easily has a very massive ceiling, as we've already seen him on the Jets on a terrible offense, be RB2 overall. I do really feel Jeremiah Love has a very high ceiling, even a terrible offense. But yeah, I mean, could be the case though, where it's like you get off at a slow start and maybe he doesn't pay off, right? So and
Yeah.
you're not in the playoffs. He's a player right now. I definitely need to think.
Yeah. But I mean, I assume you're still easily taking him over Josh Jacobs and Javonte Williams, Travis Etienne, like all those types.
For now, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Again, draft guide. We'll have my final thoughts on that.
Yeah.
Uh,
But yeah, I mean, I think if I'm fairly applying my logic consistently, I mean, maybe I should question my being as high as I am on Brees Hall. I mean, I think part of it though is based on the way that we're approaching our drafts. Of course, that we talk about in the draft guide, is we really love to double tap running back in the first 2 rounds. And so I think what's so tempting is when you come back around to round 3, especially if you were drafting like in the late first. So let's say you started with something like James Cook and Kenneth Walker, or, two guys like that, and then Brees falls to you in that like late third. That's just such a fun upside swing to have as your like third running back. I mean, to me, that seems like really good roster construction. That if you're gonna gamble on a running back who's got a little bit of an injury right now, like Love or Brees Hall, that seems like a good way to do it. Whereas the challenge with Jeremiah Love is, since he typically goes in the early third, best case scenario, you got like Gibbs, Bijan, or CMC in the early first. You probably took like a, wide receiver or tight end in the late second. And then you're drafting Love as like your RB2. That's where it doesn't feel as good as like drafting Brees as your RB3.
no, yeah, I definitely get that. Like, yeah, that's why the roster construction thing's huge. If you go Jeremiah
Yeah.
Love, especially out of the 104, you're definitely going to need to be looking for a running back like a DeAndre Swift at the 4 or 5 turn,
Right.
something like that. Tootin, whoever you believe in.
Yeah,
So,
Swift. I mean, there actually are some like, pretty good running backs in the dead zone this year. I mean, it's not like quite as bad as I feel like it's been in past years. So I definitely think you can work around it. But I think maybe where some people get in trouble is like sometimes, especially when you're picking at the ends, it can be like tricky because you feel like you don't want to reach on a player. But if that player's not going to come back to your next pick and they are the best player on the board, like you shouldn't view it as a reach. So I think sometimes people kind of fall into that trap and they end up like feeling like, oh, I kind of have to take a receiver here in this, fourth or fifth or whatever. And then they just completely end up like missing the boat on running backs.
yeah, no, 100%. So, by the way, next mock draft, just get a reminder, we're filling it out here. Danny, I'll probably have to send this to you. Hey, let me just send that to you now. All right. We have, when you and I get in here, we'll have what, 4 or 5 spots left for people. I'm gonna go on the turn here this time. Make sure you guys join up. Link is in the chat. You guys will see. Oh yeah, maybe you have the 104 Hawkeyes. Mr. Hawk, would you mind giving Max the 104 if you are in the stream? I'm gonna type in the Discord here just in case.
Okay, wait, is there a spot that I shouldn't pick, Blake?
Just not the 104.
Okay. All right, I'll take.
I would manually do it for you, Max, but it unfortunately won't let me. So I'm just gonna message Hawk, see if. Oh yeah, there you go. I'm assuming your hood shrink.
And I took the 105. I feel like this is a tricky spot to draft from, so I'm going to kind of challenge myself here.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I haven't done too much from the turn here, so looking forward to that. So what is that? 5 spots left for the viewers here. Again, link is in the not only our Discord but also the description, or sorry, the comments.
Yeah, and I see we got 11 people watching right now. It's great having everybody in here. Drop a like if you are enjoying the stream and you would like to see us do more streams like this. And yeah, make sure you're subbed to the channel. I mean, this is definitely the place to be if you want to get an advantage in your upcoming redraft draft, home league, office league. And of course, we cover Dynasty here. I mean, that's our real passion here. And yeah, we'll definitely be doing plenty of Dynasty coverage as well.
Yeah, definitely locked in for redraft, though. Again, for everyone that's joining in here, obviously people are going to be coming in and out. We are working on getting you a free draft guide right now. I'm sure everyone says it that makes one that they feel really good about it. But Dan, if you're new here, Dan and I, we might be a little crazy when it comes to fantasy. Overthink things. We were already, I don't even want to call it arguing, but like, getting in some... passionate conversation about, who we want to have in our targets and our fades and, how we want to do all this. So we're working on that. Again, I think like the early version, I'll just say no promises, but I'm going to be working really hard to get the final version, the early version out tomorrow. And if we can't have that, like hopefully the next day. And this is going to be something we update as we get to draft season. Obviously, we have a couple weeks still. Still probably 2.5 weeks. So definitely keep an eye out for that and be in the Discord for the draft guide, as we will keep mentioning, because super excited to release that. And yeah, we're gonna have like a bunch of good stuff on there. Also positional rankings from the two of us, so you're gonna have a lot to look at for your drafts.
Oh yeah. And do we still have a few more spots to fill in this mock here?
Yeah, got 4 remaining spots. So anyone just coming in here, you guys can, if you scroll up in the chat, you'll see the sleeper link. Click that if you guys want to draft.
Yeah, and doing these mocks really is the best way to practice for your upcoming real draft. I mean, I always feel like if I don't do enough of these in the off season, I always end up feeling like a bit rusty in my real drafts and feel like I don't do as well. So I always feel like I have the best drafts when I've done at least a decent amount of mocks beforehand.
Yeah, and also if you guys got comments, I see some we're about to answer here while we're setting this up. Leave any comments you guys got for your redraft, dynasty, whatever you got. We will answer them. Be happy to answer them. So Arkham, welcome, says should I do Garrett Wilson, Carnell Tate, and J.K. Dobbins for Nico Collins and Diggs in redraft? So Garrett to Nico is an upgrade. And then you would send Carnell and JK for Diggs. I mean, I love Nico Collins, but again, maybe spoiler alert for the draft guide for the early ones here. Garrett Wilson might be a big target. So I would side with Garrett Wilson, Carnell Tate, and J.K. Dobbins, despite not even liking J.K. Dobbins very much. And I like Nico and Diggs. Would you have a different opinion on that, Dan? Would you rather the Nico and Diggs side?
No, I'd take the package side with Garrett Wilson there. Yeah, I think maybe Blake, because we are high on Garrett Wilson, it doesn't feel like there's a massive difference between Garrett Wilson and Nico Collins. I mean, those two receivers feel pretty similarly to me. And then, you're losing upside shot on Carnell Tate, losing a solid depth running back in J.K. Dobbins, even if we're not like huge on him. I mean, still a solid guy to have for depth on the roster. Don't want to just like give him away for nothing. Diggs is fine, but certainly doesn't have the upside of a Carnell Tate. So maybe if this was like a start 5, start 6 league, I'd have to be pretty shallow to prefer the Nico side. But I think in 95% of leagues, I'm taking the Garrett Wilson side.
Yeah, I love Nico. I think he's gonna have a good season, but I think Garrett Wilson also will have a good season. So it's really just Cardinal Tate and Dobbins versus Diggs, and
Yeah. I
uh,
mean, just last thing to consider is the Jaden Higgins injury boosting up
yeah,
Nico Collins much for you? Like,
not.
is that playing a factor at all?
Here's the thing. I think for some people, they might be like, "Whoa, like wheels up." That's kind of how it already was on Nico Collins. Like I don't
Yeah.
think Jaden Higgins was gonna stop any Nico Collins domination. But I do think obviously could impact them. Like obviously that's something very easy. I think you'd be a little crazy not to be higher on Nico to some degree after the Jaden Higgins injury. So with that
Yeah.
being said, yeah, I like Nico Collins even more after that injury. I don't really like believe in Tank Dell. Again, I think Jalen Noel's good. We like Jalen Noel, but at the same time, like I still have my expectations like tempered for a guy like Jalen Noel. So Dalton Schultz, I think, is the massive winner, as I made a short on that and featured him in the sleeper YouTube video. So,
Mm.
uh, yeah, wheels up for Nico and Schultz, but I'm still going Garrett Wilson for that trade. Again, yeah, keep leaving your comments. Julian, welcome, says, do you think it's worth the draft capital to get AJ Brown, Drake May stack? Yeah, no. So again, going over the quarterback rankings in the draft guide, Drake May is unfortunately going to be a fade for me. Again, it'll explain all that why and all my targets instead. Um, yeah, there's just no way I want to spend that capital. I don't have too big of an issue with AJ Brown. I will say there's probably receivers that I just prefer up ahead of him. Like I'd rather have like neighbors and stuff. But I get it with AJ Brown. What about you, Dan? Are you in on Drake May and AJ Brown stack at cost? That's like a round 2 and potentially round 5 or a 5-6 turn kind of. Or sorry, that's not even the turn. I guess he'd have to maybe draft him in the early 5th unless he hoped he fell to the late 6th.
So wait, would he be acquiring both of these in a trade, or is he just talking about drafting them?
He's talking about drafting them. So AJ Brown's more of like a mid to late pick in the second
Yeah.
round.
Okay.
So he'd either have to reach in the 5th round for Drake May, which
No.
you definitely shouldn't do, or you would have to. I guess if you had like Drake May fall to you on like on the late 6th turn, I mean that's behind his ADP. So I mean I guess you could talk me into that,
Yeah, but
but
here's the
but still, yeah.
Yeah, I mean the problem is if you reach to get a stack, then that's negating the benefit that you would get from the stack. You know what I mean? Like stacks are nice, like there's value in that, but then you're negating that value by reaching for it. You know what I mean? So the stack is only an advantage if it falls to you.
Yeah. So I mean, if it is there at 6'10" and that falls in, I mean, yeah. I'd be fine with it. Like if you really believe in it. I'm not saying like I don't. I think obviously they're both extremely like highly priced players for good reason. But again, the draft guide will be saying there's a lot of good quarterbacks. You'll be seeing us drafting them probably in these mocks. There's so many good quarterbacks for literally free at the end of the draft, basically in double digits. So that's why we're kind of anti Drake May. But I definitely get it if you are high on him and value that stack. We're probably not going to value it as much as you do.
Yeah, I mean I think it's a bad idea personally. I'm really not high on drafting either player this year, and they're both great players. It really has like nothing to do with that. But yeah, quarterback's just way too deep to reach on a Drake May in the early rounds. It's just too great of an opportunity cost.
Yeah,
You're gonna look back when you see like Bo Nix in like round 13 and like Purdy in round 12 and be like, yeah, why did I take Drake May and round 5 or whatever you're considering. And then as far as AJ Brown goes, I'm fading him pretty hard this year. In fact, that's probably, if I can talk Blake into it, that'll definitely be a guy featured in the draft guide as a player that I'm fading. If I can't talk Blake into it, yeah, maybe I'll have my own section of fades. But yeah, definitely a great player AJ Brown is. But from what I know, having listened to some of the smart people out there, the experts out there that know more than I do, um, including Matt Harmon. I mean, I heard him say on a recent video on YouTube that he saw the decline in AJ Brown last year. Now, that doesn't mean he's a bad player now, but what Harmon observed was AJ Brown winning in different ways than he used to, rather than like getting a lot of separation. Like now he's winning in more of a contested catch kind of way. Um, And I mean, we see this with players as they get older. They, as some of their skills start to erode, they have to find new ways to be successful. Um, so I mean, that's part of like the aging process for an NFL player, and for a great one. And I'm sure AJ Brown will adjust and find ways to be successful because he's a really good player. Um, but I don't know. The other thing too is, from what I understand, there also been some beat reporters in New England that are actually expecting AJ Brown to be used in a bit of a field stretching role. And they actually think Romeo Dobbs is going to be the slot receiver that is in the much more fantasy
Oh,
friendly role.
that's why the AJ. No, I was kidding. It's all adding up now, Dan. But yeah, I'll
Yeah.
say this about AJ Brown real quick. By the way, I I'm torn on him, but he's at the same time a player that I've never even considered drafting in one of these mocks. So
Yeah.
you could probably call that a fade.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because yeah, even if it's not a player that you feel like strongly against, but then if you just find yourself like, hey, I've done like 20 mocks and I've never once ended up this player, you actually are fading that player. You just didn't realize it.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm starting this mock and just like, yeah, it's obviously like Cam just came back. I just gave him his Bijan that we know he was gonna pick.
Yeah.
Just make sure you get it off auto draft Camex. So let's keep going through some comments here. Camex says he's pumped and nervous about the chopped league that we're gonna do. Oh yeah, we haven't even mentioned that.
Yeah.
We're gonna do a chopped viewer league. If you're in the stream right now, good chance to we're trying to figure out how to fill the league up perfectly here, but basically, if you're in the stream right now, type Daniel, how to pay.
Oh, good Lord.
Type, what do they type?
Let's see. Last time the code word was Parker. So this time it'll be, how about, I'm trying to think of another player I really like. We'll go with Flowers.
Flowers. Okay. Type Flowers in if you want to be in the chopped listener league. It will be a buy-in, by the way, but it'll probably be small. It'll probably be, I don't know, we'll have to vote on it. But type Flowers, excuse me, we're going to be giving away spots basically every stream for this listener league. And we will do a giveaway if we hit 15 likes again on this stream. See that we're already at like at least 8. I don't know. Mine never like refreshes in time, so I can't see what official we're at. But make sure you drop a like and type in Flowers if you want to get in there. And Seb, you better type Flowers then if you want in, buddy. No handouts. No, I'm just kidding, but we'll have to make sure we get Seb in there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm up on the clock here. Obviously, Jeanty, not even an option here, unfortunately, now.
Yeah.
I have really yet to draft on this turn, I believe. So I'm actually going to go ahead. Oh, yeah, I guess I get 2 picks. So I'm going to go with Hampton, and I'm going to go with Chase Brown. I don't know which one I prefer between the two, but that's what I'm going to roll with on the turn there.
Yeah, I might be cooked with that JSN auto pick because like it was probably pretty important for me to get a running back there. I don't know what's going to fall to me at the 208. So I don't know. I might be kind of forced into a 0 running back build, but I mean, hey, that's why you can't auto pick. So yeah. I'll have to learn sooner or later.
How many times we got to teach you this lesson, old man?
Hey, I'm sticking to my story of blaming Sleeper for this. They have got to improve their desktop experience. I mean, this is getting ridiculous.
Hey, talk to corporate. Go send your email in there, or handwritten letter. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll listen. Yeah, throw in the Flowers there. Oh, I copied Camex last draft. You're right. I did see that actually that you started with them.
I'm on the clock again, trying to make a panic pick here.
Oh yeah.
Oh good Lord.
Yeah, you got 9 seconds. Should I start counting down? 8, 7.
Oh,
okay, sorry. We'll answer some other questions here while you're making that pick. I will.
Good Lord.
Okay, sorry, Seb. Seb asked, would we accept Puka for Loveland, David Montgomery, in a start 2 tight end premium league? A start 2 tight end premium league. Puka for Loveland and Montgomery. Well, what's the tight end premium? Oh, 0.75. Okay. Honestly, maybe. I know you need to start 2 tight ends, but there's a lot of good value tight ends, so I'm gonna say yeah. that I would, because I don't think David Montgomery is a big enough ad for me to do that. I mean, I own some Loveland and some Puka. I don't think I would down tier off Puka at all for Loveland and Montgomery. What do you think of that, Dan?
Downgrading from Puka to Loveland and Montgomery.
But
How many players you got to start?
it's a start two tight end premium, or like 0.75 tight end premium though.
So it's a redraft league, and you have to start 2 tight ends.
No. It's a dynasty, but
Oh,
you have to start 2 tight ends. So
I see. So you definitely have to put a premium on the tight ends there. So yeah, I mean, Loveland is certainly a very attractive player to get. I mean, which he is even in normal leagues, but even more so in this league. Um, so I guess the first question is, how much of a down tier is that? I mean, maybe not as much as you'd think, and as it would be in a normal league. And then you get David Montgomery thrown in there. I mean, honestly, it doesn't sound that bad to me. I mean, especially if he needs running back help. I mean, I've never played in a league where you have to start 2 tight ends, so I wish I could speak from a little more experience. But just sort of trying to extrapolate that, I don't think it sounds that bad, but I can't speak too strongly about it, having never played in a league like that before, just being completely honest.
yeah. I mean, Seb, just tell us if it's like Loveland's, price is like completely gassed up in that format.
Yeah.
Obviously, because I don't play in that either, but if it's not that different, like, I'm going to go Puka. I mean, if it's not like a major difference, I'm going Puka. Let's keep rolling through some questions here. Obviously, we could talk about that later, Seb, too, obviously on Snapchat or something like that, or text.
Yeah, but I mean, Seb, you do probably have a better sense of like how tight ends are valued in that league, so you're probably in a better position to answer that than we are. But if you feel like tight ends get enough of a boost, like I don't think that would be a crazy trade to make. But I would say, follow your instincts on that one, based on your experience in the league and how values differ.
By the way, I'm going full psycho here on the 1-2 turn. I mean, how are we letting Brees Hall and my boy Josh Jacobs fall to me? I mean, that's it.
Oh my
Don't make
gosh,
me
I
take
love
another
it.
running back, boys.
Hey,
You're
all
lucky
set.
this isn't a real league here.
Good Lord. I mean, yeah, that's like a, team I would have built in a
Dude.
fantasy draft, like in the, early 2000s. So
Yeah.
I absolutely love it.
Here's the thing. I mean, we'll see how it looks after the of these next 4 picks, but knowing how receivers have been falling in my board, that I think I'm actually going to be like really excited about how this turns out. In fact, like, here's the thing. I'll never get Brees Hall and Jacobs on the 3-4 turn again, but if this was like a thing you could do every time, or maybe get like Javonte Jacobs, I mean, hey man, maybe I got to start. Maybe we got to re-update that video and make it the 1-2 turn you got to pick, like the literal 12 pick. Okay, gonna keep going through the comments here. Keep dropping your questions. And for Jerry, who just put a comment in, is Jeanty okay? Hey, you better light a candle right now, because it's not looking good, pal. But
Yeah.
I have a strange optimism, the fact that they haven't even like confirmed anything yet. Now, of course, I don't know. I mean, sometimes they confirm things right away, but definitely not all the time. It's just, I just have a strange optimism that he might be able to actually return this year and is not like completely cooked. But go get your Mike Washington shares. Hopefully you have him in Dynasty if you're playing Dynasty, of course. Okay. Bobby, welcome. Would you trade Rice, Igbuka, Neighbors, Parker Washington for Jamar Chase and Devontae Smith? So I'm assuming that's Dynasty. I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, we'll talk about it like it's Dynasty, I'm assuming here. Actually, that's... What do you think? Do you think that's Dynasty, Dan?
Oh, sorry. I was just
No, that can't be
queue
Dynasty.
for a second.
Sorry,
what question
that's
were
got to
we
be
looking at?
redraft. It's got to be redraft. It's Rice, Igbuka, Neighbors, Parker. The Neighbors, I think, gives away that it's got to be redraft for Jamar Chase and Devontae Smith. So basically, it's Rice, Neighbors, Parker, Washington. Okay, regardless of the format, it's gonna be a no. You keep Rice, Igbuka, Neighbors, Parker, Washington. If you cross out Igbuka and Devontae Smith,
Right.
like, I mean, obviously in Dynasty, Igbuka would be more, but I mean, you're definitely not trading Rice, Neighbors, and Parker Washington for Jamar Chase in Dynasty.
Good Lord.
You're also definitely not doing that in
Yeah.
redraft. So
Exactly.
that's a definitely.
Yeah, there's hard to imagine a format where you're doing that. Maybe a start 3 league.
That's a
yeah.
hard no. Yeah, unless you got one wide receiver slot or something like that. Yeah, hard no there, Bobby. Let us know if there's anything else we can help you with on that trade, or anything anymore. Kalon, okay, welcome. You want the little flowers? Okay, we'll get after or later in this mock. I'll start making the giveaway list for the listener league spot. Make sure you guys leave a like, 15 likes, and we're giving away a listener league chopped spot. There's going to be 14 spots. We probably have got 4, 5, or 6 spots filled right now. I forget. It probably more like 5 or 6 at least. So we're going to keep giving away. Again, we might give away more than one spot. Just make sure you guys let us know if you want a league. Type in flowers in the chat. Or I guess chopped works too, but flowers is the keyword. And if you have a chopped hairline, that'll definitely get you in the league. That's why, Dan and I are going to be commissioners of the chopped hairline league.
I mean, that should almost be like a requirement to get in the chop league. I mean, if you don't have a chopped hairline.
By the way, Tingling. Okay, I'm hoping this is true. I'm hoping this is real. Adam Schefter says, Tingling says, Jeanty only has an ankle sprain. He's good. Okay. Wow. Wait, no, Max said it too. Okay. The prayers worked.
Good Lord.
He's okay.
I mean, we can believe this? Like, this sounds legitimate here?
Yeah. Hey, Camex, don't pull the offer, buddy. I'm going to go smash it.
Rushing to accept that.
Yeah, I'm up on the clock here. I'm going for the full Dynasty Savvy 5-6 turn wide receiver pick there.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, that is an epic team you're building right now there, Blake.
Dude, I actually love this team, honestly. Like, I can't wait till we get later in. Yeah.
Good Lord. Yeah, you're wishing this was a real league.
No, yeah, if I get this in a real league, I would be I mean, yeah. I'd be making plans with the money.
Oh yeah, you're counting your money and making some plans with it for sure.
Yeah, I have a trip to Cabo already booked. All right, appreciate you guys dropping the Jeanty news. We should update the title. Jeanty is not cooked, only slightly cooked. Now it could be a really bad ankle sprain. Obviously, we will probably have to feature something in the draft guide when dropping about Jeanty. And obviously rank him lower no matter what on the ankle injury. It's not like, basically with what it sounds like right now. I mean, there's just no chance he's going to be like 100% for week 1, obviously. Most dope said it too. Okay. Appreciate you guys dropping that. Quinn says, hey guys, was in the stream last Friday. Took some advice to go from pick 7 to pick 5. Got your guy CMC. Draft went very well. Until the Jeanty news broke today. Okay, sorry to hear about that, but honestly, it's good news now. If it sounds like you got Jeanty in the second round, but unless you're just a Raiders fan, but glad you went CMC. Definitely would have been my pick, and glad you listened to the advice and liked it there. Bobby said redraft on that crazy Jamar Chase trade. Yeah, let us know if there's anything else we can help you with on that, Bobby, but definitely not even a trade I would even remotely consider taking. I know Jamar Chase is awesome, but you definitely want to keep your receivers. Seb says running back. Okay, his running backs would be Javonte Williams, Price. Tight ends would be Chig, Helm, Waller in that league. He was asking about, Dan.
Mm-hmm.
In the two tight end league. Has all his capital and some extra seconds and thirds and fourths. Okay, well, tell us if we're contending, Seb. Again, maybe better to talk off stream about that one too, Seb. Because that sounds like a pretty complicated league. Like, I don't want to give you any bad advice here. I'm sure Dan doesn't want to either. Like, you probably know that one better than we do. We're just not in a format like that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I assume Seb wouldn't be making this deal if he's not competing, because otherwise, why would you be trying to get like David Montgomery in the deal? Like you'd probably be asking for like a 27-second and play some Montgomery otherwise. So yeah, I'm gonna assume Seb's competing. So you have to start 2 tight ends each week. You can also have Chig, Helm, Waller. But yeah, I mean, it sounds like that's probably a league where you can never have like enough tight end depth. So it doesn't sound like a bad deal to me. I mean, that's my initial thought. But again, I would say like trust your own instincts, since like you know the league better than me.
Yeah. I'll talk to Seb after. You can message him too, Dan. But
sure.
By the way, Camex, are you asking what the tight end premium is to get here? How many times we gotta tell you? Goes with that. Maybe. I mean, that's not like bad value on craft. Obviously 7-1, but I'm
Hey, he's
not.
going with the bully tight end strategy and the non-tight end premium.
Explain yourself here, Camex. How many times you? You're on the clock. You're dead.
Yeah, thank
At
you.
least you didn't draft 3 tight ends through 7 rounds this time, Camex. But maybe in the chop league you'll just draft a tight end every time. For the oh yeah, Camex, like I think we have you in for the chop league, but obviously you won the giveaway last stream, so and you're also just you're Camex, so obviously you're gonna be in the chopped league. But if for some reason we don't have you in there, I'll make sure we do. Okay, Max, you said you had a redraft 2 hours ago and went Jeanty at 410. 410 Jeanty.
Good
What
Lord.
a timing
Wow.
on that. And I'm not gonna lie, like now I'm gonna be like, oh, I guess I'm sick, but like if you can get 410 Jeanty, like I would have a pretty tough time like passing up on that. Although it is a good range, but like that's probably because I'm saying that because I had some kind of optimism. It wasn't a season-ending injury. Whereas if I was really like 100% about it or like very close to it, then yeah, I mean obviously not gonna make that pick. But what a pick, Max. That's what I call max value on that Jeanty pick.
Yeah. I mean,
Thank God you didn't send me an offer in Dynasty.
hey, it takes some brass balls there to take Jeanty, like not knowing what the injury situation is, and I mean, we were all fearing the worst. So like, I don't know if I would have had the cojones to take him there, but hey, good on you. I mean, that could be, could be a nice reward for taking the gamble on him there.
Yeah, I would have loved to see what I would have done. Oh, I'm on the clock. If I got in that position.
I mean, yeah, I would love to say I would have still considered him there, knowing what we know now. But I mean, honestly, like with what the feeling was and what we were fearing, like I mean, I might have just kind of had him on my draft, off my draft board, unless he really just fell to a ridiculous spot. But that would have been a tough situation to be in.
Man, I'm gonna go at. God, this is actually a tough choice here, Pittman or Addison. I'm gonna go Addison here because perceived higher ceiling, but I do think I can maybe get like a safer receiver later. I want to get some Jordan Addison. Make sure you guys drop a like on the stream. Everyone tuning in here, got 20 or more people in here. Appreciate you having you. Yeah, having you. And I don't know what Dan, you might be leaving at some point, but if you do, I'm gonna keep rolling with these mock drafts.
Awesome.
And in probably a few minutes, I'll drop the link for the next one. You guys can pre-join that one. And we'll keep rolling through the comments here. Glad that Jeanty is okay, and that rare Viter, aka Jeanty's biggest fan. I mean, you got a sad face there, but you should be smiling. I mean, he's got 2 ACLs, and he's gonna play this season. So,
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm still afraid to be like too happy and feel too relieved at this point, just because I don't know. I mean, it's been like a roller coaster of emotions this last hour here, thinking like maybe he's done for the season, and now it seems like he's probably okay. So. Yeah, I'm trying to just kind of stay stoic here and see, fully where this lands and, what the full prognosis is. But it definitely seems like we dodged, the worst case scenario here. So I am very happy about that. I mean, I do have 3 shares of Jeanty in Dynasty. But I mean, regardless, it just would have sucked to lose a player that good, especially with all the other injuries that we're dealing with right now. So thank God.
Yeah. And just for basically the non-contact, whatever, just no pressure.
Yeah,
I would have been very scared if it wasn't like ACL to be like PCL or something like that. Just any kind of ligament in the knee where it's like, okay, at least like ankle. I mean, who knows? Maybe he needs like a surgery or something like that. Like that could still very well be a possibility. I guess we shouldn't rule that out, but
yeah.
I still feel much better about that. That they said ankle sprain specifically. That doesn't sound like something that if there's a surgery that he's cooked. I mean, or Marion Hampton broke his ankle last year and still played and came back and was producing. So honestly, sounds like best case scenario to me. And you are on the clock, by the way.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, tough pick here. I feel like you guys are drafting pretty well here.
Kamek said Kamek said he just wanted attention. And by the way, Max said this is a high level mock. He did not think Kamex would take Tootin on the turn over Monty, I believe he's saying. Yeah, over Monty. And yeah, I mean, Max, we got a good community here. I mean, Parker Washington's not going to be falling to pick 100 like in sub leagues. Where did John Brooks go? Where's he? I mean, if he's on the board, I can just retract my statement, I suppose. But I think he's long gone, probably now.
Yeah, and I do feel like for what it's worth, picking from the 5 spot here, I anticipated it'd be tougher. And I mean, obviously, I had some mishaps with the auto pick, which didn't help my cause here. But I mean, just even throughout it, even when I wasn't auto picking, I do feel like it's been kind of a tricky spot to draft from. Obviously challenging, trying to stream at the same time and like really focus on this. But and yeah, I think people are drafting like pretty well in here for the most part. So yeah, definitely not easy selections when I've been on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I think they, clearly slipped up. Let me have Brees Hall at 312 and Josh Jacobs at 4-1. Oh, yeah. But outside of that, of course, yeah, I think it's been pretty good here for drafting. Like, Tony Pollard 8-3 is good to see as well. Like, I don't want to see people in our drafts taking Tony Pollard round 7.
Yeah.
J.K. Dobbins falls to round 9. Again, that's good to see that he's not being also taken around 7 like ADP might have them. So very happy that our viewers are, doing some stuff that's definitely going to be also in the draft guide.
Yeah, for sure.
Without us having to, without them having to read it. Okay, round 9-12. I guess I'm just going to have to take Alec Pierce here for the build.
Yeah, you've really been hammering wide receivers. Yeah, making up for those 4 running backs in the row to start off. So, yeah, I mean, I think, this is exactly the way you should be handling this if you actually did take 4 running backs with your first 4 picks. So, yeah, I really like the way you're building, Blake.
I'm going to do something here. I'm going to go scribbling because I can't wait. And going to be a little early, but I'm going to be feeling really good about this big group of receivers here where I can just kind of go any way I want now.
Yeah, I love that pick. That was gonna be my next pick if you fell to me. In fact, I probably even should have been my pick with the last one. Yeah, just knowing this league being a little smarter than most here.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, yeah, Seb said he's in the middle, so yeah, I'll talk to you later on that. Camex said you'll be in the Chop League. You promise. Love being in here with y'all. Appreciate you. Love having you here, Camex. And, I mean, just make sure you draft 3 tight ends in the first 9 rounds of our Chop League as well. I'll enjoy picking them off the waiver wire week 2.
Yeah, I mean, don't stop now.
Yeah. Max said, "Oh shoot!" Max said he didn't take him somewhere there. Someone else did. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I thought you meant you took him there. Okay, well, good luck. Good luck playing against that guy's team now. But yeah, that would have been an insane value if you got him. But oh well. Yeah, I saw that report. Be careful on Monty. I mean, he's been kind of a guy that, a lot of smart people have been high on, again, including us, have been telling you to buy him in Dynasty for like a second, but I'm at least a little like hesitant on him now for sure. He wasn't like a very big target of mine in redraft, like kind of this dead zone for one reason or another, even though I still think he's I completely get why everyone else is there. But like this kind of like, I don't know, like confirms it for me. Like I just don't think I want to take Monty unless I'm absolutely forced to. I think the issue is just like Tootin and Swifter there, and I prefer both those guys to Monty. So, and you might have to, and sometimes Monty just goes first. So that's probably why I've never taken him in a mock. But Dan, you were up on the clock, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I better get a tight end here before all of them get gobbled up.
Oh my God!
Thanks to Camex here. So give me
gonna have to ban him.
So yeah, I mean, Juwan Johnson. Yeah, other than him, there weren't too many other tight ends that I'm that excited about. Otherwise, I'm getting in that like Dalton Schultz kind of range, and that's a sad range. So
Yeah.
Juwan Johnson's kind of like my last tight end that I feel pretty good about before it kind of falls off a bit of a cliff, at least in the way it feels to me.
Yeah. And like double A, welcome. Just joined. Yeah. It sounds like with what we're getting right now, information that Jeanty should be okay, as in he should be playing this season. I mean, we still don't know like the degree or the timeline here, but good to know that he will be not missing the entire season by the sounds of it. So very good to hear.
Absolutely.
Got to take Bo Nix at the 11-12. A lot of quarterbacks been flying here. A couple one guy auto drafting 2 quarterbacks, and a CPU took. Yeah, both CPUs took 2. That makes sense. When we're ready to hypothetically trade for Kamex's tight ends in this league, in this mock draft, he'll be ready. Kamex, what the hell is that? Let me have a tight end, Max said. Hey, you said this is high level. I mean, this is high level from Kamex, because he's making sure you don't get a tight end here, Max.
I mean, I should have invited Camex into my 5.0 tight end premium dynasty league.
God.
He was just like made for that league now. How am I just now realizing this? I mean, what a missed opportunity for both of us here.
No, for sure. You would think this is a 10.
And for anyone wondering, like 5.0 tight end premium, yes, I did not misspeak. Like that, I am in a real league with a 5.0 tight end premium, and it is fun as hell.
You're on the clock again here, sir.
All right, we'll swing on some rookie upside with Cyrus Allen there, since you sniped me on Stribling.
Yeah. Here, I'm going to get the link for the next draft, by the way, set up here.
Okay. And are we all caught up in chat here, or is there anything we haven't read yet?
For the time being, Kamek said it's funny because all these guys could pick here at tight end, could have a good season.
And Camex just wrote, that's a league tailored for me. Yeah, I would agree. So, hey, Camex, next time we get an orphan team come up in there, you are going to be the first person that I DM. You have my word. But yeah, that definitely is a really wacky league, but it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of unique scoring in it, like crazy big play bonuses and all kinds of like first down bonuses. So like all the scoring's pretty juice, but yeah, the tight ends especially, needless to say.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, hear the news on Jeanty Barrett. Welcome. Yeah, we were just hearing, we got a lot of updates as we've been streaming here. That it is just an ankle sprain, which is really good to hear. So, oh wow! Damn it! I got an auto draft. It auto drafted me Jared Goff. There it goes. But yeah, we'll definitely have to get some more information to settle on where we're actually going to be ranking Jeanty.
Yeah.
Obviously, need a lot of information on that part, but yeah, it does sound like it's going to be good. Got a good time to plug that. That we're going to be releasing the draft guide very, very soon. We will let you know in the Discord. Make sure you're in there and make sure you're subbed because the draft guide will be free. All you guys got to do is literally just click the link in our Discord when it drops. And like we've been saying, it's got pretty much everything you guys are going to need to have a good draft. Like literally just everything. Just like
pretty much like all of our best advice, strategy, targets, fades, everything that we could give you to help you crush a redraft draft. It's all going to be in this guide. And we're also going to be constantly adding to it, updating it. It's going to be a live document. So, I think there'll be a lot of value in there for anyone that wants to do well in their upcoming redraft draft.
Yeah, I mean, we're all for supporting creators, but if you don't want to spend any money on whatever, sorry, I'm just trying to look up this pick. There we go, Evan Johnson. You don't want to spend any money on draft guide
or blueprints or whatever. Yeah.
Gonna be a very good alternative because putting a lot of effort in. Again, gonna have like everything you need for target. Like, gonna have like so much, just like reef resources for you, like positional rankings, each of ours, targets between us, and then individual targets for us. Again, because we're gonna have different opinions on certain players, individual fades, just everything you need is gonna be in there. So very excited to get that out to you guys for free. Make sure again, you guys are subbed in the Discord for that.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I've really been enjoying putting it together so far
Yep.
because I'm actually a writer. I think I've like talked like a lot about that. Used to be like a full-time newspaper reporter, journalist. Um, and so I still do a little freelance here and there, but like I don't write as much as I used to. I'm more into photography now, at least in terms of how I'm making my money and everything like that. But I still love to write. It's still a huge passion of mine. So what's been fun with this draft guide is writing some of these player breakdowns of the players we're targeting and fading. Yeah, it's definitely allowed me to like really explain my case for some of these players in like a very, I guess, like more intentional way, a more precise way, rather than just sort of like, I mean, because sometimes on these like live streams and even like the videos we record, I mean, we're not writing a script word for word, right? So, but yeah, taking a little more time to like really lay out the case and just utilize my writing skills has been a lot of fun. So I think you guys will enjoy those. And yeah, maybe I'll even talk you into some of my favorite players that any of you have been skeptical on.
Yeah, come for all the takes. Stay tuned for the Dan. What would exactly even call it? I was gonna say
Hey,
calligraphy, but that's not the right.
how about wordsmithing? If that's a word.
Yeah, come here to stay for Dan cooking. Let's just say that with with the wordsmith that he is. I'm just dropping the link, by the way. Just dropped it for the next mock. You guys want to keep rolling? We'll let you guys be the judge here. Again, just let me know if you got to go.
Yeah, I'll probably run in a minute. Yeah, I definitely won't hop in the next draft, so I'll let someone take my place, and I'm sure they'll do a better job of not going on auto pick than I would have done.
Yeah. Make sure you guys keep dropping your comments. We'll answer all of them. Max was trying to say, perfect moment for Charlie Kohler. Never, never, never. That's all I gotta say. Not over my dead body. Samuel said there's always one or two people on auto. Yeah, especially in a 14-round mock draft. Always going to have a person or two at the end of the day on auto, that's for sure. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, I assume most people here have never been like trying to draft while they were on stream, talking and entertaining everyone. So it's harder than it looks.
Yeah. Speak for yourself. Happens to the best of us, man. Jared Goff.
I mean, especially for someone like me. I mean, yeah, multitasking is not my forte, as you guys can clearly see. So, but hey, doing the best I can here. Maybe it's an acquired skill here, drafting and streaming at the same time. I mean, I can't get any worse at it. I mean, it's I'm only gonna get better. It might take a while.
It might take a really long time, but hey, hopefully.
Yeah.
No, hopefully. Hopefully we'll get improved here, but yeah.
I mean, for sure.
I'm not good at multitasking either, so I definitely understand.
Yeah.
Just
men
not quite in general.
Just not quite as horrible as me.
Yeah, just men in general aren't good at multitasking.
Yeah.
Some better than others, but
I think that is true. Yeah.
It is. Yeah. That's why women are always complaining about us not being able to multitask. Okay. Max, Max Trinko, because we have a couple Maxes in here. We will review your team here. And again, just let me know if you want to go, Dan. Max team 4. But
yeah, I'll probably sign off here. But yeah, just want to say, it's been a fun stream and appreciate having everyone in here. Definitely a fun night here. So I'm going to take off here. But yeah, definitely drop us a like if you've been enjoying this. And Blake, I will let you take it from here.
For sure. Yeah, I'll see if I can get another mock in here. Have a good night.
All right. Sounds good. You too.
All right. I'll just fix my camera real quick. Maybe I'll make it bigger or something. All right. You're stuck with me now. All right, let's get this mock filled out here, fellas. What do we got here? We got 8 spots left. Link is in the description. Or not the description, it's in the chat. Go ahead, click on that. I'm going to do the giveaway while we wait here for the Chopped League listener, whatever. Listener League Chopped position. So if you want to get in our Chopped Listener League, there will be a small buy-in that we'll vote on. Make sure you leave a comment flowers. Hopefully you guys are in here that were commenting flowers earlier, by the way, because, yeah, I meant to tell you that we're going to do the giveaway now. And we will be giving away a position in the league right now. And just to motivate you even more, we're going to do a wheel spin. Because who doesn't love a wheel spin here? All right. I'm going to throw Seb on here. He's going to make him earn it. Hawk. And then I got to scroll up for the other guys. Kalon. Chemex, you don't have to do it, of course. Oh, we only have 3 people on the wheel here. Don't make it too easy on Seb and Hawk. If you guys are just joining, we're going to keep rolling with another mock draft. Got the link in the description. Make sure you click that to join the mock. And leave any questions you got in here. Dynasty, redraft, whatever you got, I'll answer it. Chemex, you say, again, there are 3 promises in life. Death, taxes, and Dan auto-picking in the first. You got that right. And the second. Hey, don't feel bad. Data-driven Dynasty got auto-picked in that fantasy league we are in that he streamed. Oh, did he actually? Who did he get auto-picked? Did he leave it? Like, I would have paused if I got auto-picked. And obviously, as long as a bunch of picks didn't come off. After. Now you need... Oh, yeah, sorry, Max. I'll give you your review of your team here. I just want to make sure that we got the wheel set up. I didn't forget about that. And, yeah, just making sure everyone knows about the mock here. We got... Yeah, okay, we're only 4 spots left now, so make sure you guys are joining. Again, you just scroll up. There's a couple links for it. The sleeper links. And make sure you typed Chopped or Zayflowers or both to get into the Listener League wheel spin. Oh, yeah, I think Max, I think the other Max said he wanted into it. I don't know. I'm going to put you on here just in case. Max non-value, I'm going to call you. Okay, Max non-value. It's time to look at your thing, your draft real quick. Or the 104. That's right, you were asking about AJ Brown. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I hit the AJ Brown pick, but he probably is the closest thing to a fade for me in round 2. Personally. Because, yeah, I would take Neighbors and stuff ahead of him. Kyron as an RB1 safe. I don't even want to say safe floor. I'm not crazy about him, but I don't hate him as a pick. Obviously, it's kind of priced in that Blake Corum's a thing. But I would prefer Javonte Williams over him, personally. Ibuka at 4.9 is an amazing pick. Big follower there. I guess Dan couldn't pick him because he didn't have a running back one. Okay, Monty I'm not crazy about, especially with that news, but here's the thing. I mean, I'm not crazy about really any of those running backs behind him anyway, so definitely feel your pain about getting sniped about 2 in there. That would have been my pick. Daniels 6'9". Yeah, it looks like quarterbacks were getting taken early this draft. I like Daniels as a 7th round pick. So, I mean, I guess if you could just swap, you know, if you would have got the same guy anyways, like if you would have taken Harvey anyways, like, yeah, it doesn't really matter. But I definitely would have went with, like, Odunze there, even though I'm not, like, huge on him, and then hope that Daniels fell around to me. I would much rather have him over Harvey. Sorry, by the way, I'm not trying to pick apart your draft. I'm just trying to give you like all my thoughts there since you asked, Max. Um, Obviously, yeah, the big thing is like, again, you'll see in the draft guide when we release it. You definitely. Oh, the mock draft's full. Okay. Okay, perfect. We'll start this here. How about this? I'll start it right now, and I'll make my pick, and I'll just quickly go through the rest of Max's team, and we'll do the giveaway while we're doing the mock. Yeah, the tough thing here is you go 0 RB. I do like that you get Harvey, I guess, for the 0 RB build. And Rashad White's a really good pick in round 10. Really like that. Really like the digs, the Pittman picks late. I think you Boston. I think you closed it out good. I think I would just switch a few things like Javonte over Kyron personally. Again, Brees Hall over Kyron personally as well. Josh Jacobs over Kyron actually. I mean, honestly, like that's really, yeah. And then you got screwed on David Montgomery. So not too much that I hate about that draft or anything. I think it was pretty good given the cards that were dealt there. But yeah, going hero/0 RB not great this year. If you have to do it. So okay, well the mock draft got full. It is going here. Make sure you guys drop a comment if you want to be in the listener league. This will be the final warning. I'm gonna do the wheel spin in like a minute here. Just type in flowers or chopped, and you will get entered into the wheel spin. If you win, you got your spot in the chopped listener league, which should be a lot of fun. If you haven't played a chopped league and you don't even know what that is, maybe you don't even know what it is. The bottom team every week gets eliminated until one person is standing. It's a 14-team league as well, so it goes through 14 weeks. Going to be a ton of fun. Max, glad you appreciate the feedback. The one thing I would say there, the quarterbacks went early in that draft, and if you go with a draft like that, I think you shouldn't go elite quarterback unless a value falls. Again, that's something in the draft guide that we talk about. Is that the quarterback and tight end position is just in general is something that we want to fall to a value before we take it. For example, my first draft, I took Trey McBride at the 307, despite Trey McBride not being a target for me. He just fell to a spot where he was the best pick on the board, clearly, and I had to take him. Now, if he was there at the 301, I wouldn't have taken him. So, it's kind of the same thing with Jaden Daniels and stuff. I like him as a pick, but he's not a value at the 609 for ADP, so I'm just not crazy about that. You know what I mean? I want to see if I can get Jalen Hurts later. I think he went earlier in that draft, but again, that's kind of an outlier. Some drafts he might go like round 8. So Camex, you said AJ around the late second is pretty crazy. Does that mean like early or late? Because I see him go all over the place, but like normally in the late second. Oh, Max, you said you're in enough leagues. Don't add me in the chop league. Fair enough, but hey, man, if you lose week 1, you don't even worry about that league. But no, I'll remove you then. I couldn't remember if you put your name in there. Mark wants in. Mark, I'll add you. Welcome. I think you're new here. Again, reminder for anyone that is new here, the draft guide that I was just talking about, we're working on and are going to get that to you in our Discord. Again, we'll definitely go live when we drop it. But super excited for it. Gonna keep talking about it. Make sure you guys, obviously, that are coming in are aware of it. I think it's my first time drafting on the 101. That was my first time the last one. If you missed it, I deleted it, but no, I didn't. Drafting out of the 112 spot. I thought that was an insane draft, except for the fact I got auto drafted Jared Goff, and for the fact that Camex was trolling and drafted like 9 tight ends, so I couldn't get a. I mean, actually, I like the Schultz value, but. Obviously, I don't want Dalton Schultz as my tight end one. Max Value wants to be in the league. All right. Sounds good, Max. I don't want you in the league because I want money, buddy, but I'm just kidding. But I'm glad you want it because I'm pumped for the league personally. Oh, baby. I mean, Gibbs. Here's the thing about the 101. Gibbs' neighbor should be illegal. Like, This is the issue about the 101 though. Once you take him and like Nico Collins is gone for me, I'm like, I'm not too crazy about this spot. Yeah, I mean, I guess I keep forgetting that I have Gibbs though at the 101, like that I have a running back. So I'm gonna go Rashee Rice. I don't love it. That's the one thing I don't like about this turn. Like if Brock Bowers and Neighbors was there, and you could start Gibbs, Neighbors, Bowers, holy crap. To me, that would be the dream 101. Let me know in the comments what you think about that. I mean, I feel like that would be like the greatest start of all time out of the 101. Obviously, something else could fall and it could be better, but that's a pretty realistic 101, is getting Bowers, Neighbors, and Gibbs, of course. Yeah, we'll do this. We'll spin in a second. Again, just basically last call here. Got 5 people in it. If you want in, now is the time to tell me that you want into the Chop League. Just comment Chopped or Zayflowers. CMC Jefferson. What a start. Good start here from Chin. Bijan, Bowers, Gibbs. Or Bijan, Bowers, Pickens. Obviously very close to what I was talking about, wanting Bowers and Neighbors. Oh, Seb, you're cooking, buddy. Actually, it seems like just about every team I'm reading has a good draft here. Like Hawkeyes, I mean, I'd hate that you don't have a running back Hawkeyes, but I love the players he picked. Seb with Jason. How did Hampton fall to 208? How did that happen? Camex goes Camex, you really said he's got 2 ankles. I'm taking him at 111. Doesn't matter. I'm taking him higher than I would have taken him before. At least you didn't draft a tight end there, Camex. Okay, let's do the wheel spin here. Not seeing any more comments. Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? It's Seb. I'll leave you guys in here. I can't see how many likes we're at. Someone comment how many likes is on the stream right now. I'm seeing 11, but it never updates for me. We'll come up with a like goal on that for the next spot. Oops. Oopsie. Dude, look at this guy cooking. Michi Luther. I like that start. Reminiscent of what I just did at the 1-2 turn. I love that Garrett Wilson's your wide receiver 1. I guess I don't love the fact that you have Brees and Wilson, but I'm not gonna overthink that. Okay, 11 likes. Okay, so it was updated. Okay. Okay, one more. If you get it to 15 likes, if you get up to 15 likes and or 630 subscribers, we're 3 off that. We'll do another spot giveaway for the Chopped Listener League with 3 more subscribers or 4 more likes. Make sure you guys like and sub. I don't know how it's possible. I keep looking at everyone's team, and everyone's got like an awesome start. Like normally I don't like someone's start. I mean, actually, I guess like Lewis, I don't love your start, but here's the thing. Like I completely get why you would take Love and like Kyron there. That's exactly what we want to do, is take 2 running backs on the turn. I just think I guess the reason why I don't love it is just because the value's not good on that turn, and there's nothing really you can do about it. It really has nothing to do with, like, I like that you took the running back structurally though, so that's kind of why I'm not even complaining about your start there. I think it's pretty good. Bro, that inactive guy took Josh. Has he been auto drafting the whole time? I feel like he was drafting at the start. And I think someone left. Okay, it's updating for me now. 13 likes, so 2 more likes. And we'll give away that next spot. Again, if you want into the listener league, or the listener league chopped, just comment chopped or flowers. And we'll get you in. Oh, baby, here we go. Gotta go Tootin here. Oh, baby, gotta go Bird in here. There we go. What a start. What a start. Obviously, I know Tootin is not the safest running back to begin with. Obviously, Swift would have been a lot of people's choice there. But I prefer Tootin. I mean, you could definitely talk me into Swift being the pick there for just safety as an RB2, but I'm swinging for the fences here, baby. Obviously, I can draft some running backs later to give me some other kind of escape plan if Tootin doesn't work out, but very happy with the start. Take a look how other teams are going. God, Chin, I loved your draft until you took GJ Moore. At least you took him like probably behind ADP, but spoiler alert, have him as an avoid on the draft guide. A lot of people like DJ Moore, it seems like. I'm not a fan of all of his like 1.29 yards per route run last year, 15% target share. I mean, that is, I know that his ADP is literally just there because he's on Buffalo pretty much, but not a big fan. Maybe we can talk you out of that one on the draft guide, but obviously I get like a lot of people pick him there. In fact, oh, there, okay. Parker Washington. Okay, Luther. Did Max invite you, Luther? I'm starting to get suspicious here. Because I was going to say, Parker Washington going at 5'9". I would have taken Parker Washington over DJ Moore. Now, I'm not saying I would have taken Parker Washington at 5'02", but I would have Parker Washington above DJ Moore. That's the Dynasty Savvy special. How are you guys feeling about your drafts so far? Damn, the truth cooking here. If you go no running back through 2 like on this turn, which by the way that is like insane. That is psycho to not. I mean I love London, but that is psycho. But somehow it worked. I don't know how you made that work, truth. But I mean you could have had Lamb and Jefferson, but I guess you like London and Brown more. I don't know if you guys saw like the flock draft, but ETN went like round 5 and like not even I don't know, he maybe went like 502. I'm not even an ETN guy, but that's crazy to me in elite, like, you know, and especially obviously running backs getting pushed up in all the leagues, but especially in a league like that, I couldn't believe he fell that far. Like I think someone took David Montgomery over ETN. I could be wrong about that. But there's no way in hell I'm taking David Montgomery over Travis Etienne. I think that's crazy. Yeah, okay. Max, you did invite him. See, here's the thing. I just know when I see this draft, that's just I mean, bro is cooking right now and drafted Parker Washington at the 509. I mean, that was that giveaway. See, I know it's not Jacob on an alt because this would have just been like all wide receivers or I don't know. It would have been more just like Jacoby dynasty players. Like the amount of times I've seen Jacob's draft without realizing he was even in the draft or like what spot he was at. And I'm like, oh, this is such a Jacob. Oh, it's literally him drafting. Okay. I'm not even going to look at the running backs. I need to click Marvin Harrison there. Oh my God. Okay. Yes. Ramondre. Yes. Okay. That I actually love that. Holy crap. I was trying to think who could fall to me at the 7 or the 6-7 turn for this build with Tootin. And I completely forgot Ramondre existed. I was like, please don't be... Like, please don't make me take Harvey. I think Harvey can be a fine pick there. Because I don't like Dobbins at all. But I'd like Coleman more as a value if I want to attack that backfield. So, Stevenson there feels really, really good. Very happy with this team. A little Brooks Harvey. Double tap from Chin there. That's fun. I like the Godwin pick. I know a lot of people don't like Godwin. It's kind of why I like him. Goes pretty late. A lot of times you can get him around 8, though, I will say that. Hawkeyes, damn you. Two more likes to give away a spot for the Listener League. Maybe I'll go check that out. You love this draft, you wish it was real. Yeah, that's a fun start, other than the fact that you drafted a guy with one ankle at 111. That is a good start, though, I will say that. Okay, max value. Now we're tight end maxing here. Okay, Max. Give us the pitch here. Here's the thing. I love Loveland in tight end premium dynasty. I'm a minimum at the market, if not a tad higher. However, going through the draft guide today, I have something called a roster construction fade. It's not a fade because I'm like, I think the player is ADP is wrong. It's a fade because I think it makes no sense. And I know this is a mock draft, but Loveland is one of those players where I think he's a roster construction fade, where I just think you should just go down the board. Obviously, in this one, you took Tucker Kraft, Tyler Warren at the 603, or again, Kittle just got activated. He went a couple rounds earlier. Normally, like, Kittle's a round 9 pick. I would rather target someone down the board than Loveland at the 4-3 because that's such a good spot for receiver, maybe even running back. So I currently am thinking of putting him as that roster construction fade. Do you have anything to talk me out of that? Seb says he's cooking. Yeah, I don't know about that Michael Wilson pick, pal, but to be fair, I mean, not great receivers have came off since, but I would take Addison. I know that you don't need to take Addison around 7, of course, but I'm just not too big of a fan of Michael Wilson. Other than that, though, actually, here's the thing. No, I have Burrow as a fade, especially in the 5th round. Again, just because there's so many good wide receiver values that I can't do it. Okay, I finally get a spot where Jackson Dart actually falls to me. Take him. I mean, 9-1 Lemon. I just don't know how I'm going to... Just not sure how I'm going to be able to pass that up. Obviously, I could go Pittman here. That could be a... Nah, I got to go Lemon. Can't pass on wide receiver 5 Lemon. If Jeanty has a leg, he's good. What player behind Loveland outscores him in the flex is your counter? For, like, just what player in this range outscores him? I mean, I think like anyone here could outscore him. Like, Garrett Wilson. I mean, obviously, like, I guess like someone like Adams, Ted, Igbuka. Obviously, Burden could outscore him now. I mean, you're getting him at much of a discount, but it's not as much that. It's just that, like, you can literally go to like round 10 and click like Dallas Goedert or not around 10. Like, I mean, normally you get them later than that, but you get the point. You could get one of these like late tight ends. Again, maybe even like Kittle. I mean, hopefully that's not true. Maybe that's a really good pick by, what is that, like Andrew or something. Hopefully Kittle's not a 7th round pick, or is that not trending there? But he might be. But like Kittle is always a guy I like at like 9.5 or something like that. I just like would way rather pick that. And I would say he could outscore Loveland if he's just healthy, or at least like once he's healthy and up to that value. But it's just that like I don't know if you're getting a receiver that even contends with these guys in these later rounds. Obviously, I mean if Diggs is really going 9.7, I mean I think that would be a good counter argument, or even Lemon 9.1. I think these guys just fell to a value personally in this draft, but. I mean, let's say you could have taken a running back. Let's just pretend ETN or something was there, like he is a lot of the time. I'm not even crazy on ETN, but I would rather take him instead of like, I would rather take like the 2v2 of ETN and I don't know, just like, insert tight end in some round here. I mean, again, like if say like Kittle or something or Pitts, like in maybe some, like I don't know, I want to say like a sharp draft might fall where you don't have like the computer drafting and stuff like that, or a couple auto drafters. I would rather like go with that start than I would like, like Loveland and like JCM or something like that. I didn't hear you were the one that took JCM, so I think that's like a perfect example for me. Is like I would far rather the opposite of that personally, despite obviously really liking Loveland. No, I'm with you on like the scat thing. That's why I used ETN as an example because he's normally there. And the one thing about like tight end, again, like I mean, I'm not really like using this as an argument in Dynasty because I just think like Loveland's a good enough talent to like justify his cost, especially in those heavy tight end premiums. But in like non-tight end premium, like if he's not pushing McBride level scoring, like it's just a really bad pick. Like a really bad pick. Like if he's just like the tight end 7, like that's a really bad pick. Like he needs to be like so clearly above these other tight ends. And I know you could like apply that to like the receivers and the running backs and stuff like that, but like it's way harder to get a running back and receiver way down the board. Like especially one that you like fully trust. Whereas like tight ends, and like obviously it's hard to get those guys off the waiver wire. Whereas like tight ends very easy to get off the waiver wire. You could like, there's like always like a Jonnu Smith or something like that. Harold Fannin every year. So I think that's like also another kind of point I would add to Loveland. But obviously, yeah, like that's kind of why he's a roster construction fade because like I'm not even trying to like. Oh wait, shoot! I'm gonna get auto picked here, but I'll pull it down. Hold on, Rashad White probably makes sense for this build. God damn it! Why do I keep getting sniped on Goddard? All right, I'll wait. I'll wait on tight end. Who took Stribling? Where did he go? Damn it! He went way long ago. Damn you, Chin. Golly. I mean, I guess I'm just taking Deebo Samuel here. Don't feel good about that. I mean, I don't mind loving one Deebo Samuel. I think that's perfectly fine, but I do have a lot of receivers now. But I guess there could be some question marks here with the neighbors and Burden and stuff like that. So gives me a little bit of potential week 1 projection. Woog, welcome. First time in the stream, I believe, so welcome here. I have no idea if you're first time joining the stream. You are interested in liking the stream to get us to 15 likes and type in Chopped if you're interested in getting a Chopped listener league. Because we are 2 likes away from giving away a spot. And if you don't know what a Chopped league is, like some people might not because it's new to Sleeper, you are the bottom team that in scoring in points scored every week gets eliminated until one person is standing. So going to be a very fun time. We're just giving away spots on the stream up until we draft. For the viewers, and let us know if you got any questions. Burrow is a fantasy god. Speaking of God, his line was god awful this preseason. I mean, yeah, Burrow's amazing, but like, I just don't understand like why I draft him there in the 5th round when I could get him in like the 8-9, Darter the 8-9 turn, or like Trevor Lawrence. I guess he went computer in round 9 here, but he normally goes like earliest round 10 or round 11 or something like that. Jalen Hurts is almost in the 8th round. Like, I just can't talk myself into that. 2 more likes. That's right. 1 more like. 1 more like now, and we will give away another spot. Love to help out. Appreciate that, Woog. Again, let us know if you actually want to get in that shop league. We can get your name entered. Should be a lot of fun. Obviously, got a lot of the guys from the community here and some new faces. It should be a ton of fun. I mean, we almost might kind of like make some content on the Chop League too. Maybe kind of like a weekly stream kind of thing where when we boot up the stream each week, we could talk about who got eliminated, kind of the players they got, some guys got on the waiver wire. Would love to make a little bit of content on, that listener league. I think it would be a lot of fun. Okay. Okay, Max. Yeah. We're definitely on different levels of Lovell and Glaze because you have him ranked over McBride. So yeah, I mean, all right. I won't even further entertain the Lovell and roster construction fade then if that's true. So I mean, to each their own. Yeah. Mark, dang it, auto-drafted kid needed food, lol. Okay, you're going to have to re-comment that, because that is not English, my brother. Who did you take and who did you want? I'm actually not even sure which one you are in here, because I don't see a guy named Mark in here. Maybe like Woody Marks is who you meant to say? I'm not sure. All right. Honestly, I'm having such a tough time because I have so many running backs and receivers in this draft that, like, I'm not even sure. And all the tight ends are freaking gone, man. Denzel Boston, I just got to click, I guess. Hawkeyes, damn you. Want Mike Washington. There's not even a reason to draft a tight end, but I'm just struggling here on the Dylan Sampson. Can't go wrong with Dylan Sampson. At the back of the bench, hello, Billy Bob Fish. Welcome, sir. You got any drafts coming up, Billy Bob? Luke had the 101 today and started Gibbs. Neighbors Bowers took Bowers over Rashee Rice. No, dude, like, that's funny because you joined here. So, like, you might not even be able to see since you joined. I'm at the 101. I went Gibbs, Neighbors, Rice. But here's the thing. I said if Chin didn't take Bowers, if he took, like, Rice or Pickens instead, I said that Gibbs, Neighbors, Bowers might be the greatest start you could possibly have on the, like, in any draft spot. Now, of course, you only have one running back, and that's not optimal, as we talk a lot about on this channel and in the upcoming draft guide. But if you're going to go with one running back through 3 rounds, you better have Gibbs, and you better have Bowers and Neighbors, in my opinion, because that feels like an illegal start. So, yeah, I mean, I think you absolutely cooked, my man. Like, I think that is phenomenal. Now, that, I mean, does it end up working out that way? I really hope so. I really hope I'm right about that. But, like, Bowers is a tough guy to draft. And I don't say that, like, because I don't believe in him. I think Bowers is going to destroy this year. Like I was just saying about Loveland potentially being, even in round 4 here, a roster construction fade in the guide. Bowers, for the same reason, is a tough guy to take unless you're kind of forced to here. And when I say forced, I mean, like, I'm happy to take him on this turn. The reason I don't love to normally do that is just because, yeah, there's a lot of value down the board on tight end and quarterback in the 1Z positions. So when you got to take Brock Bowers, that is a phenomenal start. And, yeah, I love that. So that's pretty funny though, because I was definitely wishing I had that start in this mock, and if it was a real draft, I would have been not too happy about that. So who else did you end up taking in that draft? Also, leave one more like, and we'll spin the wheel for the next listener league spot in the Chop League. And again, if you're new here and you want in, drop a comment letting us know that you want in the listener league. Bowers is a roster construction fade when you can get Kolar every draft in the last round. I mean, hey, you got me there, man. You got me there. Max, you need to let me know. Like, every time you talk about Max Kolar, like, I'm assuming you're trolling, but, like, I know for sure, like, you're not 100% trolling. Like, tell me to what degree you're trolling on this pick. Like, how much of a bit is it? Like, on a scale of, like, Davis Maddock to, I don't even know, I guess from Davis Maddock to, like, Dan. How much of a bit pick is this? This was a really fun draft from the 101 there. Obviously wish that I didn't get sniped on someone like Goddard, but again, I think Juwan Johnson, at least for the, in a real league, would play the waiver wire, of course, as well at tight end. Really love this start, being a Tootin and a Burden guy, and then a 6'12 Marv. Super fun draft. Let me know if you want me to review your team here. What kind of draft is it? Oh, Jay, yeah. So if you're asking about the listener league, it's a chopped league. And then the one we just did here for mock is just a regular redraft. Just let me know if you have any questions. Seb says, just go ahead and give me the win. Well, you're in the league now, Seb, so... I mean, how about you just go ahead and give me your players off the waiver wire week 2 when you get eliminated. Okay, Woog, you followed up with Lamar, Monty, Tate, and Washington. Oh, Parker? Okay. Yeah. Woog, you a cook there. So what round is that? That's 4, 5, 6, 7th round Parker Washington. Yeah, man. That's awesome. Like, in the draft guide, we have him as, like, basically... We kind of have him as, like, a... I guess we kind of refer to him as a round 6 pick. Obviously, here we got some ball knowers here. Take him at 5'9". Normally, we don't let him get past the 5'6" turn, but we do have the draft guide that he's like a pick 100 ADP right now on ESPN. So if you're doing a draft like that, you can definitely get him. Like, I mean, Woog, you might have drafted on ESPN then if you got him in round 7. And I completely agree. Parker Washington is a must target in redraft, and I love that pick. I will say, Lamar especially. It sounds like you took my 412 or whatever. I was talking about roster construction fades. He is a roster construction fade for me. Again, because, like, I'm a big... Like, it's not even about Dart, but I'm a big fan of a lot of these quarterbacks down here. And I think it makes a lot more sense, and especially in, like, leagues where, you got double flexes and stuff like that, and it's 12-team, to not take a quarterback early, despite... That's the thing. That's why it's a roster construction flex. I don't think it's, like, Lamar's badly priced at the 412. I think that's a fine price, but not a click that I think is optimal for how I want to build a team. So, Kaelon, review Team 12 will do. But definitely do like that you made up for... and again, I don't love Monty, but he goes there, and I know a lot of people do. So, I would rather go Tootin. I would rather go Swift. I would rather go... I mean, like if Bucky was ever there, I'd way rather go him. So, I don't know who you took him over, but I don't know. Things aren't trending great for Monty right now, so I'm starting to have some hesitation on him. But Max, you said, just had a quick question. How can you explain how Brees overcomes the situation? For me, it's such a heavy fade at cost. I mean, the best way probably for me to describe it is honestly just for me to make up a scenario. Is it would say go back to the 2023 season and go look at like the running back rankings. He finished with an abysmal O-line as the running back 2 on the season. I mean, that offense was... I think they started Chris Streveler, who like couldn't even hold a job down for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. I'm Canadian and live in Winnipeg. He could not hold the starting job down there. In fact, like he was... I'm trying to think of like the comp, but like he's the guy that comes in for cute quarterback sneaks. Like that's who he had at quarterback. And it was like Tim Boyle on the Blackout Friday game or whatever, or the Black Friday game. So we've seen him do it in the worst of situations, and things have been not great for him since. But the other thing is, like, running backs are so important to get that Breece Hall at his, what is it, like RB, I mean, what was it, like RB like 15 cost? I mean, he's kind of just like the RB 15 pick every year. So like, I will admit, I think there's some hesitation in me because like I don't have full confidence he's gonna smash, but we know he can smash. Like he's done it. This is probably gonna be the best situation he's got, maybe over his whole career. But I mean, obviously some hesitation there. I suppose Aaron Rodgers would be better than Geno Smith, but this O-line did get upgraded. So Breece Hall, I do think, is a good pick at ADP this year, despite the groin injury. But here's the thing. If you want to go ETN, you want to go Javonte Williams, and especially if you want to go Josh Jacobs ahead of him, I'm perfectly fine with that. Like, I'm not going to have a big issue with that. Those guys are kind of all mostly in a tier for me at this moment. So I'm a big Josh Jacobs guy. So, I don't know. If there's anything I didn't cover there, let me know. But yeah, I get your like hesitation though. I mean, like he's not been amazing the last 2 years. In fact, less than amazing for sure. Max, you said close to Dan have 18% in best ball. Okay, well like best ball. Here's what I'll say. Best ball is much different though, Max, because like, I mean like if you could understand in a lineup league, like what the hell am I doing with Charlie Kolar in like a redraft league? You know what I mean? Like especially with like tight end ones, like guys that have finished as tight end one, like Dalton Schultz, stuff like that on the waiver wire, like that are just easily going to be the second target on their team week 1. Like Charlie Kolar, bro. Like I don't know. I mean, I really hope he actually smashes and then you can rub it in my face. But I mean, I get it more on like a round 20 best ball pick. Way different story. Yeah, we'll review your teams. Just comment your team number below. Obviously, we'll get to Kayla on there first. Oh, Jay, you're down for it? Okay. If you're, hopefully I didn't talk you away with all that Breece Hall talk and stuff, but I'll put you in it. So it is a small buy-in, Jay. Like we'll vote on it, but like I'm talking like literally like $5 to $10. So like it literally just is for fun. It's something we're gonna track throughout the year on the channel, and talk about. I'll put you in here again. Like if you didn't want to, do a $5 to $10 league, that's fine. I'm gonna put you in here though for now until you say otherwise. Camex, you said your team ended up pretty good. We'll take a look at that. Tough talk from a guy who is relying on Burden. Hey, man. We're not relying on Burden. We got Deebo Samuel as our wide receiver 6 on this team. I'm trying to figure out where that draft link went. Wait, that was the other one. Let me delete that one there. What was my wide receiver room here? Come on. I got wide receiver 6 Deebo. See, I'm not even relying on Burden instead. Okay, Jay, you're still here? You're in? That's cool. Hell yeah, man. I wish you the best of luck in the spin then. Okay. And again, yeah, just before I'm about to do this and then we'll review the teams after. So yeah, just let me know if you guys are in there. And if you're in here and you want to be on this wheel for the listener league, let it be known right now. Seb, you said, is Fab right? Like when people get eliminated, we can buy them with Fab. Yes, that's how it works. So when a team gets eliminated, every player goes to waiver wire, and you bid on them with Fab. And obviously you have to strategically do it. Seb says Deebo is trash. That's why he's 11th round pick. Seb. Okay, Hawk, you said, Def, try to trade one of my wide receiver and Judkins for a different running back and wide receiver, but you like your team. Okay, yeah. Mark, you were saying I didn't like your picks in the 3 spot, but you're forced into it after draft positioning. Is there a way to navigate it? Okay, no, great question, Mark, because that's why I was like, oh, and by the way, I love the Bucky Irving 410 pick, by the way. That's why I was saying, like, it's not that I hate your picks or anything, but you look, especially looking at everyone else's draft picks around, like just the actual players they were grabbing, like, I do think they're better. The one thing, especially if you knew you could get Bucky Irving here, like, I just, like, can't pick. I mean, there's many ways you can go, right? So, like, I would avoid Kyron here. Again, I know he's a safe, or at least feels safe. I mean, you could talk me into it. Again, McBride, I'm not crazy about taking McBride at his AEP for, again, roster construction purposes, but you can go Olave. You can go basically with your favorite receiver, or, again, I mentioned just for my personal player takes, I would have went with these next 3 running backs for sure over Kyron. So that would have been one thing I would have done different, Mark, but it is a very tough spot. See, that's the thing, that's the issue about the 3, the hole, right? The 3 and the 4 hole normally. You see with Hawk, he didn't even get a running back till round 5. So is there something you can do to avoid it? Here's my answer to you, Mark. And you're either not going to like this, or you might be like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The way around it is to draft CMC. Because if you draft CMC, you don't have to start, like, either being screwed at running back or reaching on running backs, or just, like, again, drafting, like, Jeremiah Love. I love him, but I don't know that I want him as my RB1 right now with the ankle injury. So, like, I would much rather start CMC Neighbors, and then, you could consider taking Love at that point if he falls. He probably would have fell to 3-3. So that's what I would do personally. Now, again, I'll always say it when I say to draft CMC at 103. If you don't want to do it, I get it. I just personally would rather. It makes way more sense for roster construction, in my opinion, and I'm willing to take on the risk. I don't play in one fantasy league, to be fair, so I'm not, like, worried about CMC getting crushed. I know a lot of people might be really scared about that. If they're just in 1 or 2 leagues, I completely get it. So that would be my way to avoid that, though. Depot Chat's probably one of my favorite mock drafts in a while. Okay, yeah, we'll take a look again. Yeah, your guys' thing. So yeah, again, comment your team names. Let's spin this wheel here. Drum roll, please. Who is gonna get the next spot? I'm hoping for Jay, who just came in here. Obviously, Mark as well. Mark's in here as well. New. Kalon's new. Oh! I thought Kalon had it. I'm actually not sure if Kalon is still in here. But Hawk, congratulations, sir. Obviously, well deserved. One second. I'm going to put these in here because we got a little list going. So we had Scott. Okay, yeah, so we actually only had 4 people. So that's good for you guys. Hawk, Seb. All right. Maybe I'll add like a little 6 out of 14 here. 6 out of 14 spots remaining. Okay. So, of course, the next 8, you guys know the drill. We'll probably be ending this stream after reviewing, and answering some questions if you guys got some, and reviewing your guys' teams in this final mock. But for the future streams, again, make sure you're subbed, make sure you like, all that great stuff, and we'll be giving away the rest of the spots as we get to, close to the season here. And what are you saying, Seb? My team dog walks your team. I would like to put that to the test. I feel like I cooked my last 2 drafts there, 100%. I don't know if you can get a better draft than that other one I had. I think I deleted the tab, but this team's not as good, but I was pretty happy with it, to be honest. Obviously, player take wise too. I know some people don't like Tootin or Burden, but in the previous league you said, no, come on, you're not dog walking that team I drafted, Seb. Come on, be real here. Be real. You probably drafted 7 Packers, man. Probably drafted Luke Musgrave and Charlie Kolar. Okay, Mark, makes sense to go RBs. Yeah, the running backs go quick. So I hope you understand why you go McCaffrey there. And obviously McCaffrey, if he doesn't get hurt, I mean, like he's pretty obviously like the 103 for, especially like for running back scarcity. I will say like Puka might get suspended and also is injury prone all through his entire career in college. Also, Jamar Chase has missed a bunch of games too, so like no one's talking about that. I don't like to predict injury myself. I'm just saying like look at the games played here. We'll tell you. Actually, you know what? Off the top of the head, here's the thing. He played injured through, I think it was maybe this 2023 season. And then this 2022 season, he went on IR for 4 games. But, like, he was really struggling when coming back for Jamar Chase's ability. So, hasn't actually missed as many games as I thought. But he has dealt with injuries. And here's the other thing. Here's the other thing about Jamar Chase that I meant to add in here. It's not just him that gets hurt. It's also Joe Burrow that constantly gets hurt. So obviously Joe Burrow or Joe Flacco's there, which gives me some confidence. But like, I mean, you want to talk about CMC getting injured? Joe Burrow is getting hurt just as much, if not more, than CMC. So I mean, again, like I think the risk on McCaffrey is a little overstated. Obviously, if he gets hurt, everyone will say I'm an idiot. But they were saying that last year. And I was enjoying some CMC stuff, and that's not why he's going to crush again this year or anything like that. Or that's not why he's going to stay healthy this year, because he stayed healthy last year. But that is the best way, I think, to play the pick 3 or the 4. And that's what I would do in a real draft. Hawk for president. Congratulations, Hawk. Your first step was getting in the Listener League. Your second step will be having to, actually win the Listener League, and then maybe you're up for president next. Is Dakota not playing in that league? He's got to earn his way in if he wants in. Woogie said, since Jeanty's injury is a sprained ankle, which round is a good spot to grab him? Honestly, man, we don't have an answer on that right now. I don't even want to like speculate because he's kind of just like TBD right now. You said 4th. It would definitely be higher than the 4th if he's going to play. If it's not going to be surgery. Like, here's what I'll say. And Mark, if you're drafting in here in your real league, maybe this is the answer for the 2-3 turn. Maybe Jeanty somehow falls here because he might miss week 1 or something and have a slow start to the season. Maybe that's the play here, and then you get a full healthy Jeanty as the season progresses. I guess that's similar to Jeremiah Love, though. But, yeah, we just need more information. So, I have no idea where he'll go. And maybe depending on where he'll go, I might really like him. I might really not like him, depending on where he falls out. Jay says, tough for my boy McCaffrey. He had over 400 touches last year. Yeah, no, I mean, everyone knows it, right? So, like, everyone, that's why he's going, like, picks 5 and 6 a lot of time. What I will say to at least sell someone on McCaffrey here, I mean, obviously I don't need to show you that he's a guaranteed RB1 or 2 every time he finishes a season, or even remotely comes close to finishing a season, because the other seasons he's just obviously only played 4 or 7 games. But here's the thing, if you actually look at Christian McCaffrey, just to show you how overpowered he is, James Cook went 3 picks later in this draft, right? And if you took away every single rush from Christian McCaffrey last year, every single rush, he had 0 attempts. Obviously, he did not have 0 attempts. He had 311. So if you take away 311 touches from him, James Cook only outscores him. I actually don't have the real exact number on the top of my head, but it's somewhere between 1.8 to 2 points per game. It's no more than 2 points per game higher. So we're talking about a 2 point per game difference between a guy that goes 3 picks behind him. Obviously, all those other running backs are big, question marks as well. Or again, definitely didn't outscore James Cook last year, and that would be the case last year. I mean, that's just to show how obviously insane Christian McCaffrey is. No one needs to actually hear that, but I mean, but no one is. It's almost just like no one is talking about McCaffrey. No one is acknowledging that he's obviously the most greatest value on the board if he's just healthy. I mean, which is part of the reason why I like him so much as a pick, is because he's priced in as if he's going to get hurt. Obviously, still a very high pick, but that yeah, everyone will tell you about the 400 touches here. Like, yeah, Jay mentioned, and that he always gets hurt. But very big fan of picking him because I want to win my league. And luckily I did that last year. And yeah, Woog, I think I said, I think he would go higher than the fourth. But, you just never know, right? Because if you need surgery or something, we don't know. I mean, he might be going lower than the fourth. I just don't think that's probably the most likely outcome. Chemist, you said likely it's a sprain. Yeah, it's likely second. I can see him going to that 2-3 turn. It's just he'll need to miss time to get there, for sure. He'll need to 100% be missing time in this economy of running backs. Okay, let's look at these teams here. Number 12. Remind me here if I know number 12 here. Kalon, you wanted to be on here. Sorry, Kalon, you did not get a spot. Again, just make sure you tune in for our future streams. The Discord and stuff, we'll be telling people when we're going live, or just make sure you're subbed. Turn the notification bell on, and hopefully you can get a spot for the next giveaway. So, I would like to hear your selling points here. Actually, you don't even have to talk me into Drake London. I love Drake London. You definitely don't have to talk me into Drake London. Here's the thing. I'm not taking Drake London here at the 112, though. I think he's a phenomenal pick at the back of the second, though, where he normally goes. But I get why you took him over, like, Jefferson and Lamb. You don't have to talk me into that. I'm wondering why you took A.J. Brown there. But here's the thing. I'm also wondering why you went 2 wide receivers. Now, I would have went... You could have talked me into basically any combination of players here, including one of these receivers. I just wouldn't go 2 receivers here, because that's basically our number one rule. Don't go 2... Basically, don't come out of the first 2 rounds without a running back if it's possible, which it definitely was possible there. That's one of the best spots for running backs. Luckily, though, you did get Etienne and Javonte, so that was a phenomenal way to bounce back. And because of that, if you took, I don't know, I guess just not AJ Brown, I would have been very, very happy about the start, despite the London like technical ADP reach. But I get it. 512, yeah. I'm good with Odunze there. I'm not crazy about him, but I'm good with that pick. Because Christian Watson and Parker Washington were off the board. Some guys that are below them in ADP that I would prefer. Fannin 6'1". Kalon is early. I wouldn't take him there. I love Fannin. I would keep pushing the value on the board and play your room. Also, again, I'm assuming you did this on purpose because I never saw you auto draft. Caleb's just a fade for me, in general. You took him as the QB6. I believe he finished as the QB6 overall. I forget his actual point per game finish, but you know who finished as the QB5 overall last year and finished with over 2 points per game more? Is Trevor Lawrence, who got auto drafted in the round 9 this draft, and normally you can get him around 11. I got him in round 11. I think Trevor Lawrence is just it's a hot take, but I just think... Here's the thing. I don't know why it's a hot take. I think Trevor Lawrence is a better pick than Caleb Williams, just flat out. He might not be on the cover of Madden. He might not be as trendy, but you get him much later, 3 to 4 rounds later. And sometimes, again, depends on your draft room. You might get him later than around 11. So that's one thing. I would say this right here, 6, 7, and 8 here. I'm not a big fan of that, but you pull it back in here with the 9-12 Pittman. That's a steal. I love that. Coker I get, but I would much rather have Concepcion. Concepcion would be the one I would definitely take over him. I'm not a massive Coker guy, but I get it. Ferguson's a fun one for round 14, better than Charlie Kohler. Shadow Max. I'm not a big fan of these. Although Algier, again, you need an RB3, so I get that. And yeah, and then Rodriguez. Okay, for your construction, I get why you took those running backs. If you had a different running back room, Kalon, I would have went just I want Jonah Coleman or something. I want Tajay Spears personally. I think these guys have way higher upside. Obviously, Rodriguez, if something happened to Tootin, would be pretty exciting in theory. But these guys catch the ball, so I want them. So, again, if you go to our guide, Kalon, there's some things I would change here for targets. but this 6 to 8 is just that's the real issue. I would have changed things up there. Went running back. This is a big spot to win your flexes, is what we say. You want to get fill out your flexes here. You only want to take a value on quarterback and tight end. So that's just really my big thing for you, Kalon. Other than that, I think you had a solid draft. Minus the AJ Brown thing we went over. But love that you went that double tap there at running back. So, all right. Let me know if you got any questions, Kalon. Okay, Camex. Okay, yeah, keep leaving your team's numbers and stuff like that. Camex, I saw your comment next. Again, we'll just pretend Jeanty has 2 ankles and is playing for this build. So if in that case, I like the start. I like the 3 receivers after. I'm not going to nitpick about who you took. A lot of good receivers in that range. I like the Jadarian Price 6-2 pick. Yeah, I like that. 7-11 Hurts. That's phenomenal. 8-2 Addison. Dude, you're just making this is just my draft. You're just still in my draft here, Camex. So yeah, I'm definitely going to like it. Now here's the thing. And this is always what I say when people ask. Like, I'm kind of picky about my lane route picks. I don't take the same guy every time. But I definitely have some types. Like, for example, Shaheed. Like, I understand why people are taking him, but like I think it's insane to take him over KC Concepcion. Like, I mean, I don't even like Alec Pierce. I think it's insane to take him over like a 1 ankle Alec Pierce. So that's definitely my, I know it's round 10, but there's just no way I'm considering taking Rashid Shaheed. I mean, I don't even I guess he would be like a round 14 pick for me. That's a good way to put it. Shakir, very low floor guy, or really low ceiling guy, but could play him a bit. Jalen Noel's a fun one. McMillan's a fun one. I like the Keenan Allen pick, 14-12. I think that's going to be a sneaky pick in redraft season here if you need wide receiver help. So yeah, good draft overall there, Camex. Really reminds me of like something I would do there. So of course I'm gonna like it. And I would say that's probably your best draft I've seen you do. And you want to know why? It's because you didn't draft 9 tight ends. All right. Who is up next? Oh yeah, Hawk. Let's do Hawk here, then we'll do Seb. Unless there's someone else I'm missing. Yeah, Mark, are you in here, Mark? I'm just trying to remember. You're number 3. Yeah. Actually, let's do Mark real quick here. And Katamari, welcome. Neighbors or Olave. As you can see here, I was in the 1 hole, and I was faced with that decision. And I went with not only Neighbors over Olave, I also went Rashee Rice over Olave. Obviously, you could talk me out of that one, but I was picking between him, Pickens, and Olave. I would definitely go Neighbors over Olave personally. And, given that things could change for his injury status, but where we're at right now, if you were drafting right now, I'm definitely taking Neighbors over Olave, 100%. 100%. I think Olave, again, I love Olave, but I think he's more in this tier of Smitty, Waddle, McConkey, Flowers, all the Garrett Wilson goes sometimes at the 4-5 turn. Ibuka goes 4-11. I think he's much closer to those guys than he is Malik Neighbors, if that makes sense. So I hope that helps you out there, Katamari. Okay, yeah, we'll do Mark quick, and then, Hawkeyes and stuff, we'll get to you. We'll do Mark here, obviously, because he's new. Again, appreciate you, Mark. Auto Patrick Mahomes and Henry. Okay, good to know. And, yeah, that's fine. Hunter Henry late. Happens to the best of us. All right. So we talked about your start there. We don't really need to go over that again. And it's a tough thing. That's why these mocks help, right? Is that when you get a real draft, I just think the simple way to put it is I just wouldn't want to start with that 3. To me, that's a losing start. No offense. I just think that's just not the start that's going to help you win your league. That's the best way I can put it. I hope that makes sense. I hope you can agree. I want a different combination of players there. Again, especially right here, I almost had Gibbs, Bowers, and Neighbors. To me, that is just lights out better. This guy had Bijan, Bowers, Pickens. I don't know. you just look at. I probably would say you had the weakest top 3 combo, and again, not your fault. Like that. That's just the challenge of being at pick 3 and 4. But I do like how at least how Hawkeyes did it despite not getting a running back. He still pulled it off and got a couple of running backs there. But what I love about your draft here, Mark, is that you get Bucky Irving 410. Now, gonna be a very as right on cue as Kamek says he's fading him. I know that he's a very controversial pick, but he's gonna be one of those guys. If he doesn't work out, everyone's gonna say it was obvious. But if he bounces back, everyone is gonna feel like a complete idiot. Rashad White existed when Bucky Irving was, I mean, he was essentially an RB1 in this rookie season once he actually started taking over full role. And people are just basically pricing him as if it's a very high % chance that Sean Tucker's taking goal line stuff, that Kenny Gainwell is going to be, I mean, just a complete outlier in the receiving game once again without Aaron Rodgers. So I just don't believe that personally. At the 410 in I don't even know what that is. Like running back like 17 you got him as probably or something like that, or sorry, probably way later than that. Probably like running back like 20 or something you probably got him as. I think that's a phenomenal pick. I'm willing to take that risk all day long. You can literally eat a 4th round like lost pick. I think this is the kind of pick that could like win you your league. Especially if you went somewhere else and you just have Bucky as an RB1 at 410. That's such a massive advantage. The McLaurin pick I think is solid. I'm a little indifferent on him. I won't say it's like a good pick or a bad pick, but I get why you took him here. I don't really want to be picking. I probably would have wanted to go Swift here. So even more reason to go Malik Neighbors there or something, or just like get a different start. Just get a different start there. I think because I would have rather went Swift over McLaurin. And again, it's all hindsight. Like you didn't know that was going to happen. Every draft room is different. Sometimes he's gone by the 5-3, of course. BTJ and Godwin, I think is a good tap there. Even Godwin ahead of ADP, I really like him. Justin Herbert at 810, I think is fine, but I have him neutral in the draft guide. Again, because I do like these values below, but I'm not going to fault anyone for drafting Justin Herbert this year. It's very exciting. Corum 9-3 is fine. Very hyped up running back. You sniped me on Goddard. Screw you. And then, I got a couple auto picks. So, again, like I would say when the draft guide comes out, Mark, look for the late rounds. Obviously, you got auto drafted and anything, so I'm not going to make a comment on those picks. But I think we'll have some good just high upside targets for you, right? Trying to make some big time swings late. And if you didn't auto draft there, I think you would have brought together a solid team here, despite me not loving the first 3 picks, like I was mentioning. So I really hope that helps, though. Like I think it's the toughest spot to draft is picking 3 and 4 this year. So I mean, I may make a section literally in the draft guide about picks 3 and 4, talking about how hard it is to pick there. Because I think a lot of people think it's a good spot because it's early, but I would basically say it could arguably be the 2 worst spots on the board. Sounds good. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate you coming in, Mark. I'm glad I could help you out. Again, reminder, we're going to be doing a lot of streams as the draft season's coming up here. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Make sure you like we're going to be grinding content here. We're a big Dynasty channel as well, but this is redraft season. We're going to be doing streams every week, at least 1 a week, hopefully 2. Doing start sits, helping you guys with trades. Camex was in here last year. A bunch of you guys were helping you guys with trades, start sits, all that stuff. Even more, sometimes we just talk non-football stuff. It's going to be a fun time. Obviously, Dan had to go early this stream. Normally there's 2 of us if you're a new face around here. Appreciate you guys coming in, though. Like seeing some new faces, of course. It does help. You drafted on a work league at pick 7 and it was way easier. Yeah, I picked at pick 7. And my only redraft so far, because all my other redrafts are basically going to be drafted right at the end. We did an early one for YouTube live stream. Actually, you can find it if you really wanted to. It should say something about just first draft of the season. I picked out a pick 7. I also got Bucky in round 4. Shout out Bucky. And I actually really like my draft there. So I agree. I think pick 7 is much better. All right. Hawkeyes, keep leaving your comments. Hawkeyes, yeah. I mean, hockey, again, we just talked in depth about pick 3 and 4. You got bent. You got bent, my friend, for running backs. Hampton, I know you would have absolutely creamed if you got Hampton there, as I would too. But I love the Nico Collins pick. I'm having a tough time between him and Neighbors. I think both are phenomenal picks. But yeah, I mean, there's just not much you can do on this turn unless you reach on a running back. I would say I would consider taking like Jacobs because I'm very high, but I won't. I know people are just like not high on Jacobs. It's part of the reason why I like him so much. So, all things considered, again, I don't like. I mean, I definitely don't love Judkins and stuff, but I think the 5th round ADP is like, yeah, prices in why I don't love them. I think that's a fun way to basically bring down your 0 running back here. I like the sneaky Mike Washington for maybe some early season, value. I mean, it could be kind of underrated there late rounds. QJ, you don't got to talk me into him being a good pick. Dobbins is like one of my biggest fades, but it does make sense in this build. I will, I'll say that. And you got him at a good price, so not going to complain about that. I will say, Hawk, I don't like Stafford. Like, I get he's coming off the massive season. I'm not sure if you're familiar with JJ Zacharyason's late round podcast. The only comparable season to Stafford was like literally Matt Stafford's Super Bowl season. After the first year of him, or whatever it was, the first year of him being on the Rams, and then, I mean, he completely fell off the shelf the next year. Not to say he's going to do that, but I'm just saying, like, basically these guys regress like a ton. And if I am drafting Stafford, like, at least give me like Malik Willis or something on the, so I don't have to. I guess he didn't get drafted, but you get my point. I want to get someone paired with him, Kyler Murray. I don't like Matthew Stafford. I think he's basically, yeah. I mean, around 9. I think he's probably one of my least favorite picks at quarterback. So I see you had Puka. Yeah, I get. Okay, yeah. I mean, what I would say in a real league, Hawk, is if you ever got in that situation, what I would be looking to do, if you care, is that instead of picking Malik Washington around 14, yeah, I'm going Malik Willis or something, or Kyler Murray. Just in case. Just in case. But that makes more sense. I forgot you had Puka. But I will say, I don't care too much about stacks. Obviously, they're important, but I don't know that I would care about the Puka Stafford stack. Obviously, week 16 the last year says otherwise, but I don't know that I would rather just pick who I think is a better quarterback. It's kind of my opinion on that, but I get it. I think you drafted really well though on here. I mean, here's the thing. I get it on Malik Washington. I don't like him, but it's round 14. What are you gonna do? You're probably drop him. You're probably drop him week 1 for someone else. So if my biggest thing is your round 14 pick, hey, I think you did pretty good here, Hawk. And again, you got screwed. You got screwed in round 4 here, so good luck. Yeah, T-Law or Dart, that's exactly what I'm saying, Hawk. That's exactly what I'm saying. Now, you saw me take Dart, snipe you here, I guess, at 8-12. Like, I think that is, like, such a better pick. Obviously, not much you can do about it. He was gone. I think that is such a way higher upside pick this year. With Dart going year 2. And if, someone's scared, like, dude, I drafted Jaden Daniels and crushed last year. Jaden Daniels was my 3-12 pick. Like, you can absorb an 8-12 Dart or something like that if he fails. Because he was literally quarterback 1 in the stretch that he played last year. So, from the point he started. So, like, yeah, there's obviously going to be upside there with Dart there. I love that call, and I love that Trevor Lawrence is, he was who I drafted in the only real draft I've done so far in round 11. I thought that was a phenomenal value. So definitely going to be one of my biggest quarterback targets this year. Overall, good draft, Hawk, given your draft spot. Given the cards you were dealt, especially. Seb, on the other hand here, no, I'm just kidding. Seb had a really good draft. Obviously, Hampton and Jacobs would have start with JSN. Devontae Adams at 408. If this was like half PPR, I would feel better about that, but I'm not even like nuts about Ibuka and Tet, even though they're like huge tier 2 receivers. I would definitely go with them over Adams though, 100%. Burrow's going to be, for everything I was just saying on the quarterback, I think Burrow's a worse pick than Stafford. It has nothing to do with Burrow. Literally nothing to do with Burrow. It has nothing to do with me trying to predict injury. It's just I want to be winning the flexes here, and I want to be getting value down the board. Like I keep saying, and like I'm keep saying. So, don't like your 4-5 turn there, Seb. And don't like Michael Wilson, but I get it. Rico Dell is yeah. I mean, I'm saying a lot of the fades and the targets for the draft guide here. Hopefully getting you guys intrigued. Rico Dettle's, at least you got him at 8-8. Sometimes he goes like round 7. It's one of my least favorite picks. I just, yeah. I don't know if I need to say anything more than that. Like, I'll have a write-up on why, but one of my least favorite picks. I like him better than, like, J.K. Dobbins and Dettle, and Pollard, I suppose, like, on a neutral team where you're, like, you know, you need getting Dettle as your RB3, don't like it. Wandell 9.5's fine. Myers fine. I don't know why you're drafting Andrews and Hawkinson if you go Kraft. I guess because Kraft could get to a slow season, but I don't know why you're drafting both of them. But yeah, I get you with one of those guys for sure. And then yeah, I mean you're just wasting a roster spot in Jordan Love. So yeah, I mean definitely don't roster 3 tight ends and 2 quarterbacks in a real league, Seb. Unless it's the chopped listener league, draft a bunch of tight ends and quarterbacks in that one. But no, I think you had a pretty good draft overall. Seb, just it's the positional stuff. I'm not really sure why you're doubling and tripping up. That's the big thing. Overall, pretty good draft there, man. And great start, phenomenal start with the first 3 picks. Okay, who is next? Anybody else in here that I did not cover? Let it be known right now. Camex, T-Law is your go-to quarterback this season. Yeah, I want to say, I'm going to try and make it as obvious as I can in the draft guide that, like, Blake, basically in, like, the Blake's target section, I want to make it be, like, very clear. When I get in, like, a certain round, there keeps being, like, players that I'm getting, it seems like at, like, a 50% rate or higher, like, in my drafts. Trevor Lawrence is going to be one of those guys. So I'm definitely going to be pointing out all those guys that I just love as picks. I think everyone should be at least considering, even if they're not the highest on them, because I've never really been too high on Trevor Lawrence. It's impossible. It's all about the price. It's impossible not to be high on him right now. He's like being drafted outside the top 12 quarterbacks, despite being QB6 in points per game last year. I mean, I'd say that's one of the easiest targets right now, regardless of what the result is. Mark, you said your first picks were Christian McCaffrey into Amarian Hampton into Brock Bowers, Lad McConkey. Yeah. Mark, I did not see that originally. That was phenomenal. I'm assuming that was like your first draft then from the 7 spot. Like that is crazy, man. Yeah. Is that a 10-team league? Like, I guess Hampton could. Yeah, I mean, in this one he fell in the 12-team league to 2-8. That's pretty rare, but what a go! You got Brock Bowers at the 3-7. My goodness, Mark, absolutely cooked, my friend. Oh, I see Jeanty. Welcome. I feel like you're not new here, Jeanty. I feel like I've seen you before, but let me know. Traded Trey McBride and Quinshon Judkins for Kenneth Walker and Kyle Pitts, 12-team PPR. I'm assuming, yeah, that's redraft. But now, yeah, at least confirm that for me, Jeanty, just because sometimes people are throwing dynasty questions in here. Let me think about this for a second. Okay, Trey McBride. I mean, I'm just not very high on Judkins. He is at least a good value. I like. Yeah, redraft. Okay, yeah, I figured. Perfect. Thank you though. Yeah, okay. You said 12-team. Tell me your running back room first. I want to say it's Kenneth Walker and Pitts that I want. Like, I really easily want to say that, but I just want a little more information. Again, if you were really high on Judkins, I think you got to go Judkins and Trey McBride. It's just that I think Judkins is going to be completely mid. There might be some spike weeks, but I mean, Shedeur Sanders, it's going to sound like he starts. I just don't have confidence in him. He's coming off a broken leg. I think people are forgetting that part. Obviously, I don't think they're completely forgetting it. Again, he's a 5th-round pick right now. But he's just not going to catch that many passes. I just think it's not going to score many touchdowns. It's not a great recipe here for success. Dan does feel differently, though, so he's very high on Judkins. I will say that. Kemix, you've been high on him since college. He went toe-to-toe with Bama defense. That's good to know, Camex, but him going toe-to-toe with the Bama defense in their prime era, I don't know if that's going to give me more confidence with him in fantasy, but that's good to know, though, Camex. With a real coaching staff. Yeah, I mean, yeah, with the coaching staff, you see what he did last year with Cohen. It's hard not to be high on that, I agree. And he's got rushing upside, man. He was really good with his legs, scoring a lot of touchdowns as well. I know that sometimes that can regress, but they were using his legs in the red zone intentionally. I love that on Trevor Lawrence. You have Javonte Williams, Kenneth Walker, DeAndre Swift. Okay. Yeah, Jartsy, that's really good to know because I wasn't even sure what side you were like getting there. I suppose maybe... Oh, you traded Trey McBride. Oh, okay, sorry. Most people are like asking about a trade that they haven't made yet. This is a trade you made, and yes, okay, I like that then. Because not that that's a terrible running back room, Javonte and Swift, but I just would probably, your team probably is going to be projecting much better out with having Kenneth Walker in that running back room. And again, you get Kyle Pitts back to replace McBride. Again, there could be a big gap there, but you know, you can make some stuff go on with the waiver wire if things go south with Pitts. And I'm not like nuts on Pitts. Like, this is going to be a team that runs a lot of 12 personnel, and there's no clear second target there. I'm not a big branch guy. He's going to be like a screen merchant. So, I definitely like that trade for you. Mark, you were saying doing some work. Last question for who you. Okay, sorry. Okay, let me just pull this up on my actual desktop here. Be easier to read. Okay, you're doing some work. Last question. Hey, Mark, again, appreciate you coming in the stream, doing some mocks with us, man. Get back to work though. I don't want you getting fired here, no. But yeah, really appreciate you coming. I hope you sub, man. Hope to see you in some future streams. And if you got Discord, hop in our Discord, man. Would love to have you there. And again, like I keep referring to the draft guide, we'll have that there for you. There's a lot of stuff there. Start sits, just conversation. A lot of good people there that will chat it up with you, including us. And no, dude, no worries about taking up any time, man. Obviously I appreciate you leaving comments. That's what I'm telling you. Stick around and join the community. But where's your question though? Wait, hold on. Did I miss your question? Okay, Mark, I just don't see another question. So let me know. Unless you were saying that was your last question. Like, I see something random about 12 team, Mark, but I see nothing else around your question. All right. Arturo Flores. That's a nice name. Arturo, that's unique. I have the 102. Is it a bad idea to take Jamar Chase instead of Bijan? Yes, it's a very bad idea. I will save everyone that was in here while I was literally just talking about this stream, about this draft that we just did, our mock draft that we just did. Mark drafted at 103, and I told him I didn't like a start. And the reason why is not because I don't like Jamar Chase or these players, but it's because you need to go running back early and often. and you have to reach at the 2-3 turn at running back for ADP if you don't start with a running back. Now, if you start with a running back, boom, you can come back around like he did here with like a Bucky Irving, 410, Tootin, Swift. Obviously, Monty's a guy that people like. I'm starting to get sketched out on him. But point being, you want a running back here. You need to get a running back. Even if Chase, let's just say, outscores him by a point per game, Bijan could still so easily be the better pick. I mean, especially if you're going to start 2 wide receivers. A lot of people don't know this, but running back points are more valuable if they're equal. So if they both score 22 points per game, Bijans are going to be more valuable. And a lot of people playing those 2 wide receiver leagues. So definitely just stick to it with Bijan. Hope it's the right pick. Like it should be on paper for every single reason structurally. And just like he's going to, just get absolutely fed coming off a legendary running back season. Obviously, Jamar Chase is going at pick 3 for a reason. He should have a phenomenal season as well. I cannot tell anyone to take Jamar Chase over Bijan Robinson, though. I think that would be a huge, huge mistake. So I just want to make that very clear for you, Arturo, and I hope that helps. And let me know if you got any other question. And I guess I had. Okay. Mark, when do we normally live stream? Good question. Last year, we did like literally every Wednesday and Saturday night. I don't even think we missed one. Maybe one. It's going to be TBD on that this year, but what I would say is that's probably the most likely dates, is that like every week it's going to be Wednesday and Thursday night. Sometimes it might be later because we got things going on, sports, things like that, but in life, but somewhere on those nights. Now, what I will say, Mark, especially if you want to catch us, and hey, if you want to get that listener league, I know you were in there, just throw on the notification bell again, or just be in the Discord. You'll see when we go live. We'll probably be going live sporadically, honestly. Hopefully we get a consistent day coming up to the season. Obviously, there's only a couple of weeks till the season goes, but we're basically going to be trying to stream as much as possible. We have like multiple videos recorded. We're basically trying to come up with one every 2 days. Going to be redraft and dynasty videos coming out. So you can basically expect a lot from us and streams, hopefully, really every other night, every 2 or 3 nights until the season starts. So I hope that helps. And again, hope to see you around, Mark. All right. Jartsy. Okay, your full roster. Matt Stafford. Yeah, I don't know if you were around here, Jartsy, when I was just talking about the Stafford. I don't love him as a QB1. Obviously, you already have him. So what I would say, if you... Okay, I guess this is probably your whole roster, but okay, let me know right now, Jartsy. Who's the worst player on your bench right now? Like, who's your last pick? Unless it's something like very important, like, I don't know, like a handcuff that you really need or whatever. Even if it is, just let me know who like the worst players on your roster are, because I would tell you, and you're probably in a 4-point passing touchdown league, that you should honestly go into week 1, in my opinion, and try to get who could be one of the biggest waiver wire pickups for week 1 or post week 1, and like guys like Malik Willis, Kyler Murray. I know a lot of people will say don't waste an extra spot on a quarterback. You don't do that if you have an elite one. Matt Stafford in a 4-point is not an elite quarterback, so I just want to say that right away, is that just to help you out, is that I would go in with 2 QBs before I even say anything else about your roster here. Okay, so you got Amon-Ra, you got Smitty, JMO. Yeah, I mean that's a good team, man. Is it a phenomenal team? I don't know, because you're not elite at quarterback, you're not elite at tight end. That's why I think if you take a swing at an extra quarterback, you could get you're looking for someone that could be top 10. And again, I think like Kyler. I mean, here's the thing: is there Trevor Lawrence? Is there Bo Nix? Like, is there anyone crazy on the waiver wire? You just never know in some of these leagues. Maybe comment who's the best. Your last pick is Kyler Murray. Perfect. Ball knower. Awesome. That's a great pick. Again, just be active on that waiver wire. The one thing that I've really learned over the years, for anyone here, is when you have a quarterback, and especially a guy like Matt Stafford coming off a good season, what you don't want to do is not pick people up on the waiver wire because you're like, oh, Matt Stafford, he was great last year, or whoever it might be. It might not. Maybe like Caleb Williams could be a good example from this year, or like Drake May, where you might like be expecting, even if they get to a slow start, for them to bounce back. But this happened to me with Jaden Daniels last year, and I got so lucky because I picked up Brissett at the perfect time, and he led me to a championship. But if I did not go and get Brissett, very luckily, and I just so happened to have a stack with McBride, like, I might have been screwed streaming JJ McCarthy and like just whoever was the best streamer that week. So you definitely want to be active on the quarterback room, because the best, like, there's so many good ones potentially like every year on the waiver wire, that one of the biggest mistakes I've been making in the past is not being active enough with the quarterbacks on the waiver wire, not reacting to news there. I've been pretty good with every other position, but I just want to throw that out there for you guys. Because we're recommending a lot of like zero or late quarterback builds. Again, it's going to be in the draft guide. So I love that you picked up Kyler Murray there. I think it's a really good way to go. Arturo, thanks. And would you go wide receiver, and go like wide receiver, running back, Pickens and Neighbors, or Brees and Pickens? Yeah. So again, Arturo, yeah, like, plug in like the draft guide that we're literally working on really hard right now. We're hoping it's up tomorrow. Yeah, just make sure like you're subbed or in the Discord or both. We answer all those questions in the guide, and to like answer it for you right now though, like, you do not want to have zero running backs going into rounds 4 and 5. Now Hawkeyes kind of pulls it off here, but like he pulled it off as much as he could. And that's why we're doing mock drafts, but I don't want to have that start in a real league. I don't want to have that. So my answer, by the way, if you're drafting in a range like this, Arturo, did you say the slot? Obviously, you're going to be on the 1-2 turn if you're talking about those players, or at least it sounds like. If you're going wide receiver. My favorite thing is actually going McCaffrey here, which is not a popular opinion because a lot of people are scared to give advice about drafting a Christian McCaffrey, who's very risky, and a lot of people don't want to, play in one league or something and don't want to ruin their draft. The answer to me is go McCaffrey and then soak up that wide receiver value, Neighbors, whoever your favorite wide receiver is. There's a ton of them: London, Collins, AJ Brown, and then you get more flexibility. So I think you really need to get a running back though in the first 2 rounds this year. It's a really like pretty hard rule. If you don't do that, you might be in big time trouble. So, yeah. Let me know if you got any other questions around that. Yeah, you have Kyler Murray. Yeah, you waited. Okay, Stafford in the 11th and Kyler in the 14th. Yeah, sorry. I was just saw Stafford go in the 9th here, so I was like thinking for some reason you might draft in the 9th when I was answering that question. And yeah, that's a perfectly good spot. That's where I have Stafford like ranked. And Kyler Murray in the 14th is phenomenal. So even if he doesn't end up being the right pick, drop him for the next hottest quarterback. I just so happen to be a Vikings fan, but I promise you I'm not biased. Like, Kyler Murray, as a guy, I've done a lot of research on his production this offseason, and last year was the only like true down year he's had in points per game. Now, obviously, he hasn't been like early career Kyler Murray, where he's like a top 2 quarterback in fantasy, but he has been a top 12 fantasy quarterback in every season outside of last year in points per game. And in fact, sometimes he's like 10 or higher, even in these disappointing seasons, because we know how good he is. And obviously, I don't got to tell you how much of an upgrade Minnesota is. So everything on paper points to Kyler Murray being the most obvious zero quarterback or just like late round quarterback pick possible. So yeah, I mean, you set a good example here, a good talking point for anyone else that's in here. Make sure you get Kyler Murray, like if you're going late round quarterback, like we suggest. Pair him with, if you want to go with Stafford. Again, I'm not crazy on him, but Bo Nix, Trevor Lawrence, Brock Purdy, phenomenal start you can have there. Winslow, welcome to the stream, and you put something in here, another good talking point. One of my favorite of this offseason, talking about the man Josh Jacobs here. I guess I'll just leave this whole draft board open for you guys to see. Josh Jacobs, I got in our draft before this at the 401 in like FFPC huge drafts. He's going like mid 4th And I think this is like the overthinking. Here's the thing. I think there it's because you have to draft early and you don't know if he's going to get suspended. But when we're talking just like normal fantasy leagues, especially if you guys are drafting one day or 1 week ahead of the season, we'll know if he's going to get suspended or not. Josh Jacobs is the most obviously like good pick in my, again, okay, anything can happen for any of these players, but guys, another player, a couple players that I looked into, extensively this year. No one's gonna believe this when I say this, but Josh Jacobs actually outscored James Cook last year. Now, let me explain. Josh Jacobs through week 10 was a healthy running back, similar, just as James Cook was. He had, hold on, I could actually pull up the exact points per game. I have it written down somewhere if I can find it. But he had like 18.8 or 19.5 points per game, I believe it was, versus James Cook's 18. Let me just see if I can pull this up here so I don't have to like actually guess. But long story short, okay, here it is. First 9 healthy games because there was a bye week. Both these guys had a bye week early in the season. So through week 10, Josh Jacobs 19.6 points per game. James Cook 18.6 points per game. So over a point and a half in Josh Jacobs' favor. Obviously, I don't have to tell you about the discrepancy in their ADP this year. Now, where people get things wrong is that they think Josh Jacobs sucked last year because how he ended the season and screwed them over because he started playing through injury. And even playing through injury, he played 3 games above 50% snaps. Now, he did not play all of them, and he still finished in those 3 injured but played through them games, like actually finished the game. He still finished with 18.9 points per game, which is a clear. That's a first round pick in this year, like projection wise. Like his output was an RB1, obviously, and a top 12 player in fantasy. Now, in basically where James Cook is like being drafted and how he's being projected right now. James Cook finished with 17.8 points per game on the season. Yet there's this huge gap. Now, this isn't even directly on James Cook. I have an issue with him in Dynasty, but not as much in redraft. I understand it. You got to draft someone, right? And he obviously he's on a good offense, all that great stuff. I don't need to talk about that. But point being is, yes, Winslow, you are onto something, my friend. There's really, I know he's getting up there in touches. I know he's getting up there in ages. I know there's the off-season, off-the-field stuff, but all that is priced in and more on Josh Jacobs. The 305 here is like the earliest you'll see him go, and I'm more than willing to take him there. For Mark, if Mark is in here still, Mark, I don't know if you are, or if you're working, probably smarter that you're working, but like I said, I would take Josh Jacobs over Kyren there if you really want to get yourself out of a pinch after your start. I just feel better, but again, that's just a player take thing. If you guys are in trouble on that first half of the draft board and you need a running back, I think Josh Jacobs is one that you can definitely rely on, giving you a good workload and fall in the end zone. And Mark is here. And Mark, you can chime in if you want. Do you got a selling point on Kyren, or are you with me that you can mix him up with Jacobs, Brees, Jeanty? I mean, even ETN for me, I would mix him in with. I'm not even nuts about ETN, but let me know how you feel on there. Obviously, Kyren, I've heard a lot of people talk about him. I do think there are some interesting points. The thing that I always overlook is the splits with Blake Corum down the stretch last year. It was extremely concerning for Kyren Williams. In fact, Blake Corum was a lower floor. Kyren Williams still, I think, has like a solid 11, 12 point per game floor. I'm expecting that. But I think that ceiling for Kyren Williams is not going to be there with Blake Corum. I know that Corum, it looked like kind of the opposite happened at the end of the season because Corum got hurt going into that Week 17 game. I actually just so happened to be at that Falcons Rams game. And yeah, Corum was either banged up completely or did not play at all that game. And so I think people have a little misconstrued how that season ended. It was not good for Kyren Williams. So that's why I'm going to be very cautious on him. And if you get him later, then yeah, I'm fine with it. At the 3-4 turn, I'm just very picky about taking him over a couple running backs that I personally like. Yeah, Rams offense is good. I definitely get that. You don't like him, he's a Packer. Yeah, I mean, Mark. Yeah, so that's why Jacobs is going so late, and that's why I think he's such a good value. Um, I mean, there's basically Josh Jacobs has been nothing but like amazing, for fantasy purposes, since obviously on the Raiders days as well. But he's basically locked RB1 every year. I mean, you just go look at his production. If he's finished a season, he's been an RB1. If he didn't finish the season, he finishes an RB1 in points per game. So I'm just not going to be, expecting, and I'm not looking too much into the allegations. I mean, maybe that's a mistake, but I am fine taking on some risk. Obviously, as you can see, I like Christian McCaffrey. Guys like that. I'm completely fine taking it, because the one thing I think is really overrated or really overlooked in fantasy is that a lot of these reasons that we're scared about players, we don't think they're priced in, but they always are priced in. So that they honestly get double counted. And I think that's exactly what's happening with Josh Jacobs, for example. Otherwise, I mean, outscoring James Cook, if we weren't double counting, he should be going literally in the first round, if that makes sense. So based on the season he had last year. So I do want to at least share my opinion on that. So now, am I going to draft him in round 2? No, I'm not going to draft Jacobs in round 2. You don't need to draft him there. So, all right, Jeanty, you got to go to school. Hey, appreciate you coming through, Jeanty. Appreciate the sub. And yeah, you got Discord again. Make sure you join the community Discord. And I want to get everyone that wants it the draft guide when we come up with it. Once I end up the stream here, I'm definitely gonna get back to working on it before going to sleep. Got luckily most of the targets and the fades going on. If you guys have any questions though, like on some targets and some fades or some players, let me know. I'd be happy to just share early anything on the draft guide. Again, I've been doing that a ton this stream anyways. I hope I'm not like repeating myself too much. It's just I want to make sure that anytime someone is asking a question, they're getting the right answers. Siri, you went double receiver with Jettis and JSN. Okay, what draft spot were you in? And how many people are in that league? Just out of curiosity. Again, I know you just joined here, and welcome, Siri. Not a start we recommend. However, that's hard to say that's a bad start for JSN and Jefferson. I definitely don't want to tell you that's a bad start, but we want to always make sure that you get the running backs. And here's the thing. Your next comment is exactly what I want to hear. You got ETN, Jacobs, and Monty. So, okay, 8th and a 10th man. Okay, that makes sense, the 10 man. No, great way to finish that draft. Monty is a steal if O-line is healthy. Now, I was thinking that, and a lot of smart people were thinking that all offseason. I am starting to get a little worried on Monty. I don't know if you saw the report. I saw the notification from Sleeper. I'm not looking too much in it. It could just be a beat reporter's opinion, but this is something I've seen floated around quite a bit, and is that Woody Marks is going to be used more than we think. Now, I don't want to use that as like Monty's an auto bad pick, but it definitely makes me cautious on Monty, because it's not just about that. It's also about the fact that, like, what the hell happened to Monty last year? Like, it's not like he just came off an awesome season. He's 29 years old, and you do need to take him in a range of like 2. And again, I know that's going to be a highly controversial pick. He's a person I'm perfectly fine taking over Monty. But, you got Swift, you got Judkins there, all these guys. So, can't say I'm crazy about the pick, Siri. Let me know what other running backs you took him over. But what I will say is I don't blame you at all for making the pick to get that third running back going after a Jefferson JSN start. That is phenomenal. And great ETN Jacobs recovery there. I love that top 4 start. That is phenomenal, dude. Appreciate everyone subbing, man. Been a huge stream. Obviously, like I keep saying, we were getting back into mode here. We've been dropping videos. Also, Dan, if you guys know, like the co-host here, we got a cool short that you guys should check out after the stream, where we actually didn't post both of them, but he did a short at the whatever with Mason from Flock Fantasy. And if you don't know Dan, he loves this fab in trades and dynasty and in redraft, of course. And there's a good short they made on it's going viral right now on Instagram. So make sure you guys check that out. It's on our YouTube, as well, of course. But that's a fun one. He's got one on too with from what's it called, Zach from Dynastyland, talking about. Of course, you guys can see a little my James Cook hatred, mostly in Dynasty. They got a funny short about James Cook, but some cool shorts there that Dan got over at the Flock meetup. You took him over Tootin and Hendo. I'm okay with the Hendo, and I love Hendo, but there are some serious concerns about taking Henderson. We were talking about making him a fade in the draft guide, but I mean, here's the thing. Dan was talking about it. I cannot get behind fading a player like Hendo. Now, if you don't want to draft him, that's fine, but I can't put him as like you can't draft him player, because he falls to 6-5 in this draft. There are going to be a lot of bad picks in the 6th round. It happens every single year. And he's going to be one of those players that people are going to chirp you if you draft Henderson. But if anything happened to Stevenson, if Henderson takes a step, Henderson is easily one of the best picks on the board. Now, I'm not telling you to draft him because I don't know the confidence on that. I don't want to tell you just pray for an injury. But he is a very, very high upside pick, a league-winning pick if anything happens. It breaks his direction. So, at this point, here's the thing. If we get more evidence, Siri, that basically that Monty's role isn't as good as we think, I probably would fire on Henderson, but right now I don't blame you at all for taking that pick. I would go Tootin ahead though, and yeah, Tootin. Every year for fantasy, us sickos, there's going to be these Parker Washingtons, these Tootins, these Quentin Johnsons won this year. Those three really stick out as players that were way ahead of ADP on. And not just me, just basically, a lot of these guys that are doing those, drafts for thousands and millions of dollars. We are generally going to be higher because we're looking a little more into efficiency. Now, that's not going to be the case with Tootin, a very small sample size last year. Obviously, just more the offense and his prospect profile. But a lot of people just think that, Parker Washington, for example, they're like, who's that? I don't even know who he is. He's not been good over 3 years, minus a few games. But what they're not noticing is that Parker Washington is one of the most efficient wide receivers in football. The second most efficient wide receiver in football last year from Week 12 on, behind JSN. And what happened in Week 12? That the first week Parker Washington got truly involved. It broke out in that offense and did not slow down after that. So, is he guaranteed hit? No, but Christian Watson is another one. Christian Watson is going to be a guy that we're going to be just higher than consensus on because everyone's just going to think of Christian Watson that's been playing fantasy, playing a league or two. Their home leagues, they're just gonna, I don't want to take Christian Watson in round 6. What the hell, man? He wasn't even getting drafted last year. But it was 3rd in yards per route run last year. It was phenomenal. All the opportunity in the world. Those are some, I call them kind of the hipster picks. They're going to be picks that people are going to scold you for if they don't work out. But, they're going to be real quiet if they, if they hit. Because it's a lot of these players that we haven't seen them. You're basically drafting them higher than we've ever seen them produce. And a lot of people in fantasy do not like that. They would rather draft Chuba Hubbard and guys like that have done it before so they can feel better. So I would avoid doing that. And that's why we got it in our targets and fades on the draft guide. Anyone on the Dolphins wide receiver core you wouldn't hate at 15th? I mean, I guess Chris Bell. I mean, we're Dynasty sickos, so Kevin Coleman's an interesting guy, but I don't even know if he's gonna touch the field anytime soon. So I mean, like, you could go like Chris Bell if you have a deep roster, deep bench, but I mean, it's a high upside pick, but I'm not sure I'm crazy about him, but it's really all relative to what's there in round 15. I'm not a Malik Washington guy. I get it. Camex on Q just makes a comment about Malik Washington. I get that he's like technically the wide receiver one, but I don't like it. I think he's gonna be like 10 points per game or less. Basically, he's really done nothing. It's a low volume offense. Give me a rookie, at least. I don't even like Caleb Douglas. I do not like, but I would just like probably rather have him and just to see if I could hit the lotto on him. Easy drop, of course, if it doesn't work out on any of these players. But an interesting guy to look out for. Now, I'm not saying even to draft him. You don't need to. Is Greg Dulcich. Probably doesn't work out with him. Just gonna be honest, but we play in tight end premium leagues in Dynasty where you get 2 points per catch, stuff like that. So he's a fun guy in there. And in a redraft, if he does pop off early, score a touchdown, whatever he does, just keep an eye on him. Unlikely, but it's always good to know. Have these guys in the back of your mind. And I would say the same thing about Kevin Coleman. At any point this year, if you ever see Kevin Coleman on the field getting some snaps, just keep an eye on him. We will surely make sure you don't miss him if he ever gets involved. But, again, super unlikely. Cook is going to be such an elite fantasy RB this year. Everyone seems to think so. I'm fine drafting him. We actually got him as a target, so I'm fine with him in redraft. Dynasty, however, Camex, I'll spare everyone the 100th rant on James Cook in Dynasty. Washington will be a stud this year for the Dolphins. That's right. Nothing to do with him being in your flex spot. In the Listener League, 2.0? 2.0, I think. Yeah, look, our definition of good is not the same, Camex. I would say Malik Washington. I think mid would be like far too good for Malik Washington. And I was interested in him as a rookie. So yeah, Dolphins definitely going tight end next year. I mean, surely they'll have some good picks for one. Drafted Bell in Listener League 3.0. I mean, I wouldn't project anyone as the wide receiver one next year because this team could very easily have Jeremiah Smith. Do they have 2 first-round picks, or is it the Browns, or is it both of them? I think I know the Browns have 2 first-round picks next year, but I am blanking if the Dolphins actually have a second one. You have him in 3.0, that's right. You think Chestnut is the starting running back at the end of the year for Titans? Siri, is that your cousin or brother? Julius Chestnut. That's an interesting take, but let me know if you're joking. I don't know. Am I missing something on Julius Chestnut? Is he him? Let me know. Is he him? He's had a couple of games for fantasy over the years. I feel like I picked him up off the waiver wire before, and definitely in Dynasty. But can't sleep on my boy Tajay Spears though. Tajay Spears has been getting some nice hype here. I think he's actually a pretty good pick in the double-digit rounds this year. Not too big on Singleton though, so I can understand that if you are not huge on him, but I definitely think they would give Singleton a crack over Chestnut. Been watching the Dolphins for years because your best friend is a Dolphins fan. Washington has always been good. Here's the thing. If he's always been good, I mean, here's the thing. You're just going to say Tyreek and Waddle were there, but I mean, this man has done nothing for fantasy. Absolutely nothing. Yeah, they'll definitely get a quarterback, of course. But I mean, their roster's so bad, I just kind of figure that they have to have 2 first-round picks. It'd be kind of crazy if they didn't, but I guess I wouldn't be surprised if the Miami Dolphins didn't have two. Preseason isn't everything, but he's been balling. Okay, yeah. I mean, I haven't been paying attention to Julius Chestnut stat lines, but that's a tough thing. So like we use a lot obviously on the rookies for the stat lines, like Stribling going nuts, guys like that. But I always do question like the validity of that because Julius Chestnut's apparently going nuts. Just like random players that are not even gonna make up roster are going nuts. So I always kind of find it funny. There's a little bit of a double standard there. We're like getting pumped about players that we care about for fantasy, but we're just completely overlooking the guys that we don't. But obviously, it's generally for good reason. We generally have a good sense as a fantasy community who's going to be in important roles, who's good prospects, like guys like that will actually rise to the top. But yeah, no one's talking about Julius Chestnut's preseason, that's for sure. And one of the big things too, I mean, he's probably being efficient. He probably broke some runs, but obviously, like some of these running backs are going to be really good. Like, one that comes to mind is like Ty Chandler used to be a demon for the Vikings in preseason. Now he did have a couple games for fantasy, of course, when there was a ton of injuries to like Madison and stuff. But like, no one was getting like, here's like he was at least like a young player that was like efficient. He caught the ball. He was always exciting, but still, like you're not like going nuts over like Ty Chandler because he was just getting a lot of carries because he was like a third, fourth string running back at the time. So a lot of these third, fourth string running backs are going to get a lot of touches and therefore have a chance to look good for sure. If you're a dynasty player, I don't know if you are Siri, but you got some conviction. You get Julius Chestnut in every roster for sure. Yeah, you got these players. These players got to start from somewhere. That's fair. See, here's the thing. If Malik Washington was going to be good, he would have been good when Tyreek went down, in my opinion. Like, with Mike McDaniels there, I would have thought that would have been the moment. So, yeah, that's right. The Waddle trade got them the extra first. So, yeah, I knew that there was just no way that bad of a roster could not have two firsts. So, they'll probably go receiver early. Go quarterback with their first pick, which will probably be like top 5. Receiver back of the first, where the Broncos will probably leave their first. And then maybe they consider, defense or something like that. I guess with maybe that back of them first or the early second. Because their defense is booty. I think like the only good thing on that team is like the O-line. And obviously aging. I mean, I get you on Trey Tucker because there's no one there. So, but the thing is, like, is he going to be better than next year? I don't know. I mean, I suppose, like, he could be, but yeah, I'm definitely not getting pumped over Trey Tucker. But I get it. Like, I think the whole team for Miami just became so dysfunctional. I mean, like, here's the thing. You say that, but when you actually look into Miami's season, they were not bad. Like, they literally were not as bad as anyone thinks. They barely trailed the Bills. God, I don't have all the numbers in front of me. JJ Zachariason on the late round podcast had some shocking numbers on the Dolphins offense. Basically, when it came to like time leading. Time, just throughout the season, leading in games, leading by 2 scores, they were middle of the pack, and in fact, sometimes even top, whatever, on the 50th percentile plus across the league in a lot of these stats. They were not really bottom of the league in a lot of stuff last year, which is shocking. So and they won 7 games. So yeah, they weren't a great team, and things happened. People got hurt. They had some struggles, especially with that defense, but like Miami was not that bad of a team as everyone's saying. Like they're gonna be booty this year, like way worse. So it's kind of where my problems with Achane are. Obviously, he can still pay off his price because it's kind of priced in, but yeah, they were barely losing, but struggled to move the ball. Yeah, maybe that's where they brought it down with the red zone efficiency. But I mean, Tua was checking that ball down. Waddle still had amazing efficiency stats, like 2+ yards per out run. I forget what 2.2 or something like that. Like always has good efficiency. So, some guys were getting, and obviously A-Chain had a great season, but yeah, things can definitely go south there. Anyone new in here? We've got the draft guide coming out. Make sure you guys are subbed. Make sure you go to the Discord for it. Been talking about it all night, giving some leaks. If you guys want to know anything from the draft guide before it releases, I can probably give it to you. I could probably let you know whether it's a target in a round, a fade in a round, just a thought on a player, or a strategy. That's a big thing in the draft guide. It's not just about targets and fades. It's about strategy as well, because like we've been talking through on a lot of these teams and these mocks, sometimes you make the right picks and players, but it doesn't equal a good team always. So, we pretty much, I think, in the most efficient way, sum up how to draft this, or at least optimally. Again, you can make any draft work technically, but anyone can I don't know, like win the lottery with one ticket, but you'd rather have I don't know, like a higher probability is basically the analogy I'm trying to use here. You'd rather have more tickets in there. We think we can get you more tickets with that draft strategy that we're going to suggest. And again, you can always add your own twist to it. So a lot of players out there for you to draft. Luther Burden or Odunze? Yeah, I'm definitely team Luther Burden. It would be fun when we when we update the draft guide. Again, because we're going to come up with like the really important stuff on the initial launch and then start adding things accordingly. It would be really fun to have some stuff like Burden versus Odunze. I'm trying to think of some other things. Like, I suppose you could have like Lamb versus Pickens because they're similar-ish in ADP. Like, similar-ish is what I mean. Like, they're not the same. Or, I don't know, some player 1v1s. Maybe they don't need to be on the same team because there's not going to be too many of them. But it could be like Henderson and Ramondre. I think that would be very, very fun. And Luther Burden is going to be the pretty clear choice for me. Now, anything can happen, obviously, but and he does go higher in ADP. So I'm not saying you could make an argument that Odunze at value is better. You could definitely make that argument, but Luther Burden is definitely my favorite to score more points. I won't even bother mentioning any more than the fact that he was one of the most efficient rookies in yards per route run. Everyone knows that. But Odunze's been very disappointing. Has yet to hit 10 points per game across his total sample. I know he's been hurt, but he's also had a couple spike weeks. Everyone references those first 4 weeks though, and completely overlooks everything else. And also his efficiency wasn't that great in those first 4 weeks. Also, Caleb's been very inefficient. One of the least efficient when it comes to like catchable ball rate. And the best thing about Luther Burden is you don't have to rely on that. You'll get those deep shots, but you'll also get those layups. So everything points me in the direction for Luther Burden. But of course, this is not like a 100% to whatever, like a 90-10 thing. Like, I would say for me, this is more of like a 65-35 or even a 60-40 kind of thing. But I think that's priced in. The thing is that I think if one absolutely smashes, it's Burden. Like, I think that's the clear difference for me. If one of these guys could finish as a top 5 wide receiver, like, Burden's going to have the route to do it. And ultimately, that's like what I care about the most when I'm making that pick. Of course, I want these guys to beat ADP. It's going to be a little bit easier for Odunze to do at a later cost, but you definitely need. We're baking in a lot of projection for him going into year 3, and rightfully so, but again, yet to even do it anyway. So a lot of the knocks on Burden is he hasn't done it. Well, Odunze hasn't either. Camex is on board with Luther all day, every day. And that's probably going to be one of the most interesting or storylines for like, especially for a lot of these like redraft leagues. I think a lot of just a lot of people that obviously most people are not like fantasy nerds. They're not looking into yards per route run, targets per route run, first downs per route run, all these like efficiency metrics, like us nerds do. But a lot of people will be like Odunze over Burden. I think I put a poll up and it was like split 50-50. And they're just going to say that because we didn't see a lot of Burden last year. So, don't know about that, but I get it. Ben's pick, what he's done. Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't even think we need to, like, use the he's Ben's pick thing. Like, obviously, that's an additional thing. And also, like, the way that Ben Johnson is talking about Luther Burden's a whole nother conversation. But I'm going with Luther Burden all day. Now, maybe you expect me to go Michael Wilson over Marv, but that's not going to be the case for me. Again, going to the actual numbers, I have a really good short on it, actually. I don't even know when I made it. And in fact, I don't even know if I made it on this channel because I also run the Sleeper like Dynasty channel that you guys can check out if you haven't already. So it might be there, but basically, Michael Wilson is a player that I don't really like this year. Now, I don't know. I mean, again, like it's hard to say a player that scored as much as he did is like a terrible pick because he only was around a 7. But when you actually look at when Marvin Harrison was on the field after an appendicitis and with a foot injury, not only did Michael Wilson's production go down, like it went down to literally 0. Again, I had referenced all the splits with and without Marvin Harrison, with and without Brissett, and with and without Marvin Harrison, like when he was like injured, and with injured Marv, Michael Wilson was like scoring 5 points per game, or I think it was actually 7.1 or something like that. It was like 5 points per game with a healthy Marv, or even less than that. Again, reference that actual short if you're interested or whatever. Like find it on one of these channels, or I don't know. Again, you could ask me in the Discord, or if you want, I'll put it in there. Basically, Michael Wilson was useless. Even with an injured Marvin Harrison on the field, they'll obviously have Jacoby Brissett out. Now, the interesting X factor is the OC change. That is why I can't confidently say that Michael Wilson will be used the same. I think Michael Wilson's a good receiver. But at this point, you look in this draft here. Oh, wait, this is not the one I drafted Marvin Harrison in, is it? No, it is. I got him at 6'12 here. And I've been a Marv hater, by the way. We have Seb, who took him at 705. So these guys, in some drafts, might have the exact same ADP damn near, or the same range of the draft. To me, it's very clearly Marv. And I'm not even going to try. I seriously, when I say Marv at 6'12 is a solid pick, it's the fact that like you're getting an ultra talent that's dealt with some injuries, like obviously last year that could have prevented him. Obviously, the Kyler Murray, we don't even have like a sample size barely with him and Jacoby Brissett. When we did, there was actually some good stuff with Jacoby Brissett in that limited sample while he was healthy. So there is so obviously projection with Marv, but you're getting him so late. Like sometimes he goes round 7. I think he's a good pick. I don't know if he's like the greatest pick ever because again I don't have this like 100% confidence in him hitting or anything. But I would much rather have him over Michael Wilson, who has been useless his entire career and still was useless last year with Marv on the field. Hopefully I explained that as best as I could. I just didn't want to give you like a Marv over Wilson and not explain. It's going to be very hard for me to point anyone in the direction of Michael Wilson over Marv at their ADPs. Yeah, Camex. Yeah, Luther has the ability to kind of do everything. Get the layups in the yards after catch is a big thing as well. Yeah. Yeah, in Siri, there are a ton of these questions. Again, yeah, like I said, the Henderson and Stevenson's one that I don't really know where I lay because I mean the range of outcomes of that backfield is all over the place. Now you might just say it's going to be split, but what I mean is like, what if an injury happens? You know, like Henderson would be the best pick in all of fantasy potentially. Maybe Stevenson could be the best pick in all of fantasy if an injury happened to Henderson. So, very torn on that backfield. I wouldn't say to fade it. I actually took Stevenson in this draft at 7-1. as my RB3. Yeah, let me know if you got any more there. I hope you appreciate the explanation there. I hope I didn't lose you, like referencing all these numbers and stuff like that, and especially because I don't have them like on hand. But again, I try to make shorts on a lot of these opinions. Like, one I would say, another one I would say, here's a perfect one: BTJ and Parker Washington. That's going to be a massive one in redraft and in dynasty. And I am all the way out as can possibly be on BTJ. I will spare the entire explanation. I will leave that for the draft guide. But BTJ, I fear, is going to be one of the worst picks in fantasy football. There's always a chance with a player like that I might be eating my words. Also because his ADP does bake it in a little bit. With him barely going ahead of Marvin, I think the market does recognize the risk, but man, I am terrified, and I would definitely go Parker Washington ahead of him. Who took Jeanty 111, Arizona? That would be Camex. Yeah, don't worry, I gave him flack for that one. But when reviewing his team, we just pretended he had 2 ankles. But if you missed it, Arizona, I'm sure you probably saw it, but it just is an ankle sprain. We don't know the timeline yet. Hikari HC, welcome. Good to see you. Should we be concerned with Tate dynasty-wise? Is there something I'm missing with Tate, like in recent news? Obviously, because I've been streaming here for a few hours. Was there any report that I missed? But if you're just asking this in general, concerns about Cam Ward in the preseason, I don't have much confidence in Cam Ward in terms of fantasy football. Definitely a guy I'm not interested in owning in dynasty. And appreciate you throwing a dynasty question in here for me with all these redraft ones, by the way, of course, because that's the real specialty of this channel. Dan and I with the dynasty stuff. But Tate is actually a guy I play in over 20 leagues. I actually own 0 of him. And it's not that I hate him, and it's kind of funny that I own 0 of him. I actually just kind of traded away my 2 102s because I got a really good plus to go down to the 104, the 105 early in the offseason, and I ended up just getting like Jordan Tyson or Mekhi Lemon, who I really like as well. I don't think the difference between them are massive. So I'm not too concerned about him. I would say I do think there's a little pricing difference. The reason I own a ton of Lemon and Tyson. No, they are injured, but I'm not too concerned about that. Of course, big injury there to Tyson, but at a cheaper cost, they're basically all in the same situation, and that might sound a little weird because like the Saints and the Eagles are far better offenses than the Titans. But people do just point to the fact that Tate's the clear one. Well, here's the thing. I'm not going to tell you Wan'Dale Robinson's elite, but he does soak in 140 targets a year for the last 2 seasons on the Giants. So if he's doing anything like that and that trend continues, that's not the greatest for Carnell Tate. I don't think Devontae Smith's going to soak in over 140 targets. So, Tate is priced heavily over those guys. So I think there is some risk for him just to be completely fairly priced or disappointing because he doesn't produce in fantasy, where I do bold think that Tyson and Lemon could perform better when healthy, when fully incorporated in the offense. So it may take some time with them. But I don't have like some fade on Tate, even though it seems like I do, owning 0 shares. So I definitely wouldn't be too concerned about him. I definitely think there might be more that you can do with his dynasty value is the best thing I can explain. Yeah, Camex. Yeah, that's why I can't like put Henderson as a target. It's because it's going to be like a split 50-50. They said the passing and maybe the goal line going to Stevenson. Again, we'll see in season. Things can change. Like running backs can get better, but it's definitely not sounding good for Henderson. And especially with coaches, I'm definitely willing to take their word for that. I'm not gonna just say I think Henderson's good. You need to draft him. That's not what I'm gonna do with him. But a guy that went this draft 605, I love that price for him. Especially if you need a running back like the team 8. didn't have a running back, and they get him at 605. I mean, that's a phenomenal RB2, and then you mix him up with, hopefully someone else that's you can actually rely on to get you a floor. I see. So Tate had a rough preseason. I didn't catch his last game, but I'm not looking at anything in the preseason. Yeah, I'm not gonna care anything about the preseason stat lines or anything like that. Yeah, Jamar Chase. I was gonna say he was the guy that had a concerning preseason, so I'm not gonna look too much into that. But you took him in a startup, and we're in the situation as his play. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about his play. I'll start worrying if we actually start having reason to worry in season. Again, maybe this is leading to something like that. I'm not gonna say anything definitive. I just don't think we can take anything away from this preseason and stuff like that. Obviously, there's been clips of him having highlight catches. That's kind of player he is. So I'm not using that to boost him up or anything either. He's being used as a deep threat, but the line sucks. So Hikari, will give you and again, this is part of the reason I own 0 of them. I will kind of give you a bearish take on Carnell Tate, purely honestly on vibes. Do with this what you will, but I'm not a massive vibes guy. Dan the Coast, he's a big vibes guy where he trust intuition, and I like to do that as well. And apparently it's something I've done with Tate, because my fear with Carnell Tate is that he's basically gonna be having the same issues that Marvin Harrison had early season, and in a lot of different ways where, he's gonna be on a bad offense with a quarterback that might not be the most efficient. Again, Cam Ward's a big question mark for fantasy and real life right now. A lot of really concerning stuff on him last year, despite thinking he was a good prospect. And like I said, it's not just him there. It's also Wan'Dale Robinson. There's some other receivers too. I'm not going to tell you Chimere DK is going to do anything to him or whatever. Calvin Ridley at 32 years old. But there's some other dudes there, of course, that could annoy you a little bit. Gunnar Helms there, I like him, but again, not a big deal for him. But you said he's a deep threat, and that's kind of my concern, is are they going to throw him on the perimeter as an X receiver out the gate, not move him around, not scheme things up for him? That was a big issue with, are all the screens going to go to DK and Wan'Dale Robinson, or the running backs and stuff like that? That was a huge concern for Mark. So I'm praying they don't use him in such a boomer X, old prototype way, because that would be very concerning for his production. Now, he should have a very safe, which is a very insulated asset in Dynasty, but it kind of sounds like you're worried about what I'm worried about with him, which is why I don't own any of them, but at the same time, that is just kind of me being a little vibesy on him, there's not a lot of players I'm like that with. He is one of them, though. That's why I got him. None of them, yeah. So it was why I have so much Tate and Tyson instead, or sorry, Lemon and Tyson instead. Yeah, Vrabel. Yeah, it doesn't sound like they're too confident in him, but again, we'll see in season. Honestly, it's kind of my I'm kind of done speculating on the backfield there. I think they both could be good picks. I think kind of everything is in play. The craziest part about Henderson, by the way, at Camex, is that he was a really good pass protector in college. Now he sucks in the NFL. That's so confusing, but they have been moving him around. They've seen, okay, yeah, now all three. Okay, that's good. Yeah. See, that's the thing I need to look in with Carnell Tate. See, that's the reason I don't care about too much. And that's the thing, for the draft guide, should do that. But he's not going to be a massive target for me, just in general, because there are receivers that he's above an ADP. That's why I haven't looked too much into Carnell Tate this offseason. I spent my time just kind of, looking into more important players, at least in my opinion. I think he's a fine price guy in redraft, and again in Dynasty, I think his price is still fine, but there's things I'm worried about. if he's being moved around in all three, that is something that I would be very happy to see as a Cardinal Tate owner to justify his price. And hopefully they actually use him in motion. That's one of the biggest things you can, ask for in a receiver. So gotta hope they do that. And by the way, that's why one of the reasons I really like Chris Godwin. Completely forget who did this. Not my research. Chris Godwin in motion last year was an absolute demon despite his very bad season. And the sample size wasn't even that small, but basically anytime he's in motion, he had like 4 yards per route run. And basically the OC for the Bucks runs a ton of motion. What's his name? Zach Robinson? I don't know, completely. I think it's Zach Robinson from the Falcons. Anyways, they run a ton of motion. Like, he ran a ton of motion on the Falcons. So, anyways, Chris Godwin's actually a guy that I've hated, and I actually think is a really, really strong pick. Now, I think he went 703 here, but normally he goes like 8th round or something like that. I love him in all formats. Yeah. Oh, Spitz, you just joined in. Can you show me the entire draft? Yeah, absolutely, man. There's even a point where I go over some teams. Like, it might be very tough to find. There's a bit of a very long stream. Welcome. Appreciate you having here. If you ever can find a point after the stream or whatever where, like, I have a team highlighted, I'm actually talking about teams and picks. And Spitz, I'll say this, as I've been saying to some of the new people asking questions in here. Make sure you're subbed. And if you have a Discord, make sure you join the Discord. Because we're working on a draft guide right now. It's free, completely free. We don't want your money. We just want to help you win your leagues. We care way too much about fantasy for you not to take advantage of the free draft guide. And it's something we haven't released yet, but we are going to release the early version just so you guys have your hands on it in case you draft, with all the important stuff, the targets, the fades, the draft strategy. And then we're going to update it as we get going here because we're not doing this full time for our job. So we got to do other things in our lives, but we will keep updating it for you with extra stuff like positional rankings, color coded, basically like a cheat sheet for each position. Who are we targeting? Who are we fading? You'll basically get everything you need out of this draft guide for free. So I will say, if you guys are looking for that, make sure you're subbed. It may definitely make sure you're around this channel in the Discord. Anything, we will post it in there as soon as it's ready, which will be very soon. Now, if you want to see this draft, I can make my here. You can see most of the draft board here. I'll let you look at that for a minute here, and let me know if you have any questions. That's probably going to be the most efficient way here. I can definitely scroll down and show you the bottom right of the corner if you want to see their spits. Ask me any questions you got about this draft. Been answering a ton of them. Aaron says, welcome, by the way, Aaron. Says, what round are you taking Stribling in as of now? Seems like a bit of a reach to take him any earlier than 9-10. Okay, yes. So, Aaron, so yeah, this is something, again, we talk about the draft guide is like heavily targeting these Striblings and stuff like that because in the average league that you guys are playing in, they are going to be very, very affordable if you're playing with friends and family, which most people do. Now, if you're playing in a league with us in mocking here, Stribling went at 8-11. You don't need to click him like that in most leagues. Now, we're in a YouTube league before the season starts, weeks before, and we do this. We get paid to do this, I'm hired by Sleeper to make content for them. So, this community is not going to let you get Stribling cheap. So you don't need to take him at 8-11 if you're in a friends and family league. I want to be very clear about that. Now, if you're in a sharp league, you're probably going to need to take him by round 9. I don't think he's going to fall anywhere past round 9. He's definitely not going to make it past round 10 in this economy. That's just the reality of it. So if you're in a friends and family league, you could basically get him potentially anywhere in double digits. Now, if you're in an 8 to 10 team league, obviously that's going to skew everything, and you might get him like round 14 or something like that. So it will vary between your league. Know who you're drafting with, and again, if you got any information on that, like how good your league mates are, who they are, let me know, because the average league they just check in and they just kind of go off ADP. You know what I mean? Like, they're not everyone's watching YouTube and stuff like that. And that's kind of the advantage of the draft guide, and subbing here and watching us and other creators is that we can try and point out. And I think you should draft Stribling, by the way. But we like value, though. We definitely like value. So, again, I don't want to tell you to draft Stribling before you need to. So, there's a very wide range of where you can get them. And that's why I'm just saying it's very important to know your league. Yeah, Camex. Yeah, that's right. We're going to have to block you, Camex, from the draft guide before the chop. Like, I never really thought about that. Releasing the rankings. No, we're not going to hold anything back, of course. You can use the rankings against me. Luckily, there's going to be takes that people don't agree with, and hopefully they don't, because I don't want to get sniped every pick. So, I dare you to use my own rankings against me, Camex in the Lister League. By the way, we're at 17 likes. If we hit 20 likes for you guys that have been entering here in the last wave of the stream here, we already gave away 2 spots to Listener League. We're doing a chopped Listener League. I'd be more than happy to give away a 3rd spot on the stream. That would be the 7th of the 14 available spots that we're giving away. Just type chopped in the comments if you want to be eligible in it. In the giveaway here. So, just want to let you guys know that I have the wheel still pulled up. We have 4 names in here still. It's just not all the. In fact, maybe no one is still in the stream here because I've been streaming a hot minute. So I might even consider clearing their names out if we get a lot of people that want to get the chop link in the second wave here of the stream. But let me know if you got questions on the draft board. Obviously, hope that's helped you with Stribling there. I think Cyrus Allen's a really good late round target. You should be able to get him in the final rounds easily. Okay. Would you take him ahead of Diggs, Wandale, and Downs? I'd consider taking him over Downs post Keenan Allen signing. I wouldn't take him ahead of Diggs and Wandale. And I don't want to say that's a bad pick, because depending on your team build, you could talk me into it. But I want to extract value on his Stribling when I'm taking him. And I do want to win my flexes. I think Diggs is very undervalued in this draft where he goes 9.7. I think you can see that. Yeah, you can on the screen. Wandale at 9.5. I'm not crazy about him, but I think that's a good value. So I would rather take these guys, say, in this area, and then I would rather go for, Cyrus Allen or Jacoby Lane or something if you want to get another rookie receiver. There's other guys as well that aren't rookies that are good. Denzel Boston, 12-12. I would rather do that. I would rather go Denzel Boston, Casey Concepcion, round 10. See, that's the big thing that I want to point out when it comes to Stribling. Don't get too much tunnel vision on him, because Jordan Tyson will be falling down rankings too as we keep going. See, a computer was in here. Someone quit, so he got drafted. I think he's going down to round 10. So, if Stribling's going ahead of Jordan Tyson and Concepcion, he might be a good target, but he's probably not someone I'm going to realistically draft, if that makes sense, right? Because I like Jordan Tyson. You could stash him on your IR. I think he's one of the strongest picks you can get if you can get him around 10 or later. Casey Concepcion, there's a lot of question marks, but he's a phenomenal player. And Denzel Boston, not a player I wasn't crazy about coming out, but you can get him much later. What is it, 4 rounds later than Stribling? Yeah, terrible offense, but it had some good reports. So that would be my concern, Aaron, about Stribling, and that's why I would just say draft with reason, within reason on Stribling. Just don't get too crazy on him. We always want it to be a higher on these guys that are in good situations and getting really good reports. We want to be higher than consensus. It's very easy to be higher than consensus on them. But if you're in a very sharp league, you might not be a player that I'm drafting is all in round 8 or 9. Where would we pick Jonathan Brooks? Yeah, great question. That's another player that, the sharp fantasy community is going to be way higher. I just made a video on it on the Sleeper channel. It is Jonathan Brooks' ADP. I think I'm trying to remember what I referenced it as, 116 or 111 or something like that on Sleeper. I don't think you're going to get him there in your draft. I don't think he's a very well kept secret. If you're getting him near that ADP, yeah, absolutely smash him. That's round 9. Where does he go here? Again, this is a pretty good draft room. I believe someone, yeah, this is the draft that someone was complimenting the room. They kept getting sniped. It was an overall pretty good room, even though we had someone out quit the draft. Where did Brooks go? I can't find him here. I feel like he went like 7 something here. Here he is, 6'11". So, yeah. So this is probably where we're going to see Brooks go in like sharp leagues, is like back of the 6. I mean, I have him as a target, but I have him target as at ADP. This is well above his ADP, and I will express extreme caution drafting him this high. I shouldn't say extreme, but I would not be drafting him over guys like Marvin Harrison, even probably Ramondre. There are some names I would rather take here, and I would rather see if I can get alternative similar versions to Brooks. One that might seem a little sketchy or hard to. I mean, you get Jonah Coleman at 12-4, for example. Like, I think he's a great prospect and is in a good situation, but obviously it's crowded. So my concern with Brooks though is Chuba should be ready for week 1, and I think there's a chance these guys are splitting. So I don't want to discourage you from drafting Brooks Spritz, but it's all about the ADP on him. If you can get him in round 8, he's a heavy target. If you're taking him at 6'11", it's not going to be a target. There's a big difference between those that area in a lot of your drafts. So I hope that answers your question. It's very similar to like the Stribling thing, right? All about ADP. And I wouldn't take this mock for fact, because a lot of you guys drafting that are coming in these streams, especially like you're just getting into redraft mode. If that's the kind of league you're in, this is going to be like a much better, like these are going to be good mocks to do and look at, because you're going to realize like smart people are taking Brooks at 6'11", and that he's falling to the 9th round in your home league, so that's always why I'm just going to be like careful with like the context with you guys. And I just don't want to tell you to draft Brooks at 6'11", or another big one. Again, like if you were here when I was talking about Parker Washington and Christian Watson are going to be guys that your home league probably hates, but you need to be higher than these guys on them. And we're going to, in the draft guide, tell you to be higher on these players. And we just want to make sure that you're getting them at a good value still. Yeah, Brooks, I don't know. I don't want to say Brooks is going to do nothing, Camex. Oh, wait, one more like, and we'll give away this spot. Again, comment chopped if you want into the listener league. Again, we're going to be covering on the channel and stuff, so going to be a lot of fun. I'm pumped for it, man. I'm not even just saying that. I'm actually pumped for the listener league chopped, because I want to win that league. I don't even care about the money. I want to be I want to have the bragging rights. And I just want to be setting my lineup and tracking that every week. You know what I mean? Like, that might be my most important league, funny enough, despite, playing in a ton of money leagues, Dynasty and stuff like that. One more, like, I know if we got a guy in here entering the, the giveaway at 1 a.m. Central on August 24th, I guess it is now. I know we got a good one. 20 likes, perfect. Whoever's liking the stream and you want in that chop league, comment it right now. Let it be known. Obviously, Camex, you're already in there. You already won. You can't win against the tight end strat. But man, yeah, no, I'm pumped. The one thing I'm thinking about the chop league, and this is why, again, we're just giving away spots, slowly right now, is I would love to see if we can get other content creators in there. Obviously, we got, some guys like Data Driven Dynasty / Fantasy is his second channel, and Stan from Dynasty Price Check. I almost want to ask them, see if they would enter in there, and want to make some content on the league. I think that would be really fun. Jason, are you talking about, obviously, welcome, Jason. Are you talking about the listener league or, like, you know, I have a map. I just don't want to make sure you're not confusing the mock draft that we already drafted on the board. This was a mock draft on the screen, but the league I'm talking about is the listener league. All you got to do is just let me know that you want to get in it. We hit 20 likes, so I'm going to give away the 3rd spot on stream tonight. I'd add your name into this wheel spin. I'm not sure that everyone's here still because this has been a long stream. So I would reserve this spot, but like if you didn't win, if someone else won on here, I would reserve their spot for them for now and make sure, you know, that they are here to claim it. If they are not here to claim it, then that spot will go unclaimed ultimately. And yeah, we have 6 of 14 taken right now for the Chop Listener League. As I was saying, we're trying to make content on it. We're very excited. Again, we're going to stream the draft. We'll have to find a time where it works for everyone. Yeah, I'll definitely add you, Jason. Nice to have you here, man. Again, let me know if you got any questions. And feel free, when we get this draft guide out, I'm really hoping tomorrow. But we're just going to make sure it is like, you know, that it's really good when we release it. We're going to have our draft guide out. Feel free to use it against us. Please don't use it too much against us. No, I'm just joking. But yeah, we're working on that too. If you want a free draft guide, like literally everything you need for a draft. Now, I will say, it's not built for Chopped. It's built for your actual giant redraft leagues. You know, I mean, maybe we add a section for Chopped if we do have time to do some research for it. But for those of you that are, not even sure what Chopped is, the last place team in points for every week gets cut until one man is left standing. So I'm definitely going to do some research for it because I don't want to come last. I don't want to get eliminated early. And I want to win the league. So should be really, really fun. And appreciate you guys getting up to 20 likes. Man, ton of success here on this stream here. A lot of, you know, new faces. Glad to have all you guys here. Ton of subs as well, man. Like, I don't even know what we had when we started. So appreciate everyone subbing. Yeah. Unfortunately, you know, Dan did get Mason to do a short with him for the channel, but I don't think we're getting Mason in the Dynasty Savvy Chop League. That would be nice, especially Jeanty as well. But we got the next best thing. We got our boys Stan and Levi and guys like that. I would love for one of them to join. Mitch from Lineup Fantasy made a video with. I'm trying to think, have I collabed with anyone else? I don't know. Shoot for the stars, invite a flock member. Hey man, well Dan, he had his chance. Yeah, no, I'm glad you're pumped for it, Camex. Hey, we hit 20 likes here. I gave it time, so let's spin this wheel here. I'm hoping for Jason to get this one. If you don't get it, Jason, don't worry, we're gonna give away, the rest of the 7 plus spots. Just make sure to put the notification bell on, whatever. Join the Discord. Just make sure you're around here, because we'll keep going live as the season comes on, and you'll have plenty of chances to win. If you don't win here, which I hope you do. Whoa! Okay, Kalon. Kalon was in here earlier, so I'm going to write that down. Very close to Jason there. Kalon. The Chop spot. Okay, so Kalon was a new viewer tonight. Now, they're not in here anymore. I don't know that they joined. They may have joined the Discord. They're probably subs, so we're going to have to reserve that spot for Kalon. But, yeah, I'll say... let me send you the link here. Okay, Jason, just go to the description of this live stream or the channel, but the live stream has it. Just go to the Discord, or sorry, the description, and just click that Discord link. You'll be in there off of that. Just subscribe. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, again, hopefully, yeah, if you come around for another stream, man, like we'll definitely get you in here. Um, yeah, in the wheel spin again, like you can catch us at a good time too. This was a good one. There's only 5 people on it. Yeah, so hope we can get you in here, man. Yeah, and here's that thing. We'll respin. Here's the thing. Here's what I'll tell you, Jason. I'll promise you this. Make sure you're in the Discord so I can actually contact you. If we cannot get in contact with Kalen, that's your spot. How about that? Because you're here right now. So if they do take it, if they are around to claim it, because they are a new viewer, I'm not sure that they will. Then, oh, who's this? Oh, that was Camex. Okay. Then, yeah, okay. For a second, I thought that was them, like, reacting. Then that's your spot, Jason. So, yeah, just make sure you're in there so I can get in contact with you. But that's a good little compromise. But yeah, let me know. Obviously, I've been going for a long time here, but I got a little break from school, so I can be a demon answering fantasy football questions until 1 a.m. Man, how long has this been, Camex? How long has this stream been, dude? This has been an insane stream. Dan, how long have I been alone for? Dan left. Dan left like almost 3 hours ago. Appreciate everyone coming in, asking questions. Keep asking until I can't answer no more. I'm especially pumped though, and doing all the answers and everything for you guys because of the draft guide, because we've been working on it, because we're trying to get you guys the best strategy and targets and fades. We've been thinking a lot, talking about a ton about fantasy, and that's why it's exciting to answer some questions all night for you guys. With the first stream since we've been working on it. So definitely when we go live, I mean, again, we might kind of dedicate a portion to going through the actual draft guide for you guys, answering questions about it. Basically whatever you guys want. It's been 4 hours and 5 minutes. And somehow, Camex, that's not even close to the longest stream we've ever done here. But stream is definitely dying down now. No surprise there. At such a late hour. So, again, I'll basically keep going here until we're dead. But if anyone other than Camex has a question, no, I'm just kidding, Camex. I'm very excited for the Listener League to go down. So Listener League 1.0, Camex, obviously you're not in it, but Seb had won it. And he basically won it with my team because I traded him CMC and stuff. And I should have won that league. And in fact, I went like, we had median. And I lost 2 matchups in a median league all year in the Listener League 1.0. My team was on crack. And it was on crack in week 16 when I lost to Dan. It was projected to win by over 100 on it's like Christmas Eve or something like that. Whatever those week 16 games were. And Dan's team with like Jalen Warren and someone else, they had the most insane fourth quarter ever, that he ended up making up a 100-point projection with only a couple players left in his lineup, and he beat me by 3 points, and the score was 230 to 227. It was 2 of the highest scores all season, and that's how I lost the Listener League 1.0. So I need my revenge. I got a great team coming back in for year 2, but obviously I'm trying to go for the trifecta. I'm trying to win all the Listener League Dynasty ones. Michael, welcome. Thoughts on Josh Jacobs? Good or bad value? End of 3rd round. So I'm glad you answered this again because you're giving me another chance to talk about Josh Jacobs here, Michael. And again, welcome to the stream. Earlier, someone asked me about Josh Jacobs, and I'm making a draft guide right now. Spoiler alert, when that draft guide comes around, which I highly recommend you just sub or make sure you're in the Discord or both, so because it's completely free, and we'll have literally everything you need for your draft to answer these questions and more. Josh Jacobs, though, is a huge target from you at the end of the 3rd round. Massive. And I'll give you the quick pitch here because it's been a minute since I was talking about Josh Jacobs. It was probably hours ago now. It's been a long stream. Josh Jacobs. I'm not using this as don't hear what I'm not saying here. What I'm saying is Josh Jacobs' end of the third value round ADP makes 0 sense because he outscored James Cook last year. Now you're gonna be saying, what the hell are you talking about? No. I'll pull up the numbers for you here, the splits. See, one of the biggest and easiest things to do in fantasy football is just take advantage of number one, mispriced players and figure out why they're mispriced though. And a lot of it is just recency bias and emotion and basically nothing to do with like actual fantasy production. Now, you don't need to take away that James Cook's a bad pick from this, but what you should take away is that Josh Jacobs is a phenomenal pick. In the 9 health, so up until week 10, there was a bye week. Through week 10, Josh Jacobs got hurt in week 11 at the start of the game or something. At some point early in that game. So through the 9 healthy games, he was at 19.6 points per game. James Cook, in comparison, through that same timeline, 18 points per game. Had nearly 2 points per game on him. And of course, we know how hot of a season James Cook had, and we all remember that for some reason. But not for Josh Jacobs, apparently. Now, he left a bad taste in everyone's mouth because he played, I believe it was 3 games through injury. So if you remove, here's the thing, he played those 3 games, but he did not even play 50% snaps. He did not even play 40% of snaps. He played like 20 to 30% of the snaps. He was just playing injured, trying to fight through it, and he was not able to. Those are just complete write-off games. Like, you cannot take anything from a game that the guy did not even. If anything, that's like, dog factor that he was trying to play through that. And he's being like used against him. And he did play 3 games injured though, where he did get 50+% of the snaps. When you factor those into that healthy sample, he's still at 18.9 points per game because those were still really good games that he produced in. And then you just take James Cook's total season points, 17.8 points per game. Nothing really has changed for either of these teams. I know the O-line has gotten a little worse for both of these teams. Buffalo has a far better O-line. But my point is you just look at the difference and you ask, what did I think about his value? I think that Josh Jacobs is a phenomenal value, like literally phenomenal. And the reason why is because a lot of people will tell you he got, whatever, he's getting up there in age, he's getting up there in touches, he got hurt last year. And then also they'll tell you about the legal stuff. But here's the thing, if you're doing your draft, like a lot of people right before the season, obviously there is some risk right now that I think is valid, a little bit valid, because there was some talk about it maybe a suspension. It won't be a big one, but obviously that would definitely impact his ADP, and I would feel differently. But if you're just doing your draft, Michael, and he's not getting suspended, end of the third's a steal. Like, running backs are as expensive as they've ever been. I mean, it would be just insane if you can get them there, in my opinion. I do think you can make an argument to me like Jamonte Williams or maybe Etienne are great guys that kind of fall in that range too. So that does make me I would be absolutely pounding the drum if those guys didn't exist, especially Javonte, who's coming off a great season too. But Josh Jacobs alone, I have no case against him. I have only good things to say. The numbers were there. People are just misremembering that season. It's possible he gets washed or falls off this year, but that's the case with a lot of these players, right? Saquon Barkley was washed last year. He's still going 205. So I'm not even saying he's a bad pick. I'm just saying, I think the market's got him wrong. And people have been much better at ranking these players, by the way, over the years. It's very hard to find these targets in fades, and that's why we're finding them and going deep for them in the draft guide. Street Law Shorts, welcome. Good to see you here. Which side in a trade would you rather have James Cook and T. Higgins or Chase Brown and Ibuka? Ooh. Man, that's an interesting one. Again, I was just telling you the James Cook splits, I'm not crazy on him. People are baking in a lot of... Basically, they're baking in that he'll have his best season ever, when I think that is a bit of a mistake, especially when you actually do the math on how he scores fantasy points. He will need to catch 50 footballs. And I think Ty Johnson at least can open up a chance for him to do that, but Chase Brown is going to catch a lot of footballs on a good offense and also score a lot of touchdowns. The question of me is actually more about T. Higgins versus Ibuka. I'm going to be completely honest. Those are two players that I don't really have. Like, I'm pretty neutral on both those players. They go in a big tier of wide receivers. I'm going to ask you a question back, Street. Do you have a difference in your own opinion between T. Higgins and Ibuka? Because my own opinion would be I would just go with whatever running back I think is better. Now, obviously, you probably think that James Cook is better. I want to make sure that you think you would probably have to think that Ibuka is clearly better than T. So I'm gonna ask you that back to you because I'm not gonna just like sit here and just like make something up. Like I think both of them are solid. Solid picks and a giant tier of wide receivers. I don't have like a great. They both have great upside cases. So tell me who you prefer there because I know James Cook has a higher ADP, but I think Chase Brown's an awesome pick as well. Kamek says chimes in. He's a Chase Brown glazer. Michael, glad you appreciate it. Yeah, you can run a trade by me, man. Of course. Again, if you guys like obviously all the streams, leave sub. Make sure you guys are there. We'll be doing streams weekly in season. Start sits. People love those, and trades, all that great stuff. But and we'll be doing streams up until the season here. But the big thing is that when you guys need a question answered, we got you just for free in our Discord. So if you got Discord, it's in the description. Like literally just click it, you'll see the link. Basically on all our live streams and our and on our what's it called, our channel, it should be easy to find. Best place to get something answered. Appreciate the sub, Michael. Again, yeah, glad having you guys here. And like I said, I was mentioning the draft guide. Like the best thing about going in the Discord and as well as subbing is that free draft guide is going to be there with everything you guys need. By the way, and again, when you guys read the draft guide and have questions about it, like we'll answer anything on the Discord, whatever. You just message us. Like I know like a lot of creators are hard to get a hold of. Like we're definitely easy to get a hold of, man. When you got us in the Discord, so let's take a look at your trade here. Tyler Warren. And give up Dallas Goedert plus JMO. Okay, you're going to have to give me a little... I know you gave me your receiver room. Give me some more information that's going to be very important. Is this half PPR, full PPR? How many how many receivers in flex do you have? Let me know that. That's going to be very important. As well as how many teams. Just because those would like make or break a trade. What I would say very simply, though, before you even give me all that, the answer's probably going to be Goddard and JMO, though. So, but still give me that. Yeah, full team, 12 PPR. Yeah, it's going to be Goddard and JMO for me. Goddard in the draft guide is going to be a clear target in the double-digit rounds. Jameson Williams is a solid pick. I actually picked him in my first redraft of the season because most of mine are later, yet to happen because all these injuries and everything, of course. I think JMO's a fine pick. I'm not nuts about him, but I would much rather have JMO and Goddard. No disrespect to Tyler Warren, but you want to win your flexes. JMO can help you do that because you have really high ceiling. I mean Goddard was phenomenal last year, and they lose AJ Brown, of course. So I think he's an awesome late round tight end if you already got him. So I think you should stick with what you got. I think you would need a stronger, double flex. Yeah. I'm keeping what you got there. JMO's a phenomenal wide receiver 3, and I love that you have Godwin, another guy I really like in late rounds. Like you probably got him like round 8 or something like that, maybe round 7. I actually really like him, despite being a player that I think a lot of people were really high on him last couple of years, and now they're gonna be pretty low on him. So I've kind of flipped ship on him. Originally leaned Ibuka, but starting to lean T. Higgins. Okay, so yeah, it sounds like it's really close for you as well as me, Street. So like honestly, this is a very tough one like to give advice on. Like I'm just gonna be real with you. It is very tough because Cook is very clearly ahead of Chase Brown, but I could argue that Chase Brown could go ahead. Now, we still technically have James Cook because Dan is very strong, the co-host. is very high on James Cook. We have both of these guys as targets on the draft guide, so it's very hard to it's very hard to even lean somewhere there. I think Chase Brown's a slightly better value, but between those receivers, it's not like we're the same thing. Where it's very close. So, I mean, here's the thing. Like, what side do you even have here? Because I'm just gonna tell you how I think about things. Okay, so yeah, you didn't even tell me what side you have. So, the question to me would be like, if you were considering whatever side of the trade you're gonna receive, what if you were gonna make that deal? Like, what does that do for you? Like, how does that help your team specifically, right? Is there other stuff on your roster? It's a receiver and a running back on each side, so it's gonna be very tough. And they both go in similar range of the draft, so it's gonna be very tough to like find a reason why to do the deal. But of course, you could say the thing for not doing it. Maybe you have Joe Burrow though. Maybe you have, I don't know, some player. Maybe you have Chris Godwin already or something. So let me know if there's like anything you got for a tiebreaker there. I just don't want to give you like, I just don't want to tell you a side when I think it's pretty even. I mean, I think a lot of people might just say James Cook is the higher ranked running back. That's completely fine if you're a big James Cook guy and just want to go there. Just trying to be real with you on that one. Crazy that Sammy and Danny actually traded in a flock league with Jeanty news. Oh wow. Okay, tell me what that trade was. I did not catch on that. Again, I'm not too plugged into the flock stuff, but obviously have been because Dan was there and everything, and got the shorts for us with them, and that's not why he went there. He just went there to have a good time and hang out with them and stuff. But it was cool that he was able to get some shorts. Yeah, some content made there as well. Is it bad news that you have Ibuka Godwin as well as Jamo Amon-Ra? I mean, I don't want to say it's like bad news, but I definitely wouldn't have drafted Ibuka and then Godwin. I would have just, again, I know it might sound crazy for this, but don't hear what I'm not saying. What I'm saying here is I think Ibuka was a prospect I really liked, but there are really good receivers in that range, and I know that I like Chris Godwin later. So that's why Ibuka, unless he falls to like the 411 like he did on the draft screen right now. Now, if he fell there, I'd take him 100%. But if you got to take him like near that 3-4 turn where you normally got to, I'm probably going to, tie break somewhere else. And then, because I know I want Godwin at a value later. Yeah, you just draft him value. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I would figure you got there. I mean, let me know where you got Chris Godwin. So, I mean, not a bad thing. Again, I'm not like a massive redraft trade guy. I say that just because it's very tough to do when I'm in like 20 plus dynasty leagues. That's where I put my time and energy for trading in. I'm more worried about the waiver wire and stuff like that when I do redraft leagues. Obviously, it's so hard to trade. But here's the thing. I'm assuming you're probably just in a league or two or something like that, or not as many leagues as I am, where you have a lot more energy to trade. You could just try to get a trade out with Ibuka. And I don't want to suggest that as like a fade for Ibuka, but if you really want to max out here, of course you would have drafted Ibuka at some point. Let me know the receivers that went within a few picks of Ibuka or behind him, because Garrett Wilson is someone that I'm actually very, very high on compared to the market. I see him go at the 4 or 5 turns sometimes. That's a player I would consider turning Ibuka into that I think has a very similar projection. And you could at least, I guess like unhedge your bet, not have 2 Buccaneers. And then what if Chris Godwin's damn near as good as Ibuka or better? I mean, I know it sounds very unlikely, but obviously you drafted Godwin at a value. I'm sure you can kind of see where I'm coming at on that angle there. I mean, he was cooked last year. He was phenomenal in motion. They're going to be using him in motion a lot. And he's coming off a season where he was last healthy as the wide receiver 2 in points per game. I think he's got a pretty good case if he's still healthy. And he's going to be healthy going into the season. So now I'm not too worried about the Jamo Amon-Ra thing. What do I say? I think Jamo's like a fine pick. But again, it's just like I don't know who you picked him over, so like my true answer is probably like, yeah, I probably would have taken JMO unless it was a really good value. Because there's some receivers in that range I really like, but I get it. Like, you know, like I like JMO as well, so I think you can get away with that one though, because JMO and Amara could like, dude, that's an offense I want to invest in. It's something we're probably talking about in the draft guide for like targeting offenses. The Lions are not projected for, I believe it's 24 points. Sorry, they're not projected for anything less than 24 points in any game. So basically, the only way to derail them is Jared Goff getting hurt. And I remind, Jared Goff is an Iron Man. He's been hurt, I think, one time in his career. It was like his rookie season or his second season. So very confident in the Lions, as everyone is, but that's why I wouldn't say it's like a mistake to have JMO and Amon-Ra again. You could talk me to a different player, but I think that's fine. It's more the Bucks I'd be concerned about, especially because if you're starting all those guys in the same lineup, right, Michael? It's like you're putting all your bets into the Bucks and the Lions. And I will say those are two offenses I want to invest in, but your team could be pretty volatile week to week. I'd have to think about that more, like truly, to give you like that's very interesting. Because I can see the upside case. I can see a very high weekly ceiling, which I want, but there could be a floor that could be present that you might not want. So that's very interesting, yeah. And I get why you're high on Ibuka. Yeah, I mean, you have him over Lad slightly. Yeah, I would have been Lad there personally. Again, it's also close that everyone in that tier. It basically starts with like Devontae Smith because everyone has Chris Olave clearly ahead, closer to that like 2-3 turn. Once you get to Devontae Smith to basically Burden for me, you can basically just mix those guys up. Like it's not too big of a deal to me. They're all amazing receivers. Mason Doug. Wait, sorry, Camex. I'm just gonna read real quick what you were saying there. What do you think about Sam? Oh yeah, that's right. So they were panicking about the injury news. Yeah, they traded Jefferson for Walker. Yeah, I mean that's fine, man. I mean, spoiler alert: Kenneth Walker might be a target for us. Now Dan's gonna like him more than I do. Now we're not telling you to draft him at the 110 like he went in this mock. I think in that flock league he was 205, but Jefferson goes a lot of the times in the second as well. So I think that's a fine trade. I mean, I'm a Vikings fan. I'm not. Jefferson is not a target for me. I'll just say that. Like he normally goes like 1-2 turn. Yeah, so I think it's a fine deal. Especially because they thought they were running backless for a second. Wyatt, welcome. Said you traded Jeanty and Christian Watson for Derrick Henry and DK Metcalf right after the news broke out. Jeanty got hurt. Kind of impossible, Wyatt, just to be honest, to give you like a true thoughts on that, because it's all gonna depend on like where Jeanty's like ADP settles out, and that's it's not all about his ADP. It's just because that's gonna tell us, that's gonna be based on the information we have. How hurt is he? Does he need a surgery? If he needs a surgery, you're probably feeling good. The issue is I do really like Derrick Henry, and I think Christian Watson's a phenomenal target. Where you likely drafted him at, and Metcalf's a fade for me. So for me personally, I don't like that deal for you, but also you made the trade when he got hurt, so like I can't blame you, because he may have not played a snap this season for a moment there, and I would not have made that trade if I was the Derrick Henry guy. Because Camex in here literally just offered me, he literally gave me an offer. He offered me, what did you offer me, Camex? You offered me in our redraft, what was it? Jeanty and Tate and like Jacoby Myers. It's a very shallow bench, so Jacoby Myers wasn't doing really anything for me there. You basically offered me Tate and Jeanty when we thought he might not play a snap for just Derrick Henry. Now, I would probably just accept that and pray right now. But at the same time, this news broke since I've been streaming on his health, so I have no idea like the true where we're at. And I don't think anyone really knows by the sounds of it. It just sounds like he's gonna play this season, so that's very good. That's tough. Yeah, no, why I wouldn't say you panic, because here's the thing. the fact that you got that deal off when he might not have played a single snap, I think that's a phenomenal trade that you got that done before the news broke. Hopefully that he was healthy. That's the key, is that you got that done before we knew he had both ACLs or whatever. Now the problem would have been if you did it potentially after the ankle injury, and even after the ankle injury though. Again, Jeanty might not be full health for a while. We don't know. So these ankle injuries can linger, right? Especially, even if it's just a high ankle sprain with no surgery. I mean, that derails seasons, man. Remember Austin Eckler? That was the beginning of his fall off. I know Jeanty's young, but I'm just saying. Barkley, it's hindered him. So I don't think it's all that bad of a deal. I'm just looking at Christian Watson versus Metcalf. And I want Christian Watson by a mile, personally. So that's really just the part of the deal that I don't like. Oh, Michael, you're saying, yeah, you're not starting Godwin, he's on your bench. Okay, yeah, exactly. So, I mean, yeah, the one thing is that, like, when Ibuka's on bye week, like, yeah. I mean, I would say this, Michael, is like, unless you're extremely high and very confident on Ibuka, I'm not saying you need to trade him. I'm just saying, I think you could consider doing a deal. You could do all kinds of deals. You could up tier, down tier, whatever. Go right to another receiver. I would at least consider coming off of Ibuka, knowing what you said on your team there. I would at least consider it. Especially if you get another player you're really high on, right? Because it's going to be very... What if Godwin was outscoring Ibuka, but, like, Ibuka was disappointing? That would be devastating to your team. Because you might keep playing Ibuka over Godwin, praying, and now your team's like getting killed. So I know that, that's unlikely, but that's the kind of stuff that really hurts people's fantasy seasons. That's probably why I'm just a little sketched about it. But a very good offense, and yes, I like both players. So I hope I'm explaining that well. It's trying to give you an opinion on just what you possibly could do there. Michael, you joined the Discord? Awesome. Yeah, man. Like, anytime, like, if you do look at some offers, you get some offers in the Discord, you can you can literally, like, message me personally on Discord. I'm pretty good about replying, but, like, yeah, message the Discord. We got other people in there Camex, all these guys that will answer too. And obviously we'll chime in. So anything you got in there, leave in the Discord, and then the draft guide. Again, keep an eye out for that. I'm so pumped to get that out to you guys ASAP. I'm gonna be working on it all day tomorrow to hopefully get it out. Baldeep Singh, are you Canadian, Baldeep Singh? That's my question for you, brother. Mike Washington, and welcome. Mike Washington about to eat. Was thinking that for a moment, but might be a very good redraft pick. If Jeanty is, like, not going to play week 1, and you just need a guy in, like, a deep league. Here's the thing. He might be, like, a phenomenal chopped or whatever, like, guillotine pick as well. I love Mike Washington, like, Dynasty. He's been very cheap. If anything is up in the air with Jeanty, I'm definitely going to have my eyes on Mike Washington. Jason, you're in the Discord now. Thanks for allowing me to be a part of the community. Dude, appreciate you coming in here, Jason. Again, I'm glad you're getting in here. Like, again, we want some people that are passionate in the Chop League. And that's why we're really, like, pumped about the league in general, the Listener League. Again, we have some Listener Leagues for Dynasty, too. Like, if you guys want to be a part of the Listener League, I know we got some new faces that have jumped in even since we've been spinning a wheel. We gave away 3 spots. Hey, heck, we got more people in here right now. If you guys get up to 25 likes, we hit the 20 like goal, the 15, the 10. We'll give up away at the 4th spot on the stream. If you guys can hit 25 likes, all you got to do is just comment chopped, and you can get our Chopped Listener League. Right now we have, let me see. We technically have 7 spots filled, but we're unsure about one person. Because they came in and then they didn't claim it because there were new subs. So we don't know if they're in the Discord. We don't know if they're going to show their face again. You just never know. So we have 7 or 8 spots left. So if you guys are interested in that, hit it up to 25 likes. Make sure you're subbed. All that great stuff. I promise you that as long as you don't get eliminated week 1, as long as you're not booty, you'll have a great time in the Chop League. These listener leagues that we've had for Dynasty too, some of the most active leagues, like Listener League 1.0, man, it has been nuts. Like it's a Dynasty league. I mean, even in the off season, deals left and right. We got an awesome community, so very very like small, like not in a bad way, but like it's like small community vibes. You know what I mean? Like if you join like a big channel, I'm not gonna pick on any channel, but if you join a big channels community, you might not be talking to anyone there, that's actually making content, and then you're just talking to, I don't know, like other people. Like, I don't know, us, yeah, we're all kind of interconnected, and glad to have anyone in here trying to grow the community, obviously. And if you guys play Dynasty too, again, like I should shout it out more. I always forget. Like I run the Sleeper Dynasty channel. Like you might see me on like the Sleeper Shorts page or whatever. Like I post some stuff on there, like in the app. Like if you guys like Dynasty, make sure you check out like Sleeper Dynasty. That's also another channel I run. So. Yeah, and then why you're saying you felt like a panic bag? I mean, yeah, I was talking about it earlier. You you definitely panicked within reason, man. Jeanty went 410 in a redraft. We got from in a sharp league, max value here. He's the guy I made some content with. Was on So You Think You Can Tout, if you even know what that is. If not, don't even worry about it. Max, very sharp player. His league had 410 Jeanty during the injury. So, yeah, I don't think you're crazy for panicking, man. I wouldn't sweat it. It's all, you would feel great about that trade if he was out for the season. So, yeah. I honestly, like a good trade, given everything. It's my final thoughts on that. Michael says, should I drop Malik Washington, go for a bigger backup? Okay, my answer on this one, Michael, is definitely going to be yes. Just tell me who the player is first. I'm not big on Malik Washington. I know that there's a Cam X here will tell you that he's good and he's going to score you 10 points per game. I don't care about that. Sorry, Cam X, but I want something else. I just want something else. I'm sure there's something better on the waiver wire, and I want to hear who it is, so you can just drop it. And maybe there's even, like, if you're not an elite quarterback, and if you're only rostering one quarterback, I can't remember if you listed that or not, but some people only draft one quarterback in a late quarterback build. I've been just making sure that everyone's getting a second quarterback. I think it's very important to have one early in the season. Now, you can drop it later if you have your guy, but you definitely want to own the rights to 2 quarterbacks if you go late. So I'll just throw that out for anyone. It's something in the draft guide we talk about. Yeah. Oh yeah, Hampton. Yeah, came back from the injury last year. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, I'm not like too worried about Jeanty if he actually is going to be back and good with no surgery. But didn't Hampton? Yeah, he had surgery last year with that broken ankle. So like, anything's possible. You were actually 8 rounds into your draft, Wyatt says, when the news came out that he left practice. And the whole prayer circle thing. So after that, oh, you're instantly bad. Look, I mean, Wyatt, I know people like legit get mad, but like, you just gotta laugh about that. That's might be the funniest thing I've heard all stream. Like, I mean, I don't think I could be mad if that happened to me. So all things considered, yeah, I think you did pretty good there, man, for getting completely screwed twice. For drafting him before he got injured and for trading him before he got the news. I mean, it could be a lot worse, honestly, man. I'd take that outcome, honestly. And I see you comment chopped. I'll throw you in here right now into the giveaway. Again, anyone else that wants in this chopped giveaway, or like it's not give, it's just like we're giving away the spots here to the league. I will throw you in there, Wyatt. Everyone comment chopped that wants in. And we will give it away when we get 25 likes. So hopefully we get to that. Make sure you just drop a like in general if you appreciate me answering questions at 1:41 Central Time on a 5-hour long stream. I appreciate it. This is the kind of dedication you guys get here. This is the kind of dedication you'll get in the draft guide when that goes out. Because the second I wake up tomorrow, okay, well, I'll go to the gym, and then I'm going to write the draft guide, and hopefully finish it. Listener League is legit the best league you've been in a while, and it's really difficult and helped you a bunch in fantasy, overall player, smart and intelligent community. I don't know if you wrote that with ChatGPT, Camex, but appreciate that. Just joking, but no, man, the listener leagues have been awesome. Like I've always been appreciative of everyone we got in the community, and you know, I mean, like the listener leagues have been awesome, man. So love it. Daniel Fortune 4283. Where's the 500? Blake, you're the GOAT. Hey, man. I mean, everyone in here is the GOAT because they have not let me go off. I mean, we've definitely cooled down now, but we keep spiking in views and in engagement. It's been great. So I just kept going for 5 hours here. My phone is probably on fire because that's what I record with, but I got it plugged in this whole time, and I'm kind of just testing its limits. Hopefully it doesn't destroy my phone, but honestly, if it does, it does. And Dan, update. Again, reminder for the Chopped, if you guys want it. I've given away 3 spots, but we're unsure on one because Kalon won it and wasn't here, and they're a new viewer. But they were very active, so, and they were in this mock. So, actually, I have their sleeper username, but I promised Jason, who's in the Discord now, that they can have his Kalon's spot if we can't get in contact. So, filling out the listener league. I do want to see if we can get some other content creators also possibly in here, Dan, like Levi and Stan, of course. Again, anyone else that we might be able to connect with too. Would be fun if we get some other people making some stuff on it. But I was saying, Dan, for the streams in season, we could kind of do like a chop segment, especially if it's the one right after. It's the first stream of the week kind of thing. If we're doing multiple, right? Talk about who got eliminated, who they had, players on the waiver wire, stuff like that. So, make some content on it. I think it'd be fun. Michael said Tyrone Tracy. Okay. Oh, Keaton Mitchell. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Drop. Who's the? I don't even care what the player said. Whoever it was a droppable player. That's Malik Washington. Yeah, get him off your roster, Michael. That's a tough question. Jonah Coleman would be who I would easily draft the highest out of all those guys. Easily. The one thing you could possibly talk me into, here's the thing. I believe that I love the Ray Davis as a handcuff. I wouldn't pick him here though, just because, like, I don't know. I mean, you might just have him on your roster, and then like you're just hoping for a Cook injury. Jonah Coleman has a couple different ways to get in there. I think he's a phenomenal prospect. Price adjusted and everything. I think he's really underrated. So Jonah Coleman would be my answer, but Keaton Mitchell is also a very interesting player. So it would be, if you're a big believer in that Keaton Mitchell might have a role week 1, you could keep him early. You could get him for week 1, and hopefully no one picks up Jonah Coleman. But if I want to play it safe, I'm picking up Jonah Coleman. I think if someone wins you a league there, it's Jonah Coleman. And I might sound crazy, but if anything happened to James Cook, Ray Davis, in 3 or 4 career starts, I can't remember off the top of my head which one it is. I think it's actually 4 career starts. Has 22 points per game in full PPR. So a lot of people don't realize that and don't care about Ray Davis because he's like a 27-year-old running back, third-year running back, but he's a really good high handcuff. So definitely keep an eye on him. Maybe got to add like a high-end handcuff targets thing in the draft guide. Would probably be pretty useful. Yeah, I'm not going Tank Dell there. I just saw that at the back of your message. Not going Tank Dell. I could be completely wrong, but yeah, Pat Bryant's interesting. Keep an eye on him, but not going to pick him up yet. Yeah, some interesting names are definitely go Jonah Coleman or at least Keaton Mitchell for week 1. I'm going to leave that up to you, but here's a good question. I have a good chance at the 101 or 102 in 2027, your main league with Bijan Gibbs. Should I try and ship that pick for an elite player? Okay, well, I mean, are you contending really good with Bijan and Gibbs? Because, so you own someone's pick, Camex. That's the 101 and the 102. So give me a little more information on that before I answer. Jason says, thoughts on the Jags wide receiver room, can pull the trigger on picking any of them. Are you in a draft right now? Or are you just like asking in general? Because the way that you said like can pull the trigger on picking any of them makes it sound like you're in a draft. But and who are we fading? Boy oh boy, Jason. Yeah, you probably heard me talking a little bit about the draft guide since you joined. If you want the answer on who we're fading, Jason, we're gonna be working to get this out ASAP. With all the targets and fades. Spoiler alert: one of our biggest targets is Parker Washington, and he's the Jag we're drafting as the wide receiver 1 in ADP, and he goes all over the place. We kind of go into detail on the draft guide as far as like, depending on your platform, you can get it at different spots. I believe it's ESPN. He's like outside the top 100 picks, so I don't expect you to get him truly that late, but good to note. And BTJ, Dan likes him more than I. He's going to be an individual, like, complete fade for me. It's very hard to say that. I know that's a tough thing to do, put my name on fading a player like Brian Thomas Jr. Again, I'll go into more detail on that in the draft guide. But, yeah, he's a guy I'm not too interested in drafting. So, Jacoby, I like Travis Hunter. It's just like I'm not gonna probably take him in redraft. I'll just keep my eye on him. Might be a good waiver wire pickup at some point. Who knows? I mean, what could happen with him? He's a complete wild card. Jacoby Myers goes late enough where if you're like screwed at receiver, I think it's a fine pick, but definitely not someone I'm like, like staring at when I'm drafting. But I'm actually kind of surprised his ADP kind of like is in round 10. I kind of would have thought. I think in previous years he'd be like Cortland Sutton right now, going like round 7. Spoiler alert too. I don't like Cortland Sutton, so I guess I don't hate Jacoby Myers at his price. And if you have conviction on him, I would say if you actually like Jacoby Myers, you should be drafting him at his ADP. Ryan, welcome. Neighbors, Chase Brown for Taylor Moore. Is that DJ Moore? It's got to be DJ Moore. I mean, wait, I'm confused. Is there again? Wait, okay. Ryan, am I missing? Okay, I guess that's John. Yeah, okay, hold on. Yeah, is that DJ Moore? That's got to be DJ Moore. Okay, just confirm for me that's DJ Moore. I don't know who that, and just confirm for me this is redraft we're talking about here. I mean, if you're really able to get Neighbors and Chase Brown for JT and DJ Moore, I mean, like, yes. I just want to make sure that's what you're actually asking, because yes, like that is a smash, my friend. That is amazing. Yeah, who are we fading in fantasy? I don't know. Did I already answer that? But yeah, that's the draft guide that you'll get all our answers there. So, and you're in the Discord, so you keep an eye out for that, and we'll get everything. But should I leak another fade for you? I'll leak another fade for you though. I'll look at this board here for a moment, and I'll get back to you on one of these little leaked fades for us. I obviously just gave you a couple, but. Yeah, Dell looked pretty good running routes in training camp. Yeah, I mean, sure, there's a chance Tank Dell could do something. The one thing is there's been really mixed reports on him, and some of them are saying that he can't even take contact right now. I mean, we're almost in the season here, so like, I mean, he might look good, but like he's not even playing right now. I mean, that's very concerning. So we'll see. I'm open-minded. It's just like. I don't think he's going to be Christian Watson this year. I mean, obviously that's a very unlikely outcome, but if he didn't completely blow up his knee, I think I would be much more open to him being a guy I want to own. I mean, as I say, like his knee went Hiroshima. It's not something I like too much. Oh, Myers got hurt. Is that new, or is this something like he's kind of been banged up and like it's not been a very concerning? I've actually that's been If it's not new, I haven't seen that. It's someone's pick who went to complete rebuild mode. Or rebuild mode. I mean, what can you trade it for, Camex? Because, like, it really is just going to depend on what you can trade it for. Because, I mean, if you can trade that for something really good to help you contend, yeah, I mean, hey, do it. Especially if it's not going to be the 101. If you, like, have a very good feeling it's not going to be the 101, definitely try to get, like, 101 prices for it. I got an absolute bag for the 101 in one of my leagues. Parker Washington was included in that deal, of course. Okay, yeah, Ryan. Yes, DJ Moore. Yeah, okay, here's a perfect answer for the fade. DJ Moore is a fade in the draft guide. Don't like DJ Moore. And again, we'll have explanations for all these things. We're not just going to list players and be like, yeah, don't draft this guy. Like, just take our word for it. We'll have explanations and everything. It's all about price. And DJ Moore is a player that is quite literally just being drafted, like in, say, this draft, at actually even the 502. Sometimes he goes earlier than that. He's basically just being drafted because he got traded the Bills. Like, that's it. No one that is drafting him is concerned about their 1.29 yards per route run last year and a 15.3% target share in a team that took a long time to get Loveland and Burden on the field, and of course Rome Odunze was hurt. So that's very concerning on DJ Moore's. Not a lot of receivers come back from that at the age of 29. He's been on a steady decline. Of course, yes, anything's possible. I get why people are excited about him. I'm fading as we go here. I'm doing my best. But there's just better picks. Like I said it when DJ Moore got picked in this draft. I said I would rather have Parker Washington. And that you don't need to take Parker Washington ahead of DJ Moore, but I would rather have him. I would rather have Mike Evans, whose hamstrings are complete. I mean like like they're gonna fall off the bone. I would still rather have him though. I'd rather have McLaurin, whose hamstring did fall off the bone last year or whatever it was. I think it was hamstring. I'd rather have Christian Watson. So, I'd rather have Jameson Williams. A lot of players there that I would rather have over DJ Moore. So I hope that helps, Ryan. And hey, Edson, I know you're on that West Coast. Thanks for tuning in. We were just talking about the Listener League and how we're gonna smack you down. Are you in a league with Camex? For real? We're just joking, but yeah, I think you're in a league with Camex because I think Camex is in 2 Listener Leagues, 2 and 3. I might be joking about the smackdown, but we are gonna smack you down there, Edson. Thoughts on Tootin? Yes, I like Tootin. Now, like, again, I'm going to provide more data and logical reasoning behind, like, targets and fades, but he will be a player that I don't want to call him, like, a for sure target, but he's a player that if you need a running back on that 1-2 turn is, like, a no-brainer pick. Like, I literally took him in this build, actually. I mean, he's just like a no-brainer. Now, I know you like a lot of people will like Swift, and I completely understand that. You can actually talk me into it, but there are chances still to get a guy like Ramondre, like I did here, where I would much rather have Tootin Ramondre than I would like Swift Ramondre. Stylistically, like Ramondre is filling in that Swift role, where I'm just getting that like floor play kind of thing. I know Swift can have a ceiling, but he's extremely consistent. But Tootin. I mean, like, okay, well, of course we're talking about Tootin as soon as Edson gets in here. I mean, Edson's going to tell you Chris Rodriguez is the RB1 there and he's going to score 20 points per game. But, I mean, Tootin's ceiling and just skill set is extremely, extremely high. Now, the floor is extremely low. I'll tell you that right now. And I'm okay making that. I'm okay making that pick. Like, again, DJ Moore's there. I don't think DJ Moore is going to pay off for you. I think there's a lot of players. I think David Montgomery is becoming a sketchier pick as we speak. So, I think Tootin normally does not go in the 4-12 like I took him here. I could have taken him at 5-1. Normally he's kind of going a few picks later, I would say. And I got him at like 5-7, 5-8 later. So I do think 5th round Tootin's very, very interesting for a pick. A guy that I'm more willing to take than not. Man, this is crazy too, by the way. I appreciate everyone coming in here. Like, how are we getting more engagement at like 2 a.m. Central? I mean, must have like some West Coast like rush here. Let me know where you guys are from. If you're from the West Coast, or if you're just like a demon, on the East Coast at like 3 a.m. I mean, drop where you are, or your time zone. Yeah, Dan, you think Myers is cooked unless there are injuries ahead of him? I agree and I don't agree at the same time. Like I know what you mean. Like he's not a target for me, but I also wouldn't say I think he's like completely cooked. Because I think he will play more and have a little bit bigger role than we're probably assuming. Again, it probably helps that I don't like BTJ, right? Oh, he's in a cast. So that's Jacoby Myers in a cast. How did I miss that? 12-team PPR. Okay, you're offering Neighbors Brown trade? I'm trying to figure out why DJ Moore has less upside than Neighbors. Yeah, Ryan, okay. I'm trying to think of the best way to give you the case here for the... DJ Moore has less upside than Malik Neighbors because Malik Neighbors had with Tommy DeVito, was even Tim Boyle? Daniel Jones that was terrible. He had the highest yards per route run of any rookie receiver basically recorded in modern history. Malik Neighbors did. What did he finish as? I can find it out here. Wide receiver 3 overall or something like that? Okay, it's saying 6, but I don't think... he didn't play all the games. So, I think he was like wide receiver 3 in points per game. That right there, my friend, is upside. Now, he's obviously coming off the ACL. This is not upside here. DJ Moore, obviously, yes, he was coming off some good season. He's been completely regressing. Like I mentioned, if you look into his numbers, and again, I don't expect you to, and everyone didn't just know what a 15.4% target share and a 1.29 yards per route run is. But if you just look historically, this is not good. This is Allen Robinson level profile. That's probably the best way I can describe DJ Moore, honestly. I should start using that. I know people have said that about Mike Evans, but I think it's much more worrisome on DJ Moore. This right here is Allen Robinson if he was like even more washed before going to the Rams. So, and like Allen Robinson was good before going to the Rams for the Bears. So yeah, and I know Neighbors is injured, but like DJ Moore might genuinely be a round 9 pick if he didn't get traded. In fact, he might be literally like a round 9-10 pick if he didn't get traded to Buffalo. So like everything about his value is all about being tied to Josh Allen. They love to spread the ball. Yes, you're right. There is some upside, I would say, for like top 24 on him. And that's kind of where you're drafting him. But when that's the upside is where you're drafting him, and again, it's subjective. That's where I think more your ceiling is. Like, this is not a guy with you, like, again, you can basically do math on this. Like, even if you juice his, like, big time positive regression on his target share and yards per route run, like, that would just get him paying off his price. You know what I mean? Whereas, yeah, like, Malik Neighbors, I think it could be a phenomenal value at the 212. He's a phenomenal player. And he is Jackson Dart. Despite what you think about Jackson Dart, he just completely carried Wan'Dale Robinson to to relevancy. No one cared about Wan'Dale Robinson. So I get where you're coming from. But that's why we're grinding the numbers on the draft guide, Ryan. Again, like we'll have like all these explanations for you in the draft guide, and again, we'll probably like go live when we have it available to you guys, kind of going through it, and we'll answer all the questions. Like, if we didn't cover anything or you're wondering anything, we'll definitely let you know. Anything you have question about, and that's valid. So I hope that helps. Let me know if you got any more questions on that kind of like DJ Moore trade. I would be very strongly Chase and Neighbors, though. And I picked JT in my first redraft this year at the 107 like he did here. So it's nothing to do with JT. Hey, Bucko Beamer. Welcome in. Appreciate you on all the shorts. Commenting, engaging. Love to see you. Appreciate you coming in here and seeing you on a stream here. I'm absolutely up and grinding. at 2:01 Central. How many hours in the stream are we? 5 hours. No regrets. This has been an awesome stream. Ton of subscribers. Ton of likes. You guys have been awesome. And by the way, let me remind you guys. We're giving away another Chopped Listener League spot. We have 7 of 14 spots filled right now. We currently have a wheel. I might just okay, if we get like even just like 3+ people comment Chopped that's not in the Listener League right now and wants to be, then I will throw your name in here. We have Wyatt. I will just respin this wheel with just who we have right now. So you have a very good chance of getting into the Listener League. It'll just be like a $5-10 league. It's mostly going to be for fun. And if you don't know what it is, just the bottom team every week gets eliminated until so one person's left standing. And their team goes on waiver wire. And you have to strategically figure out, do you want to bid early? Do you want to bid late? Obviously, you could risk getting eliminated if you wait, but you'll have to get better deals later. It's going to be a ton of fun. We'll make content on it. We'll live stream the draft, all that good stuff. So something that I'm very pumped about. I know Dan and Camex are as well. They're in the league. And yeah, you're definitely going to want to be in there if you guys are enjoying this content and, you know, or especially if you're part of the community. I mean, I don't want you guys getting FOMO in season. Wishing you were in here. You and Camex was talking about how Ask Brock Purdy is. I wouldn't expect anything less from a Rams fan, Edson. Let me just say that. Don't make me load up Madden again and drop 8 touchdowns on your skull. Let me just say that there, Edson. Who did I do it with? I think I did it with I used the Bears for some reason. I'm not really sure why I used them. We'll have to run it back on this new Madden. I played a couple games, by the way. I'm actually completely washed at Madden right now. I've lost all my skill. I'm just like an average player. It's been like 4 years. Okay, Michael, you got Tootin and Jame on the flex? Yeah, I think that's awesome. I have I guess Jame was technically not on the flex. You could just say it was like Addison. I have like Tootin and Addison, or Bucky and Addison in my flex. A very similar kind of thing in the one draft we did. Because I went with some rookie upside, like Lemon, in a spot where I could have maybe got a flex spot. So yeah, I like that. I mean, obviously there's some risk there, but you probably got some guys on your bench to fill in. And Michael, yeah, you're the one that was saying, I believe, like you literally have Chris Godwin on your bench, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, Edson, Tootin's ass, no vision. West Coast, Michael is. I'm expecting a lot of West Coast. Bucko Beamer in Ohio. Early bird catches the worm. Don't tell me you just woke up, Bucko. That's crazy. I don't know what's crazier, me being up or you waking up. Like me being up still or you waking up that early. Ohio. A lot of people say where I live in Canada, it's the Ohio of Canada. It's called Manitoba. And that is not a compliment to either place. Not washed, but cooked. Gotcha. Michael, yeah, you asked the biggest fades. I mean, you've been here, Michael, so I appreciate you also asking. Trying to get some more fades. And again, by the way, fades are really hard to come by because redraft, like if you look at boards years ago, man, there was so much more values and like obvious stuff. Now, obviously in hindsight, but the fantasy community is getting very, very, very smart. I'll give you one here in rounds. I mean, he was taking around 8, and here's the thing. Like, actually, I'm not even going to complain about this one too much because it's like 807. But like Tony Pollard's a guy I'm having a tough time figuring out why I draft him. Now, the reason you would draft him, and I have no problem with it, is if you do get him actually behind ADP, like here in the mid 8th. That's okay for a value. It's behind value, ADP. But I would do this if I drafted like Tootin or Henderson. Maybe like Bucky Irving was my RB2. It's just maybe Scatabo, someone with I have a question mark, and I don't want to have a complete 0. If I have 2 solid running backs, there's no way I'm touching Tony Pollard. I'm going anywhere else for upside. Yeah, Yeah, I mean, there's just no way I'm drafting Tony Pollard over like Mekhi Lemon or something. I just like someone that, or if I, especially if I want like a trash kind of like veteran, hey, give me Stephon Diggs at receiver or something. You know what I mean? So the only excuse for drafting him is if you cooked yourself at running back. Which, if you follow the draft guide, you should not be doing that. You should not be in a bad position in round 8 at running back. Let's see. DJ Moore is not really a high volume kind of guy. Doubt he can sustain that. I mean, yeah, it's just like he's just not been a target earner. He had lots of opportunity last year to do it. It was not good. Trading 28 first plus Tet for Neighbors. I mean, as long as that's like a late projected 28 first, I really like that for Neighbors. In Dynasty, I think that's a really good deal. Dan says Tet and 28 first, but here's why I think it's a really good deal for if it's a late projected 28 first. Now, I don't like sending those away, and I know it's probably your own, but I mean, hopefully it would be someone else's and truly late projected. If you have weak flexes and weak depth, you probably don't want to do that. But again, if it's late, I would do that because I do have some question marks about Tet, despite loving him. I don't really have question marks about Neighbors as long as he's at full go, and I expect him to be. He will be there eventually. He may not be there week 1, but I think that's a more than fine deal. I just would rather have Neighbors. Now that may be one of those deals where if the Neighbors guys comes to me and I have a certain team build, I might be hesitant about doing that, but I know you like your up tiers, and in that case, you should definitely want Neighbors. Okay, Ryan, you're saying if you're low on Moore, then you have to be higher on Shakir and Kincaid. I don't think that's like necessarily how that works. I mean, again, I can look into that, but I'm not very high on Shakir, but because Shakir, everyone knows what Shakir is, right? Like, and kind of what I mean is like he goes 11-11 here. Maybe he should have been a 10th round pick. Maybe he should have been 9th round pick. I don't really care about that. I don't think he has a very high ceiling. I think the rock is going to get thrown around and tossed around all over the place in this offense, Ryan, because that's how it's been since Diggs has left. I mean, that's really just been their philosophy, right? I mean, they had some crazy names producing for them last year. I think Tyrell Shavers, if I'm not mistaken, tore his ACL, but he was getting in there. Still have Keon Coleman, who's in a walking boot right now. God, like, who are the... Well, tell me everyone in the receiver room here. Skylar Bell. I'm obviously not expecting anything from Mecole Hardman. They have a lot of guys there. Obviously, like, re-signed Knox and stuff like that. Here's the thing. They're going to run a lot of 12 personnel and stuff. That's probably the best case for DJ Moore, is that you got to pray they run a lot of 12 and 13 personnel. Where, like, DJ Moore can bring his efficiency up because it's easier for him to earn targets with more tight ends on the field, especially if they're like blocking and stuff like that. And obviously Dawson Knox is not going to be... I mean, hopefully Dawson Knox is not out performing TJ Moore. Edson puts chopped. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Edson, you're not in there currently. You better be locked in for the streams. I'll put you in there. Can we get one more person on the chopped? And I'll spin this wheel. Actually, we gotta hit 25 likes. So you guys gotta drop some likes here. It says 23 for me right now. So sometimes it doesn't update, but all right. Keep going here. Keep dropping your questions. Appreciate everyone coming in. What about your picks? Wait. What are you saying, Edson? Hold on. I'm not sure what you're saying about what about your picks, Edson? Okay. Let's see. Sorry, just trying to find the spot in chat here. You have such a good team, you can afford to take the risk. Okay, I mean, if your team's really that good, I mean, I'm good with it, man. I'd be good with getting Neighbors like that. And yeah, and Ryan, about Kincaid, Kincaid's actually been really good per route, by the way. Like, one of the best tight ends. It's just he's not playing every snap. So that's the only reason I'm not, like, really high on him. is that he doesn't play enough so far. He's always hurt, and I mean that's part of the reason he doesn't play though. That's the thing. Is like I'm not predicting he gets hurt, but they seem to be managing him. So the damn PCL injuries, man, kill every player. Yeah. Dan basically said everything that I was saying. Agreed. Second time trying this first redraft of the year. Bijan, Love, Nico, Tet, JD5, Hendo, BTJ, the first 7 picks in that order. Very nice of you to take Jaden Daniels in the 5th round, by the way, right where he belongs. Very nice of you, Edson. Reach on Jaden Daniels, buddy. Reach on Jaden Daniels. But obviously, Jaden Daniels, I don't want to talk crap about what I want to pick, especially in his 5th round and everything. But every draft's different. But like Hurts goes in the 8th sometimes. Dart goes in like the 9th. Trevor Lawrence goes in the 11th. Like I just, it's not that I have any issues with these quarterbacks like Drake May and stuff like that. They're not going to be targets for me in that range. But other than that, I like that draft though. I mean, again, BTJ's a fade for me, but you got him around 7, so like, how can I even? I mean, I can say like I can still like, be like I still don't like it, but around 7 is completely fine, man. So obviously you got him way behind ADP. So I like that draft. Obviously, the question here is that like the Jeremiah Love at 2. I like the pick personally. I like it. I have faith that he can pay that off. And I actually like that you go Hendo in this running back room. Now, you might have 2 questionable guys, but like, could you imagine if things broke right for this team? Like, that is called upside. I mean, if things broke right with Hendo and Jeremiah Love, like, you genuinely you might have the league. As much as you could possibly win a league before you've won it, that would be the running back room that you could build when things break right. And I know you got Chris Rodriguez in probably round 8 at this rate, Hoping you got the GOAT, but let me know if you did get Chris Rodriguez. That would be funny. You have an offer trading Ibuka for Waddle and throw-in. Should I? No. I mean, what is that? That's Dynasty? No, not if it's Dynasty. It's your first again? Wait. Okay, wait. Explain this better. Camex, or at least for a person that's been streaming for 5 hours. Is your first involved in that deal, and what side of the deal are you getting? It says you're going to trade Ibuka for Waddle and a throw-in, but you're saying something about your first, so. I mean, I don't know. Clear it up to me. 25 likes. You guys do roll. Appreciate everyone helping us get 25 likes. Probably one of the greatest streams ever. That Dan Fortune 500. That's 4283 was a part of here at the beginning, but how long ago was that? That was a long time, but yeah, I did. I thought I was gonna do like just that mock, but people just kept asking questions, and I just kept going. But how was the dashing? How was the late night dashing? You wrote for a while, so I'm assuming good. Fix your depth issues. Okay. By the way, man, I gotta figure out how to get the comments on the screen. Edson, do you know how to do that? Now here's the thing, I looked it up, but when I tried to do it, it didn't work. And I have not tried it yet. I might have to go live on a private stream and figure out how to get the comments going, but I really need to get the comments on the screen. That would be much better for the stream. Gotta have that for next stream. In fact, if anyone knows, like I could literally try to do it on stream right now. Because it's literally 2:16 a.m. and yeah. I am using OBS, yes. Please tell me how to do this. I would love to figure out how to do this before I sign off. No Rodriguez, Edson. You're not even a believer. Okay, you wanted to get Jacoby Lane. You're RB heavy. Yeah, makes sense. Ibuka is your depth piece. I'm confused. Camex, like, in your Dynasty League, Ibuka is your depth piece, but you would trade him for Waddle and, like, a throw-in? I mean, don't do that for value. Do not do that. They go the same spot in redraft, but Ibuka is obviously far more valuable. Rashad White, Addison, Diggs, Lane, Jake Ferguson. T. Fergie, I like that. Got the Fergie tight end room. That's fun. I mean, obviously Jake Ferguson's not someone I'm crazy about, but we did see him score like a crazy amount of points per game while Lamb was out. So I mean, a lot of tight ends don't have that upside. So I mean, I definitely don't hate him. I guess I never drafted him though. I like the Diggs pick. Man, what do you get him at? You got round 10 Diggs, round 9 Addison. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. If that's maybe that's not in order because I see Rashad White first, but that's actually really in line with how I draft Edson. In however order, you probably went like Addison, Diggs, Rashad. I've had drafts where I definitely have done that exact trio, so I definitely like that. And you know what, Terrence Ferguson, good call. He's been a guy I have not had my eyes on in these mocks, just normally because I'm drafting one tight end. You know what I mean? Like it's just a mock draft, but I think. Ferguson's a guy that if you especially have more than like 6 bench spots, you should definitely, definitely put on the back of your bench. Dashing was a bust. Should have stayed on stream. Hey, well, that is too bad, but at least we, at least the stream continued on regardless because awesome stream. And honestly, a ton of new faces here. Hold on, I'm just going to refresh the YouTube here real quick. Just see where we're at. 638 subs. I mean, that's huge. I don't even know where we were at when we started, man. I think we had 623 earlier today. So, big 15 subs. Appreciate you guys. Again, if you're new here, drop a sub. Yeah, Jake, of course. Yeah. But you got T-Fer as well, right? That's it. Okay, let's see this one comment here. You've never run a live stream, so maybe you can figure it out, but yeah, it's late for you. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I might just have to look it up tomorrow, but if anyone does know, let me know. Okay, Kamek says you have to make an overlay for your YouTube chat and connect your YouTube to OBS. Yeah, I am doing that right now. And have to go in your settings and set the overlay. You forget the specifics. Settings of what? Oh, it's an overlay. Yeah. Okay, I know what you mean. Wait. Hold on. Can you guys see this? Chat right here? Hold on. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, that deleted that. Okay. Hold on. Custom browser docs. I don't know. Someone please come to rescue here. I would love to. I would love to figure this out. That's right, Camex. You're a streamer yourself and a VTuber on a hiatus until you get your setup. What did you say you like streamed again? Remind me on that. Dan, head to bed. Good night. Yeah, good stream and good day for the channel, man. Hey, let's take a look at this. I guess I probably shouldn't show it on stream, but let's take a look at the analytics on that video real quick that we posted. That for how the channel's been coming back out of retirement here. For the off season, video's been popping off, man. Wow, yeah, really good. Over 6% click through. We got 739 views since posted earlier today. Check out that video on updated rookie mock. That's just part 1 too. I'm supposed to get part 2 up tomorrow, so I'm gonna have to wake up in time for that because I still gotta edit it. But there's not too much editing to do. Chance has to be, yeah, a chance. Oh yeah, that's right, because you're the Rams guy. Yeah. No, yeah, I agree. And if something happened to Puka or Adams to injury, I like what could happen there. Oh my goodness, we didn't do the 25th wheel spin. Okay, I guess we got to do that. Okay, well, there's probably why it's not here anymore. So Edson, you got a 50-50. You got a 50-50. Wyatt, I think, is in the Discord if he wins. I thought you had it there, but it just kept going. Well, I guess next stream you could try again, Edson. Would love to have you in the Shop Listener League, of course. I'll put you down, or I'll put Wyatt down here for Wyatt 1. Went to bed. Thank you for reminding me. I have to make an overlay that fits the screen. I see. You gotta do it off stream. Yeah. Yeah, I tried doing it one time. It didn't work. But to be fair, I could have tried harder. So. You stream games, Pokemon. Okay. Yeah. Some stuff I've probably never heard of in new popular stuff. Okay. Yeah. Pokemon. Low key, you probably fumbled 2 to 3 picks on your redraft, but you were working and haven't done any mocks. We didn't get that draft out in time for you, Edson. You got any more drafts though? You actually have an idea of doing a fantasy football channel though? It isn't really a thing, and I could hit that niche. Yeah, I mean, hey, I really think, I mean, I think at a quick glance, a lot of people might think that the fantasy football, like YouTube and everything, is like really saturated. Which, I mean, I think you could argue to like a degree it is. But here's the thing. At the same time, I actually strongly disagree. Because all the biggest channels have been recently created. They're growing like crazy. Also, Jeanty doing the flock lead, like unironically, is probably going to grow fantasy football a lot. Like, honestly, just something like that. But it's just fantasy football, like, so many people play it. And we're getting at the point where, like, there's so much information for people to consume that, like, more people are consuming it. And, I mean, that's why. Because there needs to be more for them to consume. And we're seeing, like, things like the Flock League come up where, like, 100K payout. Like, that was not possible before, right? So, fantasy football is getting really, really big. And, you know, this is kind of the time to get in my opinion. Of course, you could say it was 10 years ago or whatever. But, I mean, there's more than enough room for bigger guys. Again, like, there's not really many, like, massive fantasy football channels. Now, of course, there's big ones, but... especially, you know, if you have something unique as a fantasy football channel now, I mean, there's a room for you. There's a room. There is room for you. It was rigged for Wyatt. Hey, man, try again at 50-50. What's the most you ever lost on the coin flip? You can now say a free spot to the Chopped League. But don't worry. He might not... I mean, here's the thing. I think he's in the Discord, but you never know. These new guys might not claim them. So, okay, look at the Goku here. Hoping it's going to be a good season. Man, we got a lot of guys joining the... Well, maybe that was just like 3 or 4 or something, but... That's a good day for the Discord there. Dynasty Savvy is coming back to life with the Undertaker gift. That is right. We're back. We are so back. One more redraft, and three rookie draft. Come on, that's some Unk League stuff right there, Edson. 3 rookie drafts. If you're not drafting 12 hours after the NFL draft, come on. One more redraft. Well, hey, if you are interested, though, we're putting a lot of effort in this draft guide. You can use it as a tool. Camex. Oh, Jason, you're Goku. I wasn't even sure you're still here, Jason. Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm hoping this is going to be a good season. Last season was a great season. I mean, obviously, everyone's going to have a different experience, but I had a really good season last year. Now, actually, it didn't finish out great. I was telling the story, Dan, earlier, where I was projected to win by like 100 points in our Listener League semifinals, where I would have went on to like smack Seb in the finals, because he literally won with my team that I traded him after losing, because Dynasty. Or I traded like CMC at least, and a couple other big players. But I was telling the story about that you had like Jalen Warren and stuff go nuts, because that Listener League team I look back at, I only lost in a medium league. I was whatever, like 18-2, does that add up? Or 22-2? No. 26-2? I don't know. I had 2 losses though in the medium league. I didn't even realize that. That's insane. That wasn't just the story in one league, because I lost with like 227 points or something like that, or something crazy, like super high, because Dan put up like the top score of the entire season on me, while I put up like the number 2, something along those lines. That happened to me in 2 other leagues as well, and I lost 2 teams with the Purdy, CMC, and Puka stack in week 16. That is insane. So if I just got a different opponent, or just like, I don't know, somehow didn't lose with like 3 guys that combined, that they all had like 40 plus points, it would have been a very good season for me. Now, it ended up being a really good one, but it could have been a goated season with a little bit of, I guess, I don't know, a little bit better schedule for me in the playoffs. Been the story of my playoffs, but I'm sure as everyone has got a story about, getting screwed. I'm sure I've won some leagues that some other people were supposed to win. All right, let's see what keep rolling here. Been quietly watching the stream, Jason, enjoying the content. Hey, man, appreciate that. Again, appreciate you coming into the community here, getting the Discord. Hopefully in the Chopped League. Again, I promise you that spot. And for some reason, by the way, I just because we're gonna be super busy. If for some reason, Jason, especially because if you're not in the next stream or something like that, remind me if I forget. I'm normally pretty good for remembering this stuff, but I'm just saying, if I somehow forget to message you about this, we'll give it a few days, of course. Especially we'll give it until we stream again, 100%. But yeah, if Kalen does not get in contact, yeah, it's your spot. So just don't let me forget that if somehow I do. Try to tell him to push it back, guys. Are stuck in their ways. You mean try to tell them pushing back the redraft one that you just drafted, or the dynasty drafts? You're trying to push them earlier. Everyone used to redraft timing, so you're trying to say to get the rookie drafts earlier, which would be a good idea. Yes. You told me to pick up Coleman. Yes, for upside. Sadiq is on the wire, and you got Goddard, one of my favorite kind of late round tight end guys. No, I don't think you should pick up Sadiq. Nothing against Sadiq. It's just you'll have time to pick up Sadiq if he is a good play, and it's probably not going to be one. Just being real. Also, he's hurt, so he's a good guy to keep your eye on too, for sure. But I would rather have Coleman right now. Again, you can say the same thing about Coleman, but if Dobbins goes down, you're Coleman is going to be a very, very hot. Here's the thing: he's not going to be on a lot of waiver wires, but for the leagues he would be a massive pickup instead. There's not much that can happen for Sadiq to happen. Obviously, you could just play good or something, but that's pretty obvious. So I would definitely just keep Sadiq off the waiver wire. And by the sounds of your waiver wire, there's probably other good tight ends there. There's Dalton. Again, I mean, take it with a grain of salt. but Dalton Schultz, after the Jaden Higgins injury, is coming off a tight end 1 season. Now it's going to be a really, really lame tight end 1 season if he does it again, but just those are the kind of guys you can fill in. I mean, there's just going to be a lot of tight ends, so just keep your eye on the waiver wire, and keep Coleman for now. Again, you don't need to roster him the entire season, but just for week 1 at least, or start of the season. Again, you can always ask in the Discord or in our live streams if you're wondering, because things will change. That was quite the week for you. Jalen Warren's fourth log TDs were epic. Knew they were gonna torture your Lions. That's right. That was probably one of the craziest fantasy football matchups that I'll ever be a part of. And the greatest part was that like I was up. I was genuinely projected for more than 100 points. And everyone knows that has played fantasy. Like when you're in like the fourth quarter or like the late third of what is it, like the late window, the 4 p.m. window, there's no coming back when you're down 100 points with like 3 players left. No. Or however many you had. You probably had like more than 3 players active, but it was not looking good. When I went for like a Christmas dinner, and when I came back and looked at my phone, I'm like, what the hell happened? This has got to be a bug or something, right? Nope. Just Jalen Warren and all these guys who go for the GOAT performances in 1 quarter. I mean, it was just, I literally couldn't do anything but laugh. Someone was in here talking about how it's a very similar like vibe. Wyatt was in here earlier saying that he drafted Jeanty, and then while he was still in his live draft, like that's how he had just picked him, and then the draft was in the mid rounds. We get the injury news of the prayer circle and everything, and he's like cooked. He immediately spans out offers, Wyatt says, and then someone accepts his deal, which was a really good deal considering that Jeanty could have not played a snap all year. He had to swap Christian Watson into DK Metcalf, but he at least got Derrick Henry for Jeanty. Would have been a great deal if Jeanty was out. But he was like, damn it, now I lost again. Now that Jeanty's good. But I was like, honestly, man, you just can't do anything but laugh about that. I mean, like, what are you going to do, man? You drafted Jeanty at the wrong day, the wrong hour. Then made a good deal, an hour before we got the news. I mean, that's pretty comedic to me. What do you think about new Falcons quarterback 1, Jack Strandy? I've been seeing a lot of people pick him up. I did see he was cooking, so I have to keep my eye on him in Dynasty and maybe even pick him up in a league or two just to make sure. But Penix just got cleared. You'll know that. Push the rookie draft back to when draft is. I see. So like push him up, whoever. Yeah, definitely would be the way to go, Edson, of course, as you know. And Jason, okay, thanks. We'll be patiently waiting. Heck yeah, man. Again, hope we can get you in there. And hey, also, if we're still waiting and we're streaming, you can still try and win a spot in the meantime, just in case. So, we'll get you in there if you're in the stream. When we're giving away spots. And yeah, Goddard's a really good value. Of course, like what I will say, by the way, just always take it with a grain of salt when we're talking about literally like double-digit round targets. Like, could Goddard have a bad season? Absolutely. But the whole really cool part about Goddard is he's coming off an awesome season. He's in a better situation this year. Also, better offensive coordinator. And if it doesn't work out, go right to the waiver wire and pick up the hottest name throughout the season. Someone will present themselves. So yeah, Goddard, very good target at the tight end 1 position. You're not going to get a top tight end performance, but on a weekly basis, he's a guy that can score 2 touchdowns. He's done it. So an awesome guy in redraft. Scored a lot of touchdowns. It's the kind of guy you want in your redraft. Somebody drafted Jeanty today in the second round at 6 p.m. That's hilarious. I can only imagine how many people out there right now got screwed. Also, yeah, that short I made was like going nuts about Jeanty. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people were feeling it. We were in Dynasty for sure, of course. Although actually I have like a ton of Mike Washington, so like low key would not even be a bad thing if Jeanty was cooked. But obviously I don't want that. Of course I don't want that. Also had an epic comeback over Matt in Blood, Sweat, and Beers. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, overcame Pitts and T-Law, which is impossible, by the way. I mean, that makes no sense how you could overcome Pitts and T-Law in the same week. You must have had, like, the big guy that week as well, of course. Maybe it was the Gibbs. No. Gibbs had a terrible fantasy playoffs. He literally, I don't even know if he scored 10 points in a game. But you had someone that had a really good playoff week. Apparently there was some coach. That Strand would be the top of NFL pick if he were to take an NIL deal rather than try to go back to DQ school. I mean, hey, it's certainly possible someone said that. No lead over Dan is safe. I'm going to keep that in mind going into next season. We'll definitely have some playoff matchups or some regular season ones, of course. Thoughts on Jordan Mason, Michael? Interesting. A guy that I haven't drafted too much of in these mocks, but like, here's the thing. I probably would have drafted him right here to 10-12 had he just not went there. And I like Rachaad White as well, just a late round pick. I don't even have like extreme confidence in him, but I think he's a fine, just swing, easy guy to cut if it doesn't work out. Mason, I think, is pretty interesting. Now, the ceiling's not very high, but I mean, Aaron Jones. I mean, honestly, I will say Aaron Jones. Like, if you're really cooked at running back, isn't like the worst pick ever if you want to try and get a few weeks out of him. But I mean, he's going to be extremely limited in a snap share, and obviously he's dealt with injuries, so. Jordan Mason's a really fun one if the Vikings bounce back. I mean, we're talking more like he could pay off and kind of be like a low-end RB2, high-end RB3 maybe more if things break well. I don't think he has like top 24 locked. Like, I know no one's like going to actually like say that, but I'm just saying if everything broke well for Jordan Mason, I think the ceiling still is pretty low, but that could be a big like, not much needs to happen for him to get there and be contributing to your teams. Especially if you're like, you would probably draft him if you need running back pretty badly. So a good pick, not like a GOAT pick, not a guy that I would say that like you need to draft, but someone definitely keep an eye on. So, and someone, that I would say I would lean more towards drafting than fading for sure, to be clear. The reason I would, actually, by the way, I would take Rachaad White more, but obviously Mason and him would go back to back there. So, assume Rachaad White went first, then I might want Mason or something like that. But the reason I like Rachaad White more is that he doesn't need an injury. Of course, he might need one to help or something, but he may just be bad. Who knows? But he literally has a top 5 running back season under his belt. Is going into like a technically improved situation. I just mean that less competition and also a good offense. And he catches the football. It's a pretty easy argument to make for Rachaad White. And if it doesn't work out, like you're not batting an eye. Like you're just dropping him and picking up someone new. So if you need a back and Rachaad White isn't there, Jordan Mason, a good back in a similar area. Because you definitely been zero Jeanty shares, so happy because you definitely been wanting him. Yeah, I mean, hey, you can still get him low, but I wanted to see. I just don't really have any rebuilders in Dynasty. I just have one rebuilder. I could have tried to trade for him, but honestly, we were just like streaming and stuff like that since the injury. So, I mean, obviously, I've been streaming for hours here, so didn't get to take advantage of the Jeanty injury, and you still can because he's still hurt, but. You have one share of Jeanty. You were so quick to throw him away. Wait, did you make like? Am I missing something here? Did you trade him away today, Camex? Did I react to that or something and not remember? I don't know. It's getting late here. Like I said, there's a pretty good chance Mason takes over the majority of the backfield. Yeah, yeah, I'm a Vikings fan. Like, I think he's already in a full split with Aaron Jones, to be clear. And again, I would assume that he gets more work as the season goes on. So I agree with that. But all I mean is that I do think, like, just the way he scores fantasy points, and this is the fact that even if he takes over, he might get a good workload, but I don't think they're gonna just like completely feed the beast here. You know what I mean? I don't think you're gonna see like this huge workload. You're gonna see. I mean, who knows? Maybe they sign someone if something happened to Jones completely. Like, I know Claiborne's there. I mean, maybe Claiborne's the guy. I mean, heck, like they'll probably have Xavier Scott still in the lineup. He might be running routes. Who knows? So that's kind of what was going on last year. I wouldn't try to sell you on like a huge upside case. Is more what I'm trying to say. Could be just like a really good value though for what you're getting. And Damon Claiborne for the win. And yeah, Damon Claiborne is a really fun pick at the end of your drafts as well. Also, I mean, I'll have to actually like see what the tape bros think. Been really bad in preseason in efficiency. He's averaging like 2 yards a carry, but small sample. We'll see. We'll see on him, but reports have been good, but I don't know if they're like he looks fast reports or if it's like the coaches love this guy quotes. I think it's more like he runs fast kind of quotes, which is obviously to be expected. He's a quick player. You had Etienne, Josh Jacobs, Bijan, Jamo, Kittle, and Stafford. They all went off. But McCoy wanted to know what was on. Yeah, Etienne went off that week. Yeah, because he caught like a couple touchdowns or something from. So that's how that makes sense how you would overcome T-Law because Etienne, like, that's the thing. I had Trevor Lawrence in a league that I lost because I played against Pitts, and I would have overcame it, but my opponent had Etienne, and it completely neutralized the big Trevor Lawrence game. So I basically got the same outcome happen to me in that week that you did, just on the other side of it. No, but you nearly did, and you... Oh, yeah, that's right. In redraft. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, no regrets not taking that Jeanty offer. Could have been a good deal, but I'm not trying to lose my season. Taking a gamble on that before he even plays a snap. Or whatever, before the season even starts. That would have been brutal. But you'd be glad no one also accepted that deal. Only 5 bench spots. Yeah, see the one we did only had 5 so far. Camex was in that. Dan was in that. Only had 5 bench spots. I wish it was at least 6. Even just that one spot makes a big difference. I know Dan plays like a huge one. Like I like 7. Again, the more the merrier, but part of the thing about redraft versus like dynasty is like redraft's supposed to have like a good waiver wire because injuries happen, stuff like that. So I definitely like when there's players there, but like 5 is too small. Like I'm cool with 6, but 7 gives you a little leeway. You can have an extra quarterback. You can have an extra tight end. If you need to stash defense, you can do that. You can put whatever, like your favorite handcuff on the bench when you have 7. Like it just there's enough to work with there. It's I'm never really like complaining when it's a start 7 or 7 bench spots. Like I can kind of customize it how I want throughout the season. Michael, hey, appreciate you. Yeah, I'm about to sign off here. Appreciate you having a good night. Obviously everyone's so active. Keep on rolling on a great stream here. I'll read these last comments and then I'm heading to bed here. But yeah, appreciate everyone. And yeah, Michael, thanks for coming in chat. Thanks for, I think you said you subbed, all that good stuff. Hope we got you in the Discord, and I hope you check out the draft guide when it releases, man. Appreciate having you here. Yeah, ETN caught 3 TDs. Yeah. That's why. Yeah, and that's why you draft upside. Exactly, yeah. And that's what we're going to say in the draft guide. You're going to drop a lot of players in redraft anyways. yeah, KMX putting all the preseason yardage in there. Definitely Jordan Tyson, yeah, NA. Makai Lemon, NA. I wish we got to see Lemon, but hopefully he's been practicing. Hopefully he's okay. Yeah, thanks for being here, Kamix. That was awesome, man. Man, I feel like Nahal said something in here at one time, and I feel like we didn't read it, Dan, but we'll have to apologize to him next time. People still say Eden isn't a pass catcher. Yeah, go to the stream. Appreciate everyone for tuning in. I gotta leave a word here. If for someone, like, obviously no one's gonna actually watch this entire stream. I would be concerned if you did this. But if for some reason someone actually were to here's the thing, if someone actually genuinely listened to this thing to the end, even if you skipped a little bit, but if you just were listening to this part in a replay, congratulations, you have a listener league spot. So comment Baja Blast if you actually genuinely listened through 6 hours. I know you didn't, but this would be like the most hilarious thing ever if you did, and you would definitely deserve a listener league spot if you even if you skipped half the stream and just got here. So gotta put something fun, little like Easter egg in the stream. No one mentioned that. That's in chat right now. No one repeat that to anyone. All right. Oh, yeah. No. I swear Nahal was here from one comment. Okay. Appreciate everyone for coming out. I got